Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Chapter 251, Adela's Concerns. Within the city of Graz, deep inside the belly of its castle, was a young woman in the middle of her adolescent years. This girl was Adela von Graz, the fiancée of the infamous Duke Berenger von Kufstein. While Berenger was beginning to introduce a series of legal reforms that would shock the European world, his fiancée was reading a letter written to her by her rival in love. This rival was none other than Linda von Habsburg. With the arrival of Princess Honoria, Linda felt a significant threat to her position and thought it was necessary to inform Adela about the situation since Berenger had purposely neglected to mention the appearance of a new potential rival. This letter did not openly entail the secret that Linda suspected this young woman from the East to be the lost princess of the East. Instead, it merely introduced her as a young maiden lying about her identity and trying to get close to Berenger. However, as Adela read the contents, her expression began to sink. She was well aware of the relationship between Berenger and Linda at this point. After all, it was common knowledge. She had even come to terms with the idea of Berenger taking a lover on the side and had convinced herself that great men were capable of doing such a thing. However, news of a foreign beauty from the East who was potentially lying about her identity while trying to capture Berengar's attention was something Adela did not take lightly. Judging by the contents of the letter, Adela figured there was more to the story. If Linda was worried about this new arrival to the point where she would write a letter to Adela, it was a fairly serious situation. Adela lay down upon her bed as she read the contents of the letter with a pouting face. She instantly voiced her discontent with the situation. "Berenger, you dummy." Adela had a quick wit and she instantly looked closer at the letter. Perhaps something that she missed would explain Lindy's worry more adequately. After studying the letter, Adela found it was written in code. If she could write down the first letter of every third word, it formed an expression of its own. She quickly began to decipher the content, and after writing it down on a separate piece of paper, two words stuck out like a sore thumb. Princess Honoria. Adela was not too familiar with the royal court of the Byzantine Empire, and as such was utterly unaware of who Princess Honoria was. Still, the fact that this young maiden from the East had the title of princess could only mean one thing. Adela's position as the primary wife was being threatened. After all, if Berenger were to add a princess to his collection of beautiful young women, then indeed it made sense for him to marry her instead, especially if she came from a powerful kingdom. With this news, the young girl was beginning to nibble on her thumbs in anxiety. After careful consideration, she realized that her 14th birthday was around the corner, and she would have to have a conversation with Berenger about this when he finally arrived. As such, she wrote a letter to Linda thanking her for informing her of these matters and requesting her presence at her birthday so the two of them could confront Berenger about this issue together. After writing the letter, Adela heard a knock on her door. As such, she quickly walked over to the door and opened it, revealing the voluptuous figure of her eldest sister Ava, who by now had a worrisome expression on her face. Since Berengar's reconquest of Austria, Ava's husband Wolfgang had been deposed as Count of Salzburg and replaced by his younger brother at Berengar's behest. Despite her and her husband's apologies for their actions while Berenger stayed in Graz, the man had gone through with his threat. He thoroughly removed Wolfgang from any position of authority. He did so while Conrad was still alive and he was the regent of Austria. Since then, Wolfgang and Ava had permanently moved to Graz at the behest of the new Count of Salzburg. After all, the man could never forgive his older brother for forsaking their homeland and fleeing Steiermark while Salzburg was embroiled in warfare. Since then, Ava and her husband had become humbled, and with Adela being the fiancée of the new Duke of Austria, Ava no longer found her for the daily conflict. Instead, she had begun to grovel at Adela's feet so that the young girl might convince her future husband to restore Wolfgang's position. Thus, after Adela saw Ava in her doorway, she began to sigh and shake her head as she asked Ava the question on her mind. "What now, Ava?" "I am a little bit busy." Ava could tell that Adela was distressed, which was unusual for the little girl who was usually so full of life. As such, she instantly saw it as a way to curry favor with her younger sister. Thus, Ava put on a worried facade and returned Adela's question with one of her own. "Little Adela, is everything all right? You look quite upset." Though Adela knew what games Ava was playing, she honestly didn't care, as it would be nice to vent her frustrations to someone. As such, she opened the door all the way and allowed Ava into the room before she sat down on her bed and hugged her pillow. "A princess is visiting Berenger, and I am afraid he will try to marry her instead." Ava was quite shocked by this. When she had tried to seduce Berenger, he paid no attention to her natural charms. Thus she was also quite upset when she heard some other woman had begun to attempt to latch onto her little sister's beloved fiancé. However, she hid her inner fury and tried to console Adela instead. A princess, huh? What princess? Do you know her name and what kingdom she is from? Hearing this, Adela merely shook her head before responding to her sister as she stared at the floor. I have never heard of her before. Do you know who Princess Anuria is? Ava had to think about it for a few moments before a light sparkled in her eyes and she remembered where she had heard the name. Where did you hear that Princess Anuria had visited Berenger? That should not be possible. As far as I know, there is only one princess by that name, the imperial princess of the Byzantine Empire. Supposedly she is quite the beauty. However, she has been locked up in the palace her entire life and is restricted from interacting with outsiders. There is no possible way she has visited Kufstein to see Berenger. Her father the emperor wouldn't allow it. Hearing this, Adela's eyes lit up and the dread she felt began to fade away. She might have been reading too much into the letter. Still, the odds of a hidden message like what she had found by pure coincidence were entirely non-existent. As such, she decided to show Ava the letter, and after explaining to her how she found out about the princess name, a scowl formed on Ava's face as she tried to think through what this meant. Eventually, Ava came to a conclusion and began to suggest what she thought the message conveyed to her little sister. In the actual letter, it appears as if this girl is going by the name Valeria Zanara and she claims she is from Antioch. However, Linda suspects she is lying about her identity. The hidden message might be the guess she has about her identity. I highly doubt that it is Princess Anuria unless, of course, she ran away from home to visit Berenger, but that's impossible, right? I mean, how would she even know who Berenger is? Let alone how could she get to Kufstein by herself? This has to be some form of mistake. Adela nodded at Ava's comment. It made sense. However, she also knew Lindy's character well enough to know that she would never panic like this and send Adela an encrypted message with a suspected identity unless she was positive about her conclusion. Thus her sister's comments did little to calm Adela's nerves despite the sound logic. After a few moments of thinking things through, Adela realized there was no point worrying about such a thing. She would have to confront Berenger when he arrived for her birthday. It was not far away and she could wait patiently for an answer until then. Seeing Adela cheer up, Ava began to ask her the question that was actually on her mind. Now that you are in a better mood, can you ask your fiancé to restore Wolfgang's position for me? Hearing this, Adela merely rolled her eyes and began to push Ava out of her room. Get out of my room, Ava. Despite Ava's protests, she eventually found herself on the other side of the door pouting. This was the 13th time she had asked Adela today, and as per usual, she was rejected. She would have to find some other way to convince the girl to talk to her fiancé about the issue at hand. Chapter 252, Berenger and Anuria. While Berenger was in the middle of his usual office work, Anuria patiently waited outside his study. Even though she was allowed to move within the city of Kufstein freely, she mainly had stayed inside the castle waiting for opportune moments to approach the man that had caught her interest. Because Berenger was constantly guarded by Lindy's watchful gaze, Anuria had few opportunities to get to know Berenger very well. Berenger had not responded well to her advances up to this point. At least not as well as she had hoped. She was beginning to doubt her charm. After all, Berenger already had Linda, a woman so beautiful she was dubbed one of the 3 heavenly beauties of Austria. Even Anuria had begun to doubt her charms when in comparison to Berengar's lover. Nevertheless, she was undeterred. So long as she was staying in Kufstein, she wanted to find out more about Berenger and determine whether or not he was indeed fit to be her man. Thus she was waiting outside his study door so she could conveniently run into him, giving her an excuse to ask him to lunch. After several hours of waiting around the castle, Berenger finally receded from his seclusion. When he did, Anuria immediately began to walk by and attempted to bump into him casually. However, she somehow ended up tripping over the air and fell to the ground. Luckily, as she was falling, Berenger reacted and grabbed a hold of her, steadying the young princess on her feet as he did so. Berenger gazed worriedly into Anuria's mint-green pupils as he asked the question on his mind. Are you okay? Anuria began to blush as she stared into Berengar's one good eye. His charming face gazing at her with worry filled her heart with feelings she was uncertain about. Thus she looked away and pulled herself from his grasp, standing on her own 2 feet. I am fine. Seeing her embarrassed, Berenger laughed and nodded his head as he expressed his thoughts. Good. That's good. After saying this, Berenger began to depart. It was about lunchtime and every day he would meet up with Linda at this time to share a meal. It was what you could call their daily date. However, the moment he began to walk away, Anuria started to panic and quickly grabbed a hold of his puffy sleeve, stopping him in his tracks. After doing so, Berenger looked behind him to see what was obstructing his journey, to see Anuria's cheeks flushed as red as can be, her eyes fixed to the ground in front of her as she did so. She was holding onto her chest with her free hand and seemed to have difficulty getting the words out. After a few moments of Berenger staring at her, Anuria finally managed to work up the courage in her heart and quickly voiced her thoughts. Will you have lunch with me? Berenger thought about this for a few moments before shrugging his shoulders and agreeing to her request. Sure, why not? He ate lunch with Linda every day. She would not be too upset if he missed a day, would she? Upon hearing this, Anuria's eyes lighted up in response. Filled with excitement, she quickly grabbed a hold of Berengar's hands, her heart fluttering as she did so. Do you mean it? To this, Berenger was taken aback ever so slightly. However, he did not reveal it on his handsome face, and instead, he patted the girl on the head and nodded his head before responding. Of course. Anuria nearly passed out from excitement upon hearing this. Nevertheless, she quickly got a hold of herself and explained the date she had planned during the previous night. She had stayed up late thinking about it. I thought we could go to one of the sandwich shops in Kufstein. I have never tried such food before, and I felt as if it would be exciting. To this, Berenger nodded his head in agreement. It was good to eat a sandwich every once in a while. After all, he dined exclusively on top-quality German cuisine while living in the castle. As such, he responded to her idea positively. An excellent idea. I know just the place. If you would follow me, I would be more than happy to escort you. With that, Berenger offered his arm, where Anuria quickly latched onto it with a happy grin on her face. Afterward, Berenger led her out of the castle and into the city below. Of course, on the way, he picked up an escort of his guards who closely trailed behind them, watching with careful eyes for any attempt on their sovereign's life. After entering the city, Berenger led Anuria through the streets until they arrived at the old sandwich shop that Berenger had previously taken Adela to during their first date. The city had grown exponentially since then, and thus Berenger felt great nostalgia looking back on what was merely a year ago a small agricultural town. As Berenger entered the sandwich shop, he noticed there was an extensive line. Because Berenger frequently visited the shop in the past, it had become quite the popular destination within the town. The owners even purchased a hold of the nearby buildings and rebuilt the shop into a much larger and more delicate destination that employed over a dozen employees. There was outside dining available for those who desired it, and due to it being the end of summer in the Alps, it was the perfect time to do so. Who knew when Berenger would have another chance at such a thing? As they entered the sandwich shop, the line quickly parted for the Duke and the pretty girl on his arm. The people in line instantly began to comment about the unknown women attached to Berenger. It was commonly known that the Duke had both Adela and Linda, yet the white-haired beauty latched onto him with a loving smile was an unknown entity for the people of Kufstein. Immediately men began to gaze at the Duke with envy and sigh to themselves. They instantly admitted defeat when comparing themselves to Berenger. Helga was quite surprised to see Berenger arrive, as he had not been to her shop for some time. It is not as if Berenger did not desire to do so, it is simply a matter of not having the time. If Anuria had not approached him for a date, he would not have likely come to this place anytime soon. As such, the woman had a pleasant smile on her face as she greeted the man who was not long ago a baron's son. Your Grace. It is good to see you are doing well. It has been some time. Who is this lovely maiden so lovingly attached to your arm? Upon hearing that, Anuria could see the gazes of those around her narrowing with curiosity as they too wondered just what kind of girl Berenger had picked up now. The young girl's pale face instantly began to flush as he heard the grown woman speak. In response to this, Berenger smiled as he introduced Anuria by the pseudonym she had given him. This is Lady Valeria. She is from the Byzantine Empire and is here in Kufstein for trade. I am simply treating her to some of the local delicacies. Though Berenger did not introduce her as yet another of his girls, the bystanders refused to believe that Berenger had no intentions of making such a beautiful young maiden a member of his ducal harem. After all, he was well renowned as a shameless lecher by the men of Kufstein, on that they all greatly envied. Helga nodded as she heard this. She too suspected something more serious between the couple, but if Berenger did not want to publicly announce her relationship to the girl, it was far from her position to inquire. Thus she asked a far more appropriate question. What can I get you, Your Grace? Berenger immediately responded with what he had on his mind. After all, such food was new to Anuria. I would like a basket from of Bayerocks and 2 pitchers of fresh milk. Hearing this, Helga nodded her head and responded with a smile. Coming right up. After doing so, Berenger took a few silver pfennigs from his coin pouch and handed them over to the woman, where she immediately began to decline. Your Grace, you do not have to pay. It would be rude for me to ask that of you. However, Berenger merely laughed at the woman's response and joked about it. How do you stay in business? To this, the mature woman blushed and Berenger forced the coins into her hands. I can't have you and your employees working for free just because I am the Duke. You deserve to get paid for your services. With that, he walked away with Anuria by his side, where they sat at the outside dining area while waiting for their food. Chapter 253, Berenger and Anuria 2. Eventually, the food arrived. It was a tray filled with Bayerocks and 2 bottles of fresh milk. The Bayerock was a Volga German dish from his past life. In other words, it originated from a group of German immigrants who had moved to Russia during the 18th century with the purpose of farming Russian land. This occurred during Berengar's past life. They were allowed to maintain their own culture, and as such, some very unique cuisines originated from the Volga Germans. Berenger could partially trace his ancestry back to these people and had plenty of their recipes within his brain. The Bayerock was a roll stuffed with hamburger meat and cabbage. It may not sound like much, but to Berenger, it was delicious and it was easy to make. The delicacy had become quite popular as a lunch food within Kufstein and was beginning to spread to the rest of Austria. After sitting in awkward silence while eating the food for some time, Berenger finally tried to create a conversation with Anuria, and so he asked something simple about her background. Even though she was lying to him, the girl was not very good at it, and he knew anything he inquired about regarding her past would most likely be accurate. So, Lady Valeria, tell me about yourself. Do you have any siblings? After hearing this, Anuria was snapped out of her daze and caught off guard. She had not thought too deeply about her background and thus opted to be honest. After all, she did not know how to make up a lie on the spot. I have 3 brothers, all of them older than me. Berenger nodded his head at this, though she had no way of knowing he was asking simple questions based on what he knew about the Byzantine royal family's makeup, and what she had just said acted as another confirmation of his suspicions. What is your relationship with your brothers? Do you get along at all? Hearing this, Anuria went silent and began to fidget with her hands, not knowing how to respond. She thought about what to say next deeply before responding once more with the truth. After all, she was growing more fond of Berenger by the day, and it was better to be honest about small stuff like this than make up a completely fabricated background about herself and have to explain her real past later on. Thus she sighed before entertaining Berengar's thoughts. I would not say we get along, but we certainly aren't on bad terms either. Growing up, they mainly left me alone. My father was pretty strict since I was his only daughter, and he made it well known to my siblings that I was special. They looked out for me, but honestly, I think deep down they were deeply envious of how pampered I was. Berenger nodded his head as he listened to her story. By the look on Anuria's face, she did not want to speak of her past anymore at the moment. However, Anuria's following words shifted the conversation out of his favor. What about you? Is Henrietta your only sibling? Berenger could tell the girl was honest with him, and as such, he decided to do so as well. His fists began to curl as he reflected upon the past. While doing so, he spoke in a grave tone. I had a brother. After hearing this, Anuria was naturally curious and thus asked the question on her mind. Had? To this, Berenger sighed heavily before admitting the truth. He tried to kill me multiple times. You could say he was envious of me insofar that he wanted what was naturally mine by right. For this, he was disowned and sent to the Teutonic Order. Anuria could tell there was more to the story and thus asked about this once more. And then? Berengar's eyes shifted over to Anuria's as he witnessed the inquisitive gaze in her eyes. However, he ultimately decided not to reveal the result of Lambert's death, at least not at the moment, and thus he calmly replied to her with a determined expression. That is a tale for another time. Anuria quickly realized that Berenger wanted to shift the conversation. As such, she asked another question about him. After all, her curiosity about the man would not be fulfilled with a single query. So I heard from some people around town that all of these magnificent changes that have occurred in Austria over the past year are solely because of you. Where did you get all of these ideas from? Berenger smiled and laughed as Anuria commented on this. He decided to mess around with the girl and leaned in class to her before whispering. Do you know what reincarnation is? Surprisingly to this, Anuria nodded her head. One of my brothers once talked to me about it. He heard about it from some merchant from the Far East. It is supposedly the idea that when you die you are born into the body of another person, right? What does that have to do with your ideas? Berenger nodded his head while he continued to tease the girl. Suppose I were to say I was reincarnated from the distant future in a world far more advanced from this one. What would you say? Surprisingly, the girl did not call him crazy or think he was joking. Instead, she took it seriously and looked at Berenger with disbelief. She quickly blurted out the thought on her mind. Are you serious? With this, Berenger knew he had revealed something he shouldn't have. If the girl believed him, that could create some troubles, and as such, he quickly shook his head and denied the reality. No, I was just joking, Valeria. You shouldn't take comments like this so seriously. To this, Anuria chuckled awkwardly before responding to Berenger. Of course. I knew that. After saying so, Anuria began to pout. She did not enjoy being made fun of, especially by Berenger. Noticing that she was displeased, Berenger made up some story about how he came to understand these things. There's a lot of good information in old books. You'd be surprised what you can find in them. I took their ideas, thought about them for a while, and deduced the things I created. Without those who laid the groundwork before me, I never would have been able to dream up of what I know. Anuria bought this line immediately. It sounded far more feasible than being reincarnated into the past from the distant future. Seeing that Berenger was supposedly honest with her, she began to lighten up. Berenger, of course, took advantage of this to push the conversation back towards Anuria. So now that I have told you something interesting about me, why don't you tell me something interesting about yourself? Anuria froze to this. She did not have anything interesting to say about herself, for she genuinely believed that besides being the princess of the Byzantine Empire, there was nothing remotely interesting about her. As such, her expression suddenly turned downcast and Berenger began to change the subject. So these Bayroks are pretty good, aren't they? The moment Anuria heard Berenger voluntarily change the subject because of her sadness, she felt touched and put a smile on her face while sniffling back the tear that had formed in her eye. Yeah, they're perfect. I can't believe your people eat such delicacies daily. With the simplicity of the meal and the burgeoning middle class, such food was relatively inexpensive, healthy, and exceptionally filling, especially when paired with a glass of milk. As such, the Bayrok had become a standard item in the hands of those who could afford it. Anuria shifted the conversation to another question on her mind as she ate from her meal. So I hear you weren't always this amazing. Some people even refer to you as a completely different person than you were 2 years ago. However, nobody ever elaborates as if they are afraid to speak about it. So I have to ask, what were you like when you were younger? Berenger chuckled lightly at this answer. He was not afraid of his past before his reincarnation, so he answered honestly. Honestly? I was a weak, lazy fool who tended to throw a tantrum whenever something didn't go his own way. Though I am not proud of it, I have thrown more than my fair share of chalices at people because they insulted me. I am amazed I lived as long as I did because of how much of a pompous ass I was. Anuria was shocked when she heard this compared to the man sitting before her. She simply could not believe Berenger was once such a man. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked about it. If you don't mind me asking, what changed? Berenger sighed heavily as he looked away towards the mountains in the distance with a bitter smile on his face. As if he was reminiscing about something serious, after doing so he responded in a grave tone. Somebody close to me poisoned me, I survived it, and I suppose you could say being on the brink of death, I realized how much I had wasted my life and desired to turn it around. I am amazed at the man I have become in such a short time. Hearing this, Anuria's mouth fell agape. However, she was relatively sharp and quickly pieced two and two together despite being naive. She had an awkward expression on her face as she asked her next question. Was the person who poisoned you your brother? To this question, Berenger sighed as he stood up from his seat and reached out his hand towards Anuria with a bitter smile. It is getting late, I will have to answer that question some other time. She noticed that Berenger did not want to talk about such a painful topic any longer, thus Anuria grabbed hold of his hand where he proceeded to lift the princess to her feet. After doing so, the two walked back towards the castle, gazing at each other with affection as they held onto each other's hands like a loving couple. Chapter 254, Appeasing Two Women. While Berenger was off at lunch with Anuria, Linda had been left behind. The beautiful young lover of the Duke was sitting in the middle of the dining hall in her seat gazing at Berengar's empty spot with a downcast expression. Her doll-like face was resting in her dainty hands as she blew out her mouth, trying to lift her bangs with her breath. She was dreadfully bored and did not know what was taking Berenger so long. For the past few months, Berenger and Linda had synced their lunch schedules so that they could enjoy a meal together every day as a couple. Yet, for whatever reason, the man which her heart yearned for was not present. There was nothing Linda could do about this, and thus she waited patiently like a loyal dog. After well over an hour, the doors to the castle opened and Berenger entered the scene. Though he had no intent to go to the dining room, Linda quickly found her way to the entrance. When she noticed that Berenger was holding hands with another woman other than Adela, she instantly began to frown. She gave Berenger the chilling stare of someone about to commit murder. The moment Berenger witnessed this perilous gaze, chills were sent down his spine, and he instantly reacted by ripping his hand away from Anuria. This caused the teenage princess to pout. No matter what, she could not seem to get one over on Linda. The two young women glared at each other with vicious intent for several moments before Berenger broke the silence. Sweetheart, what are you doing waiting around at this hour? Should you not be at work? The moment Linda heard this, her attention snapped from Anuria to Berenger, and she immediately began to pout. In doing so, she turned her head to the side, not even dignifying her lover with a glance. At this moment, Berenger knew that Linda was truly angry with him, and thus he began to apologize. I'm sorry, Valeria approached me first and asked me to accompany her, you understand, don't you? With this, Linda still did not look in his eyes. She was genuinely furious at her lover at this point. Though she was aware Berenger intended to make the girl a concubine or another wife, she honestly did not care. She was most upset that Berenger was willing to enact polygamy because this little vixen was quite possibly a princess and not because he loved herself enough to make her a proper bride. Berenger was not wise enough to notice the underlying reason for Lindy's fury, and thus Linda did not accept his apology. Anuria saw this as an opportunity to take Berenger for herself, and she ran up to Berenger and grabbed a hold of his arm, burrowing it deep within her cleavage, in doing so intended to make Berenger aware that she too was well developed. The sight of this nearly made Lindy's eyes pop out and she instantly began to frown. However, before she could discuss her dissatisfaction, Anuria began to insult her. Linda, you are rather unfair to Berenger. All he did was listen to a small request of mine. It is not like you had lunch plans already. For all you know, we were merely discussing business. There is no reason to be so jealous. The moment Linda heard herself be called jealous, she wanted to grab a hold of Anuria and strangle her. This little brat was taking things too far. However, she managed to contain her fury and instead approached Anuria and questioned her story. Were you discussing business? Berenger tried to interrupt, but Linda merely lifted her hand and shoo-shed him. In response, Anuria put on a pretty smile and spoke the words that she knew target Lindy's insecurities. Of course not. We were discussing our wedding plans. Upon hearing this, Linda nearly started swinging. Meanwhile, Anuria stuck out her tongue at the already outraged Linda while Berenger tried to soothe her. By the time he turned his head around, Anuria had begun the act of innocence. Though Berenger had not seen the act, judging by Lindy's sour expression, Anuria had done yet another thing to provoke his lover. As such, he began to become slightly perturbed by the girl's childish behavior and began to raise his voice as he addressed her. That's enough, Valeria, you are taking this joke too far. Hearing this, Valeria was shocked. She had never been scolded before in such a way and felt heartbroken. It was only a small joke, but Berenger had raised his voice. The authoritative voice of a male who had been scorned was not something a sheltered princess like Anuria had ever witnessed before, and thus she slowly began to break out into tears. Before the waterworks could fully erupt, she ran off to her room like a spoiled child. When she was finally out of earshot, Linda merely crossed her arms and looked away from Berenger while pouting. While doing so, she muttered under her breath. Shouldn't you go check up on her? A spoiled brat like her has probably never had a man raise his voice to her before. Seeing the way Linda was looking at him broke Berengar's heart, and instead he grabbed a hold of her hands and gave his command to Linda. Look at me. Linda was startled, but she refused to break to Berengar's command. When Berenger saw this, he raised his voice to Linda just like he had done to Anuria. While doing so, he yanked her into his embrace and grabbed a hold of her pouting cheeks. Linda, I said, look at me. Hearing this, Lindy's training was triggered and she obediently looked at Berenger, who had an affectionate smile on his face. Rather than being angry, the gaze in his eyes was filled with love as such stuffed her head into his chest and gently stroked her silky strawberry blonde hair while whispering in her ear. I think I understand why you are angry. You were mad because I said I intend to enact polygamy to marry her and create an alliance with the Byzantine Empire, aren't you? My silly girl, do you think that I would ever leave you out of such a thing? Of course, I intend to marry you first. I have had this idea for quite some time. You deserve a proper wedding and the title of my wife. Even if you aren't the empress of the empire that I will one day forge, you will still be my wife. Hearing this, tears began to stream down Lindy's exquisite face. She was significantly wounded when Berenger said he intended to marry Anuria and had failed to mention her fate. For too long, she had desired to be with Berenger more than as just a lover, but due to Berengar's affection towards Adela, she knew she could never fulfill such a place in his life. When he had stated he might one day enact polygamy, she was ecstatic but worried at the same time since Berenger did not explicitly state that he would marry her as well. Instead, he mentioned Anuria as a potential candidate for a second wife. Hearing this, Berenger express his intent to marry Linda made her happier than anything else Berenger could have stated at this moment. After tugging on Berengar's collar with an embarrassed expression, Linda whispered to him in a voice so low he almost couldn't hear it. I love you. Before Berenger could respond, she violated his tongue with her own and pressed him against the wall. Berenger was shocked at first but immediately took control of the situation while reversing their positions. The two began to fondle each other in the middle of the hallway until Linda sighed heavily and pushed Berenger away. This act immensely confused the man. As such, he expressed his doubt towards Lindy's actions. What is it? Did I do something wrong? Linda sighed again before expressing the thoughts on her mind. No, it's not that. As much as I want this, I know that little girl is crying up a storm in her room and I think it would be best that you talk to her before she becomes entrenched in depression. We can always have our fun later tonight. At this, Berenger began to chuckle lightly and Linda shot him a glare. What is so funny? Berenger wiped a small tear from his eye before shaking his head and speaking his mind. To think you cared so much about the princess that you would give up sex so that I can comfort her when she is dejected. It is funny, it is. This greatly outraged Linda and she began to blush once more before pushing Berenger in the direction of Anuria's room. If you don't leave now, I really will have you here and now. Go. Berenger merely laughed his way down the hall, which made Linda even more furious. Once he was out of earshot, Linda sighed once more before a beautiful smile spread across her face. Why did I have to fall in love with such a playboy? Berenger, on the other hand, walked towards Anuria's quarters and knocked on her door. After a few moments, all he could hear was sobbing and thus he knocked once more. After doing so a second time, a meek voice could be heard from the other side. Come in. Chapter 255, Appeasing Two Women 2. After Berenger had opened the door, he noticed that Anuria was wiping tears from her eyes while trying to put on a calm facade. She was distraught from the scolding Berenger had given her, and despite this, Berenger did not pity her. Frankly, he found the girl to be spoiled and he wondered how on earth she was raised. Berenger was not the type to tolerate a woman's shit if she stepped over the line, and as such, he had no intention to apologize. Anuria looked at Berenger from the corner of her eye, refusing to stare directly into his cold gaze. After a while, Berenger sat down next to her on his bed and began to lecture the girl about her behavior, albeit in a much gentler tone. You do realize you were out of line back there. I don't know what kind of conflict you have with Linda, but you should not purposely antagonize the girl. To this, Anuria began to pout without responding. She was greatly displeased that Berenger had come to lecture her instead of apologizing. However, she did not make her thoughts known. Instead, she sulked in silence. Berenger knew full well what she was thinking and elaborated on his thoughts. I am not going to apologize to you for raising my voice. From what I understand, you have been pampered and spoiled your entire life, and the fact that you expect me to get on my knees and profess my guilt is a sign that you were poorly raised growing up. As long as you are under my care, I will properly discipline you when you step out of line, something your father should have done a long time ago. When Anuria heard this, she began to frown bitterly. Her entire life, she had been doted upon by her father, and it was part of the reason why she acted like such an entitled brat. However, Berenger would not tolerate that behavior. If this girl was Princess Anuria, she needed to be molded into a proper young lady. The fact that Berenger had to become a father figure to this naive, pampered princess was exhausting in its own right, but since her father had utterly failed in that regard, Berenger supposed he could step up to the role. Eventually, Anuria looked over at Berenger with a sheepish expression. Hearing Berenger so boldly declare that he would take care of her bad habits left a favorable impression upon her. The young princess fiddled with her fingers for a few moments before expressing her thoughts. I am sorry. You spend so much time with Linda and give her so much attention. Seeing her jealous for once made me want to boast. Berenger immediately responded to this with a stern tone. I am not the one you should be apologizing to. What you said to Linda was vile and mean-spirited. You intentionally target her insecurities in an attempt to hurt her, and I will not tolerate such behavior. If you continue to act in such a manner, I will have no choice but to send you back to the Empire. Upon hearing this, Anuria instantly froze and tears began to fill in her eyes as a pleading expression took hold of her flawless face. The princess latched onto Berengar's hands and began to beg for forgiveness. Anything but that. Please, I will do better. Do not send me back home. Hearing this, Berengar began to chuckle. The look on the girl's face was priceless, and as such, he flicked her on the forehead before responding. Then you better go apologize to Linda and hope she accepts it. Ultimately, it is up to her whether or not you are allowed to stay in Kufstein. Of course, Berengar did not mean such a thing, but Anuria had no way of knowing this. Thus she quickly got up from the bed and ran out of the room looking for Linda. Leaving Berengar by his lonesome in the quarters the princess was staying in, he began to sigh and express his thoughts. I should have stuck with 2 women. Balancing a trio of bitches will be the death of me. After saying this, Berengar began to dust himself off as he stood up from his seat and looked towards the entrance that Anuria had run past not long ago. A wry smile appeared on his face as he voiced his thoughts aloud. Well, it is too late now. I don't know how she managed to do it, but that little brat has somehow managed to burrow her way into my heart. Hopefully, something good can come from this. Berengar moved for the door, where he followed Anuria's steps until he arrived at a scene of the girl prostrating herself before Linda as she apologized for her previous actions. Linda was snickering as she gazed at the princess, lowering herself to a simple concubine. I am sorry for my cruel words and childish actions. I promise I will behave myself in the future. After listening to Anuria's apology, Linda feigned indifference for some time. This caused a sense of worry to fill Anuria's heart. However, the girl waited with her head bowed until Linda forgave her. After a few minutes of awkward silence, Linda sighed heavily before resting her forehead in the palm of her hand. Fine. I accept your apology. However, if you purposely try to invoke my ire in the future, I will surely have you shipped back to Antioch. Anuria felt chills down her spine as she heard this, and as such, she quickly raised herself from her kneeling position and nodded her head. Afterward, she said nothing more. Meanwhile, Linda ignored the young princess and went over to Berengar, wrapping her arms around his back and pressing her mighty bosom against his chest. As she did so, the young beauty whispered in Berengar's ears. Why don't we leave this little brat be and go enjoy ourselves? A devilish smile appeared on Berengar's face as he grabbed a hold of Lindy's plump behind in front of Anuria. This was the punishment that Anuria deserved for her actions. It was now her time to be jealous. Of course, it did not quite work as Berengar had planned, as the couple's flirtatious actions made Anuria flush with embarrassment and cover her eyes. She was far too young and innocent to be witnessing the intimate display between Berengar and Linda as they violated each other's mouths with their tongues. After making out for a few moments, Berengar took Lindy's hand and led her away towards their bed chambers. As the two left the room, Linda smirked at Anuria and blew her a kiss before departing with her lover. It would be some time before the two returned from their joint exercise. After doing so, they noticed Anuria sitting in the dining room with a flustered expression. The girl was too embarrassed to move from her seat and was staring off into space. Seeing how it had been well over an hour and the girl was still shocked by his lecherous behavior, Berengar decided to play a prank on the girl. Thus he snuck up behind her and whispered in the girl's ear, snapping her out of her daze as he did so. Are you perhaps jealous? Feeling the warmth of Berengar's breath on her ivory ear, the girl quickly jumped out of her seat and gazed at Berengar like a frightened rabbit in front of a big bad wolf. Seeing the defensive look on her face was outright adorable, and as such, Berengar merely shook his head before responding to the girl. I am only joking, Valeria, you do not need to be so terrified. Sit, enjoy some food and wine. Hearing this, Anuria began to settle her racing heart and sat in her chair while Berengar and Linda sat beside one another at the head of the table. Eventually, Henrietta arrived and sat in her spot as well. Thus Berengar drank from his skull chalice once more. After taking a sip, he exhaled heavily before peeking over at Anuria, who still seemed to be a bit flushed from the passionate display he had shown her with Linda. Thus he used this opportunity to inform the girl of the upcoming events. Valeria, the sailor I have hired to teach you will arrive in Kufstein tomorrow. It would be best to awaken bright and early to receive your training. I do not want my kindness to go to waste. After hearing this, Anuria's appearance began to return to normal and she nodded her head slowly and silently. It had taken some time for her to get accustomed to the sight of Berengar and Linda kissing passionately in the open. Despite being inexperienced, she knew enough to understand what Berengar and Linda had gotten up to after leaving her behind. In a way, she felt defeated by Linda once more. Though she was interested in Berengar, it was not until she saw him locked in another young woman's embrace that she began to understand her feelings for the man. Inside her heart was a mix of emotions she was trying to work through, and as such, she merely ate her meal in silence while the other three members sitting at the table discussed various topics. She began to ponder the possibility that the reason she was jealous of the attention that Berengar showed Linda was that she had fallen for the man. After eating her meal, Anuria returned to her room where she prepared herself for sleep. While waiting for her weariness to overtake her, she had thought long and hard about what complex emotions she had felt throughout the day. Chapter 256, Anuria's Request. Today was the day that the sailing instructor from Venice had arrived in Kufstein to teach Anuria how to sail. Anuria had awoken bright and early to begin her instruction and had not taken Berengar's kindness for granted. She was currently learning to sail a caravel, a simple sailing vessel used by most nations in the Mediterranean. Berenger had already purchased a few of these vessels for teaching his naval draftees how to sail, and as such he had more than one available for her to train with. Today was a special day for Anuria. Berenger took the day off from work to observe her progress and see if she was using the time and resources he had given her wisely. To his surprise, she was already partially knowledgeable in the art of sailing. Even though her instructor was not pleased with teaching a woman how to sail, he never complained. After all, he was being paid an absurd amount of money to teach this young maiden to sail. Instead, he did his best to equip Anuria with the knowledge necessary to do such a thing as such. Berenger stood next to Heraclius, who was perched on a post next to him as the two of them observed Anuria's actions. The pretty smile on her face was one of genuine happiness as she began to rig the sails as instructed. Seeing this, Berenger and Heraclius both looked at each other before gazing back upon Anuria. The moment their eyes made contact, there was a slight nod of their heads as if they were thinking the same thing. Which was, "This girl is too precious." After sailing down the Danube for a bit and back to Kufstein, Berenger, Anuria, and Heraclius departed the vessel where Berenger handed the instructor a sack filled with silver coins before thanking the man. "Thank you for this. I know about your reservations, but you have helped me a lot." The man quickly snatched the pouch from Berengar's hands, where he began to count the coins to ensure the proper amount that was agreed to was still there. After doing so, he spat in the river before addressing Berengar's statement. "I don't like it. A pretty young thing from her should not be sailing. She should be at home making babies. However, you are the Duke of Austria, and if this is what you like to do with your playthings, far be it from me to complain." Hearing this, Berenger merely scoffed. He could not care less what the sailor thought of him. He was simply a means to an end. After confirming the payment, the sailor departed to the city of Kufstein for the day. Like every night, he would spend the silver he gained from Berenger on wine and wenches. As for Berenger, he escorted Anuria back to the castle as he began to ask her about her day. "I see you are not wasting my charity. That is good. Tell me, now that you have some experience sailing, how do you feel about it?" Anuria thought about Berengar's questions for a few moments before responding with a bitter smile. "I enjoy it. However, something feels off. It is not like when I was sailing with Agnelis." Berenger thought about this for a few moments as he began to address her concerns. "I can think of two potential reasons for that. First, you have feelings for Agnelis and you were more interested in spending time with Agnelis than you were sailing." Hearing this, Anuria began to laugh at Berengar's speculation before teasing him. "Why, Duke Berenger, are you perhaps jealous of my relationship with Agnelis?" To this, Berenger scoffed before replying. "You greatly overestimate your importance." When Anuria heard this, she instantly pouted and the two walked in awkward silence for a while. After they had walked for a few minutes, she asked Berenger about the second possibility he had mentioned. "What was your second idea?" Berenger seemed to be knowledgeable and worldly. As such, Anuria highly valued his opinion. After hearing the prince's question, Berenger scratched his chin for a few moments before saying the second thought he had on her reasoning for not enjoying sailing as much as she used to. "The second reason could be that the thing you loved most about sailing was the freedom you experienced, and because I have you in a controlled setting as you learn how to sail, you feel as if that liberty you once felt is missing." The moment Berenger said this, Anuria's eyes flashed, and she looked at Berenger with a complicated expression. After doing so, she smiled bitterly and revealed some of her past to Berenger, completely forgetting her cover story as she did so. "You were right. Growing up, I was never allowed to leave the palace. My father was strict and overprotective and did not even allow me to associate with other nobles my age. Though he doted on me for the most part, the reality is that the only company I had was my siblings, and they all treated me like a doll in a glass house. I used to gaze down from my window into the harbor every night as the sun began to set, imagining what life would be like if I were just to run away and hop on a ship sailing to parts unknown, going on a grand adventure, discovering new lands, and meeting new people. When my father tried to marry me off to the various princes, I was too shy to talk with them. Of course, I was too proud to admit that and merely told myself that they were too lazy, skinny, fat, ugly, unambitious, drunk, or any other excuse I could think of to justify in my mind that I was too good for them. As such, I rejected every suitor ever brought to me, resulting in me being betrothed to the worst of them all." Hearing the girl's story, Berenger was fully convinced that she was Princess Anuria, as her background was the same as what he knew about the princess from the Eastern Empire. Not only that, but she had used a term like palace to describe her family home instead of villa, which was an obvious indicator of her real identity. However, Berenger did not spoil the moment and merely decided to pet the girl on the head and comfort her. This caused Anuria to look up at Berenger in shock, where she saw his charming smile before he said the words. "I am sorry you had to go through that. It must have been terrible. I too know what it is like to live a life of loneliness without a single friend to call my own." Berenger was genuine when he said this. In his past life, he had spent most of it alone. Both of his parents worked all day, and he was forced to endure a life of solitude in an empty house. When he was at school, he was always reading some books, thus causing the other kids to ignore him often. From the day he was born until he died, he did not have a true friend, merely a string of acquaintances that came and went from his life as time passed. At one point, he too had put on a confident facade. In doing so, he convinced himself that he was better than everyone else and that no woman was good enough for him. Because of this, he could partially understand Anuria's feelings about her lonely past as he experienced a similar childhood. Hearing Berenger expresses his sympathy as a kindred soul, a tear began to form in Anuria's eye, which Berenger quickly wiped away with his finger and grabbed a hold of the girl, forcing her into his embrace as he stroked her silky white hair while speaking words of comfort. "Don't cry, you have something that I never had." Anuria began to sniffle as she looked up at Berengar's gleaming sapphire eyes with curiosity in her minty orbs before asking Berenger what he meant. "What's that?" Berenger then glanced up at Heraclius, who was flying in the sky above, watching over his master like a guardian angel. While doing so, Berenger spoke his words. "You have a loyal companion in Heraclius at the very least. That gives you an advantage I never had." Hearing this, Anuria began to break out in laughter. It was true, she was incredibly blessed to have such an intelligent and caring pet. The more she laughed, the more her sorrow in her heart began to fade until finally there was silence. After two stopped outside the castle's gates, Anuria looked back at Berenger with a gentle smile on her face before making a request of him. "Promise me something, will you?" Upon hearing this, Berenger merely smiled and nodded his head before responding, not expecting it to be anything serious. "Sure, what is it?" After getting Berengar's assurance, Anuria spoke her conscience. "When you next find yourself troubled by your lonesome past, seek me out and talk to me about it. In return, I promise to tell you everything there is to know about me." Berenger was stunned about this. However, before he could respond to Anuria's request, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him on the cheek. As she did so, her cheeks began to flush as she boldly announced her feelings. "I think I am starting to fall for you." With that, Anuria ran off into the castle, too embarrassed to face Berenger any longer. Berenger merely stood in the doorway to his castle while stunned, utterly unaware that Linda had seen the entire display from the tower above the courtyard with a frown on her face. Chapter 257, Legal Reforms. After getting a good night's sleep, Berenger awoke the next day, and after having his morning tea, he immediately thrust himself into his work. For starters, he had begun to refine the legal system of the Duchy of Austria. Berenger was of the mindset that crime could not be tolerated, whether from the perspective of the law or within a community. To Berenger, the level of crime that existed within a community was whatever the people within it were willing to tolerate. He planned to expand legal reforms and included propaganda to inspire communities to report crimes to their nearest official. As such, he was in the process of designing comprehensive legal reforms. Though crime in itself was rare in Tyrol and especially within the city of Kufstein, it had begun to become widespread throughout much of Austria, and not just minor offenses either. The devastation caused in the wake of the Bavarian occupation resulted in thousands of peasants fleeing to the city's sanctuary. In their desperation, these peasants turned to crime to survive, which in turn led to the creations of criminal syndicates that had begun to pop up across the more impoverished regions of Austria. Because of this, Berenger had started his legal reforms with strict countermeasures to organized crime. Any person convicted of a crime who was determined to be associated with a criminal syndicate recognized by the Department of Intelligence's Internal Service was to be sentenced to death by firing squad. The criminal syndicates were still in their infancy. Thus they had yet to entrench themselves in the critical sectors of society. Berenger fully intended to root them out and destroy them from the roots to the stem. He refused to allow businesses and politics to tie themselves to criminal syndicates like in his previous life. Thus, even if someone committed a non-violent misdemeanor like fraud or theft, so long as they had ties to any known criminal syndicate, they would be sentenced to death. It was cruel, but Berenger had seen the rise of narco-states in his past life and desired to end such a possibility before it had a chance to become a reality. Gangsters were the first among the people who would be sentenced to death under this new system. Other heinous crimes such as murder, kidnapping, and rape were also deemed worthy of such a punishment. As for child molesters, Berenger had a special hell intentionally designed for them. They would be castrated and then sentenced to indentured servitude. They would engage in hard labor for the remainder of their miserable existence. If they dropped dead from overexhaustion, Berenger did not care. That was just one less mouth to feed. To make his stance clear, a strict federal age of consent was applied at the age of 16. Any adult caught having sexual relations with a minor would be tried as a child molester and, if convicted, sentenced to the punishment mentioned above. Every other violent crime had a sentence varying from 3 years to life in prison, depending on the severity of the crime. Berenger intended to construct labor camps to act as the prisons in his society. The convicted criminals would pay off their debt to society with physical labor, usually in the form of dangerous jobs that provided significant risks to the civilian population, or monumental projects like canals and road building. There was a 3-strike rule in place for this system when it came to felonies of all kinds. If convicted 3 times of a felony, they would be sentenced to death, just like the gangsters, murderers, kidnappers, and rapists. In this court system, if one were sentenced to death, they would be allowed a single appeal to the courts. In doing so, the crime would be reinvestigated, and if the criminal were found innocent of the crime, they would be released from their sentence. However, if determined guilty after a single appeal, they would immediately be executed by firing squad. Berenger had seen taxpayers' money wasted on keeping criminals who were clearly guilty but awaiting their 7th appeal alive during his past life. To him, a second chance at a trial was fair enough. After that, if they were still determined to be guilty, there was no point keeping such monsters alive. It was an absolute waste of resources. For Berenger, mismanagement of the finite resources on this earth was a grave sin, and he had no desire to provide food and water to a criminal while it could be given to a starving child instead. As for nonviolent crime, it would entirely depend on the crime that had been committed. For example, if one were to be convicted of theft, they would lose the hand they used to steal the item. Others included imprisonment for a limited duration, assuming they survived the backbreaking work given to prisoners. They would either fear going back to such a hell or become a repeat offender, thus adding to their 3 strikes. Anyone convicted of a felony was eligible to vote in the future. As such, they were also losing their say in how society was run, assuming they met the qualifications to be a member of the electorate in the first place. Though the system was harsh, it also had its fair points. For example, it was based on the American principle of innocent until proven guilty, and the burden of proving guilt fell upon the prosecutor. The determination of guilt was left up to a jury of the suspect's peers. Berenger also declared the need for public defenders and the need to pay these public defenders well so that it is considered a desirable position by talented lawyers. Like all of the other reforms Berenger had begun to make, a date is set for transition, which was 25 years. This date could be renewed if there were not enough lawyers that existed to fulfill the needs of the criminal justice system. The law enforcement system would be partially based on the United States of America from Berenger's previous life. Small towns and villages would fall under the jurisdiction of sheriffs that were local to their community. There would also be state and federal agencies, including a dedicated Department of Border Guards. Ensuring the migration of people into Austria was through a legal and safe manner. As for cities and larger towns would have dedicated police departments comprised of volunteers. These had to be Austrian citizens who did not possess a criminal background. They were authorized to use lethal force in self-defense and in scenarios where a perpetrator was fleeing the scene of their crime. Torturing criminals for a confession or intelligence was outlawed so long as they were Austrian citizens. While advanced interrogation methods were legal to be used on foreign agents and criminals, the more barbaric practices were outlawed altogether. To outfit these upstanding men of the law, Berenger would supply them with breastplates, gorgets, bergenets, and revolving flintlock pistols. These pistols were rifled for greater accuracy and fired a smaller caliber variant of the mine ball for more significant effect. They also had a rifled flintlock cavalry carbine. This carbine could have a bayonet affixed if necessary. These officers would be trained in the skills needed to fulfill their duties to the best of their ability, including horseback riding. Unlike the Grand Army of Austria that wore black and gold Landsknecht attire beneath their armor, these police officers wore blue and black Landsknecht attire beneath their blackened steel cuirasses. NCOs and officers' armor was trimmed with a mirror polish that slightly resembled silver. The reason for this was twofold. Firstly, it was to protect the officers from potentially violent criminals. More importantly, it was established so that it was easy to distinguish law enforcement from military officials. Until now, Berenger's cities were garrisoned by military personnel who also acted as law enforcement agents. Because of this, there was a feeling of oppression in the air of many of the regions whose lords had previously rebelled against his rule. By establishing dedicated police forces from among the locals, he attempted to appease the masses by allowing them to be policed by their own people. Berenger had worked the budget around to fund all of this, and due to his business that would soon start production, Berenger knew he could easily afford it. He had to stamp out the new wave of crime as quickly and efficiently as possible. Until such law enforcement agencies could be drafted, the garrisons would have to fulfill their duties according to the new laws. Berenger did not need prisons, but labor? One could never have too much of that, as such dedicated prisons like those that existed in his past life would practically be non-existent in his state. However, detention centers for those awaiting trial would be constructed shortly. Compared to the medieval ideas of justice, this system was the fairest and most righteous treatment of suspects and criminals that anyone had ever imagined. Though many from Berenger's past life would label it as cruel and inhumane, it was a significant step forward in progress. Besides, those people did not exist in this world. As for those from the future of this timeline, hopefully they would one day look back and be intelligent enough to realize that everything Berenger did was to modernize the medieval German world. Sometimes harsh methods were necessary to do so. Chapter 258, Venetian Response. Weeks had passed since Berenger had begun production on the first glass factory, and at the moment it was partially functional. Using Agnella's trade connections, Berenger had started selling the new crystal glass in limited quantities to the wealthy noblemen of the Byzantine Empire. His plan was simple: create a demand for his luxurious glass products and then increase production at a rate capable of overtaking Venetian business. The crystal glass had become extensively popular in the East after the first batch was sold at a high price. As Berenger eyed the Republic of Venice's glass monopoly, they too had begun to observe his actions, especially regarding the shipyards being constructed in the region known as Istria. The construction of 3 large shipyards far larger than the ones which Venice owned was of great concern to the Venetians. In response to this, the Venetian Doge sat in his office surrounded by members of his admiralty. These admirals were the greatest of his naval commanders, and they had gathered to discuss the potential rise of a grand Austrian navy and the threat such a thing posed to Venice. One of the admirals stepped forward and immediately presented a sizable transparent glass bowl. This absurdly clear glass was shocking to the president, and he gazed upon it with wonder as he pondered where such a marvel had come from. The Doge was a position similar to that of president from the United States of America. In Berengar's previous life, he was the de facto head of state for the Venetian Republic, which was a vassal state in this timeline of the Kingdom of Italy. With the unification of Italy in this timeline and their current monarch being the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, the Venetian Republic and the Genoans were allowed certain autonomy in regards to how their local governments functioned. If anything, they were closer to protectorates than they were to vassals. The Venetian Doge was shocked when he saw such high-quality, transparent glass and began to question his eyes. Is this glass? Who created such a masterpiece? Without hesitation, the admiral responded to the Doge's statement with a frown on his face. That would be the Austrians. While the Doge initially smiled, his face immediately turned sour when he heard this news. This immaculate crystal glass was a threat to Venetian dominance of the market, and as such he had to make sure his ears were not lying to him. Are you telling me that bastard Berenger has created such pristine glassware? Does he seek to seize our monopoly on the glass trade? The admirals looked at each other silently before the head admiral placed a document on the Doge's desk with a grim look in his eye before summarizing its contents. That is not all. There are reports that he is building 3 shipyards, far more significant than our own. We can't even fathom what kind of monstrous vessels he seeks to create within them, but needless to say, it does not bode well for us. If Berenger seeks to challenge not only our monopoly on the glass trade but also our authority on the sea, then we cannot simply stand by and allow him to build a navy capable of competing with us. Something must be done. After hearing the head admiral's concerns, the Doge nodded his head. However, he was not as concerned as the admirals, for how could Berenger challenge their might? They had hundreds of naval vessels, some of them were even armed with bronze cannons. It would take years for Berenger to build a navy capable of challenging the Venetian Republic, or so he believed. As such, he was much calmer than the men gathered in his room. I understand your concerns. However, we can't just take action against the Austrians. Our navy might be superior to theirs, but their army could easily invade our lands and cause us serious trouble. We should wait and observe. At least until we know what kinds of ships Berenger is manufacturing, there is no way he will be able to compete with us. It will take him years to build enough ships to challenge our authority. Even if he were to somehow use the methods we have achieved to rapidly produce vessels. It is not something to be worried about. We can always declare war on him and sink his ships before he can produce enough to be a threat. For now, we should focus on building our army and strengthening our ties with the Emperor. If all of Italy unites behind us, there is no way for Berenger to defeat us in a war. For now, we should bribe pirates to seize the glass he seeks to sell across the Mediterranean. Hearing this, the naval officers gathered had awkward expressions on their faces, which spurred the Doge to question their glances. What is it? Is there something I am missing? One of the admirals who was standing at attention immediately presented his report. It would appear that Berenger is currently trading what little glassware he has produced so far to the Byzantines using their merchants' vessels. If it were revealed that we were sponsoring pirates to rob Byzantine ships, it could ignite a conflict with the empire to the east. When the Doge of Venice heard this, his expression sank. Even if it was a slight possibility, they could not risk a war with the Byzantines. After all, that was one of their most significant trading partners. As such, he was left at a loss in how to handle the scenario he was facing. This crystal glass was infinitely superior to the quality of glass they produced in Venice and could quite easily put them out of the glass business, which was one of their biggest trades. The blow to their economy that such a thing could cause would be disastrous. Berenger had risen to power too quickly for anyone to predict what he was fully capable of accurately. It seemed like every time the man's name was mentioned, he had either achieved another overwhelming victory in warfare or invented something new that was worth a fortune. To many observers, the rise of Austria as the preeminent German state was a certainty. However, if they were allowed to possess a powerful navy and merchant fleet on top of their overwhelming army, then they were destined to rise to a status that could rival the greatest kingdoms and empires within Europe and the Mediterranean. Such a thing could not be allowed, especially since Austria had become the heart of the German Reformation. As such, the Doge of Venice came up with only one solution to halt the progress of Austria: contact the Pope and offer him our unlimited support in his upcoming crusade against the Berenger heresy. Berenger von Kufstein must die. Since infiltrating Kufstein and assassinating Berenger was not an option due to Berengar's effective counter-espionage network, the only solution was to throw the weight of the Catholic world against him and pray that he fell. As such, the Admiralty saluted as they announced their support for the Venetian Doge's decision. Yes, your Serenity. With this, all admirals except for one, the head admiral, had left the building and begun to prepare for the upcoming conflict. The admiral who remained looked at the Doge with a grim expression on his face before asking the question on his mind. I hear he has cannons capable of launching explosive projectiles. Do you think he will mount such fearsome weapons on his vessels? In response to this, the Doge was silent. The confident facade he had shown the other admirals instantly crumbled. As such, he reached for a glass out of his cabinet and began to pour the wine. This glass had a deep blue color and was not exactly the most transparent material. After pouring wine into the blue glass, the man handed it to his admiral before pouring another drink into the crystal glass Berenger had created. After carefully observing the Merlot liquid within the container, the Doge began to frown. He could quite easily see the deep red color of his wine, and this infuriated the man. After seething in rage for a few moments, the Doge finally answered the Admiral's question. Without a doubt, I have no idea what kind of effect such mighty weapons will have on our ships, but it most certainly will be disastrous. Even if he manages to create a few dozen vessels armed with those weapons, it could cause us some trouble. Thus, in response to this threat, I want our armada expanded. I want a total of 1,000 naval vessels, each armed with a minimum of 4 guns created within the next 5 years. I don't care how you have to do it, just make it happen. To this, the Admiral sighed. At the moment the Venetian Navy had between 300 and 400 ships. If they were to gain a total of 1,000 in 5 years, they would have to produce over 600 ships in that time. It was simply outrageous, yet he would try his best. As such, he responded by saluting the Doge. Yes, your Serenity. After doing so, the Doge merely sneered before uttering his next word. Dismissed. Afterward, the Admiral left the office of the Doge, where the man was left to his lonesome. He quickly downed the contents of his glass before swiping it off his desk in a fit of rage, shattering the perfect piece into thousands of tiny shards. After doing so, the Doge began to curse in the air. Make no mistake, Duke Berenger von Kufstein, I will make you regret sticking your nose in my business. Chapter 259, 14th Birthday. Weeks had passed, and finally Adela's birthday was nearing the corner. As such, Berenger had already left the castle in Kufstein. Much to his surprise, Linda was invited to come with him. He supposed his 2 women were beginning to get along, which was a good sign. He had no idea that the reason for this was because the 2 women had conspired behind his back to meet up and convince him together to end his newly formed relationship with Honoria. As such, he was in a good mood as he sat in his carriage, which drew him closer to Graz, with his arm wrapped around his lover, holding her tightly. Linda was frowning heavily at the moment. Despite the affection Berenger was showing her, there was an unwanted person in this carriage, and it was not Henrietta. Though the little girl was also present, the person who had so thoroughly ruined the mood was none other than Honoria. To be frank, Berenger did not trust the girl by her lonesome. She was a spoiled, entitled brat, and though he was beginning to take measures to correct this behavior, he had ultimately decided to take her with him to Adela's birthday, rather than allow her to cause trouble in Kufstein while he was absent. Even though Honoria had apologized for her rude behavior, Linda was still unhappy with the girl's presence. Though she was aware that Berengar's intentions for the girl mainly were political at this point, she was still worried that Berenger might fall for the young, naive princess. Thus there was an awkward silence in the carriage as Berenger and his companions waited to arrive in Graz. After most of the day had passed, the caravan finally arrived in Graz, and they were not the only visitors. Count Otto held an esteemed position in Berengar's government. He was on the Duke's Council and, as Count, was the de facto governor of Steiermark. This was thanks to his daughter, Adela, who was Berengar's fiancée. However, Otto had made a name for himself in Berengar's campaign against the Bavarian occupation and, as such, was held in high esteem by the other counts. As Berenger and his carriage entered the castle's courtyard, they were greeted by Count Otto and his family. Berenger was the first to step out of the carriage, followed by Linda, then Henrietta, and finally Honoria. Adela needed one glance to tell that this beautiful young girl was her competition and highly likely to be Princess Honoria. Ava, who was well aware of Adela's grievance, had a wide smirk on her face. She could tell instantly that the girl harbored feelings for Berenger by the way she glanced at him. Count Otto also noticed this and felt slighted. Berenger had not just brought his lover but another young woman to his fiancée's birthday celebration. Regardless of this, Berenger approached the Count and greeted him. "Uncle, it is good to see that you are still in such good health." Count Otto merely nodded, his gaze never shifting from Honoria's presence. Henrietta, on the other hand, sheepishly greeted her uncle. "Uncle?" The little girl hid behind Berenger as she said this. She was shy by nature, and though she had begun to make friends, often at the expense of her brother's reputation, she was still nervous around unfamiliar people. After all, Count Otto was seldom a part of her life. Finally, Count Otto could not contain his curiosity and asked the question on his mind. Who might this beautiful young woman be? To this, Berenger glanced over at Honoria before returning his gaze to his uncle. He smiled while answering his question. "This is Lady Valeria. She is from the Byzantine Empire and is a guest at my court for the time being. I did not trust her to behave herself by her lonesome in Kufstein, so I brought her along with me." This was the truth of the matter, but for some reason Count Otto expected there to be more to their relationship than this. As for Honoria, she pouted when she heard this. She was not necessarily a troublemaker, aside from getting on Lindy's nerves for the fun of it. However, after being threatened with removal from Berengar's court, she had halted such actions in fear that Berenger would go through with his threat and ship her back to the Byzantine Empire. As such, she had been behaving herself for the last few days. Honoria greeted Count Otto by bowing respectfully. "I thank you for your hospitality, Count Otto." To this, Otto merely nodded before shifting his attention back to Berenger. "Welcome to my home, Your Grace. I trust that my daughter's birthday celebration will be to your liking." Berenger nodded when he heard this and followed Count Otto and his family inside. While doing so, he approached his little fiancée and grabbed a hold of her hand. However, to this, she merely ripped it away from his grasp and pouted. She was already displeased that Berenger had taken a liking to yet another girl, yet he had the gall to bring her to her birthday celebration? To this, Adela felt insulted. Seeing that his fiancée was upset, Berenger sighed heavily before expressing the thoughts on his mind. You look beautiful, Adela. It has been some time since we last met. Did you miss me? Adela pouted in silence, not bothering to speak with Berenger. After seeing both Linda and Anuria clinging onto her fiancé, Adela had grown quite self-conscious. Not only in regards to her position in Berengar's life but also in terms of her appearance. Though she was still growing, she felt as if her charm did not match that of an exotic princess from the East like Anuria, nor did it match the sex appeal of a buxom beauty like Linda. As such, she simply sulked for the time being. Eventually, Berenger was led to his quarters, where Linda was separated and given her room. It would be disrespectful to Count Otto and his daughter for Berenger to have carnal relations with his lover while under their roof. After a while, Linda regrouped with Adela and hugged the girl before stuffing her into her bust, nearly suffocating the girl in the process as she stroked Adela's golden hair. Oh, sweet little Adela, I understand how you feel. If you need to cry, let it all out. I am here for you. An unlikely alliance had formed between Linda and Adela, who were usually at each other's throats. For the time being, they were united against Anuria in this awkward trio that had been formed around the man they loved. As women, they naturally needed comfort when they were upset. Thus they provided it for one another. Adela began to break down in tears as she tried to break free of Lindy's large bust and sobbed heavily while expressing her thoughts. I didn't expect him to bring the girl here. I am so envious. To this, Linda sighed as she tried to comfort Adela. Berenger doesn't love the girl, at least not yet. He sees her as a political tool to be used against those he deems his enemies. For whatever reason, he is confident he will be fighting France in the future and wants to do everything in his power to break the alliance between them and the Byzantine Empire. Besides, now more than ever, he needs a powerful ally, and as such, he will likely enact polygamy to marry the three of us. Despite this, he wants to make you empress, so that should show you how much he cares for you and your position as first among his future wives. Upon hearing this, Adela began to wipe the tears from her eyes as she slowly sniffled. After she had calmed herself down, she questioned the legitimacy of what Linda had just said. Really? Adela did not know how to feel about this. Her worries about her spot as the wife being taken had become realized in the sense that Berenger intended to become a polygamous monarch, but she still held the position of his empress and first wife, which meant that Berenger still had feelings for her. Linda nodded her head and smiled as she stroked Adela's hair. To this, Adela replied with a bitter smile as she came to a sudden realization. There's no convincing him otherwise, is there? Upon hearing this, Lindy's smile also turned bitter as she shook her head. Though the two had initially conspired to bring an end to Berengar's budding relationship with Anuria, Linda had realized during the time since then that Berenger would not be dissuaded because he knew that neither Linda nor Adela were willing to leave him over such an issue. Thus, instead of convincing Berenger otherwise, Linda decided to convince Adela that it was simply not worth the effort and that Berenger still considered her first among his women. After all, Linda had gotten what she wanted in all of this. She would one day be an official wife of Berenger, and that was enough for her. Seeing the look on Lindy's face, Adela sighed before she broke away from Lindy's grasp and expressed her acceptance of the predicament she found herself in. Fine. I accept it, but that does not mean I will not fight for his affection. Chapter 260, 14th Birthday, 2. While Linda and Adela were comforting each other, Berenger was preparing for the upcoming celebration. The gift he had gotten Adela was a white Arabian stallion. It was quite costly to obtain, but it was well worth the price. While he was making sure the gift was ready for its new master, Anuria played with Heraclius, who she had brought along for the journey. The mighty eagle flew outside the courtyard where Anuria played about, waiting for the celebration to begin. As such, the day passed before the guests had fully gathered and night had begun to descend upon the city of Graz. As it did so, the various nobles of Austria gathered for the birthday celebration of the future Duchess of Austria. Berenger was flanked on all sides by three beautiful women as he stood at the center of attention. Adela was latched onto Berengar's right arm, while Linda was clutching the left in between her mighty bosom. Anuria was behind him, slung around his shoulder. The three girls were greatly intoxicated by the drinks provided at the party, and as such, they openly fought for Berengar's attention. Though many of the men envied Berenger for the love of three beautiful young women, he was having a hard time maintaining his composure. The three girls began to fight among themselves over his affection the moment the alcohol had entered their bloodstream, thus he was trying his best not to chastise them for their unruly behavior. Adela put on doll-like expressions as she began to rest her head onto Berengar's chest. Her face was flushed red from the wine she had drunk, and she began to speak slowly. Berenger, I can't wait for our wedding. To this, Berenger petted the girl's silky golden hair before nodding his head silently. He felt like if any words escaped his lips, he would not maintain the calm facade he had created. These three girls were clinging to him like cats to catnip, and he was not even able to drink away his discomfort. Count Otto merely laughed as he drank with his wife Wanda. Though he was initially unsure about Berengar's little harem, he now felt great joy watching the young duke's displeasure. It was undeniable that he was not happy with it the way the girls were behaving. As such, Otto merely sighed before addressing the curious sight. Well, all I can say is His Grace brought this upon himself. He should not have been so greedy. To this, Wanda smiled. Seeing her husband in such a good mood about the awkward scenario displaying itself was a good sign. It was so uncomfortable that none of the nearby nobles approached Berenger or the girls and maintained their distance while commenting among themselves. Linda forced Berengar's hands onto her breasts as she boldly displayed her feelings. When she was intoxicated, it was common for her to forget her manners and act on impulse. "Darling, I missed you in bed last night. Maybe tonight we can have some fun?" Berenger immediately withdrew his hand and looked away. When he did so, he noticed that Adela was pouting. Like usual, the girl could not handle Lindy's suggestive comments. One could tell by looking at her that she was incredibly envious. Of course, what came next shocked Berenger. He felt a slight nibble on his neck, and when he went to address it, he noticed that Anuria had sunk her teeth into him ever so slightly out of jealousy. Even though it was harmless, Berenger would not tolerate such violent action, and as such, he quickly shoved Anuria off of him and flicked her on the nose. "Behave yourself, missy, or I swear to God I will drag you back to Kufstein myself and put you on the first boat back to the Empire." Seeing Anuria scolded so fiercely, the other two girls began to laugh at her misfortune, and Berenger felt degraded. Though he was not the slightest bit embarrassed, he had since grown used to such large social gatherings and was accustomed to the way people stared at him. Anuria, of course, began to pout, and her adorable face as she did so caused many young men in the audience to clench their fists with envy. The three most beautiful women in the room were all clinging to one man, openly displaying their affection for him. It was enough to drive any sane man insane, yet Berenger calmly reacted to this before deciding he had enough of the girls and their actions. Thus he clanged his glass before making an announcement. "I have an announcement to make, though I wanted this to be later in the night. I figured now is as good enough time as any. I will show off the splendid gift that I have gotten my future wife for her 14th birthday. After saying this, the servants left the room before shortly returning while leading a solid white Arabian stallion by the reins. Its saddle was made of the finest black leather and the blanket of the finest silk. The metallic components were made of gold, and it contrasted with the white fur of the mighty beast perfectly. Upon seeing this, Adela nearly lost control of the crystal glass in her hand provided by Berenger. However, she maintained a firm grip and merely covered her gaping mouth with her free hand. After doing so, she ran up to the horse and began to pet it while staring deep into its dark eyes. The moment the rider and horse met their eyes together, they knew that fate had bound them together. As such, Adela hugged the horse before deciding on a name for it. "I will call you Siegfried, after the dragon slayer." Hearing this, Berenger smiled. Adela seemed to have a similar naming convention to him. After playing around with the horse for a while, Adela jumped into Berengar's arms and pecked him on the lips as a token of her gratitude. "Thank you, Berenger, I love him." Berenger merely took a drink from the glass of wine he had procured while Adela was playing with her horse and smiled before making a joke. "Hopefully not as much as me, right?" In response to this, Adela merely smiled and stayed in silence. Afterward, the horse was led out of the great hall and back to its stables, where it would be resting from then on. Berenger, on the other hand, began to chat with Linda while the rest of the gifts were brought in. Adela revealed their contents like a kid on Christmas and thanked everyone for their support. However, nothing triumphed the mighty stallion from the east that Berenger had procured for his little fiancée. After Adela had opened her presents, she found a way to sneak off with Berenger to the balcony where the two began to talk alone. Berenger sighed heavily as he drank from his glass, waiting for Adela to ask the question on her mind. After a few more sips of wine, Adela finally managed to get the courage to ask her future husband about her concerns. "Do you love her?" To this, Berenger made a snide remark. "Which one?" Adela began to pout once more as Berenger was being purposely obtuse. She did not want to ask the question outright. Nevertheless, Berenger forced her to say it. "Anuria." When Berenger heard this, he nearly spat out his drink. However, he managed to choke it down and regained his composure before responding to Adela. "Linda told you, did she?" It only took Berenger a moment to figure out that Linda was responsible for Adela knowing the truth behind Anuria's identity. As such, he placed down his glass and looked off into the full moon in the sky above before answering honestly. "At the moment, no, at least not to any severe extent. I will admit that I find her attractive and sometimes she can be charming. That is when she isn't acting like a spoiled brat. What is important is that she has already begun to fall for me. I have no intentions to rush a relationship with our little runaway princess. I will take things slow and build a relationship with her step by step. After all, she has a part to play in my grand ambitions. Whether she finds her way into my heart as anything more than a passing fancy is up to her efforts to improve herself. Regardless of how I feel about her, that does not change what I have to do. An alliance with the Empire is too valuable to give up over personal feelings or a lack of them." While she was hearing this, Adela sighed before grabbing a hold of Berengar's hand and holding onto it firmly. After doing so, she looked him in the eyes with a solemn gaze before announcing the words she had in her heart. "Even if you become a polygamous scoundrel, I will support you until the end. Just promise me that I will be your first wife and that you will never leave me." Seeing the sincere gaze that Adela was giving him, Berenger grabbed a hold of her and dragged the girl into his embrace before wiping a tear from her eyes. As he did so, he whispered in Adela's little ear, "I swear on my life that I will never leave you." With that said, Berenger kissed the girl on the lips before releasing his hold over her. After doing so, he lifted his glass of wine and drank its remaining contents. The remainder of the night was spent in celebration, and Berenger would depart for his territory within the next day after all the work of a duke was never finished. Chapter 261, The War in Bohemia begins. 3 months had passed since Adela's 14th birthday while Berenger was within Kufstein overseeing the reconstruction of Austria after the devastation wrought upon it by Bavarian occupation. The war for Bohemia had finally begun. After months of being supplied and trained by Austria and its industrial might, the Hussite forces had begun their attack on the Bohemian crown, which had fervently rejected their demands. Currently, the Hussites were split between two major factions, the moderates and the radicals. During Berengar's past life, the moderates had betrayed the radicals and ended the Hussite wars, causing the Catholic Church to achieve victory. In this timeline, Berenger had no intentions of supplying the moderates or sending advisors to them. A Hussite Bohemia would be a decent ally to have in his back pocket. Thus Berenger intended to aid them in any way he could short of full-scale military intervention. That is unless it was completely necessary. Eckhard and a group of Berengar's officers were standing alongside the subfaction of the radicals known as the Kasparians. The Kasparians did not exist in Berengar's previous life. Still, in this timeline, they had become a powerful force with Berengar's aid and had already won a total of 3 battles since the war had begun. The leader of the Kasparian sect was a nobleman by the name of Alexej Kasper. The man was young, a few years older than Berenger but not by many. He was also handsome and charismatic, and it was these qualities that helped him gain the favor of so many other noblemen and knights to support his cause. Currently, the man was dressed in a complete set of plate armor with the Kasparian banner draped over his torso in the form of a tabard. He was pointing at a map stretched out upon the table. Tiny figures were in place to represent the various armies of the ongoing conflict. Eckhard was standing nearby. He was dressed in a set of brigandine and plate armor. The reason for this was simple: to avoid a diplomatic crisis, Berenger had openly taken a neutral stance in the Hussite wars due to how noticeable his nation's arms and armor were. It would be unwise for his military advisors to walk around in the equipment of the Grand Army of Austria. Thus they wore the attire afforded to average Hussite men-at-arms. Only the officers of the armies they supported knew that these men were a means of Austrian support. As Alexej spoke about his battle plan, Eckhard slowly watched while scratching his gray beard. We will use our wagon forts to block the pass of the Catholic troops in this narrow valley. As they march upon our handgunners protected within the wagons, our cannons will rain fire upon them from above. A spear wall will protect the wagon forts. Once the enemy has engaged our defensive line, we will encircle them with our cavalry and clash against them on both sides, ensuring our victory. Though the Hussites had been victorious so far, the reality was that Berenger fully intended for this war to take years. The reason for this was twofold. For starters, the conflict in Bohemia diverted the Czech's attention from Austria, buying Berenger time to not only expand his grand army but establish a grand navy as well. Secondly, the longer the Hussites fought, the more in debt they would be to Berenger. When the war was finally over, Berenger wanted the Hussites to be so indebted to him that they would be forced to cede the Sudetenland to Austria as payment. Thus Eckhard did not offer any advice to the current plan, as it was good enough to ensure victory against the Catholic armies. Instead, he merely observed the map of Bohemia, which had been divided up into Hussite-controlled territories and Catholic-occupied regions. The Sudetenland was under Hussite control. The reason for this was quite simple. These lands were predominantly German in linguistic, ethnic, and cultural backgrounds. Because they were so close to Austria and were German themselves, they had been influenced by the German Reformation that Berenger and Ludolf had started. Thus when the war broke out, they immediately threw in their support to the Hussite factions, as the Hussites were in many ways similar to the teachings of the German Reformation. As for the rest of the Bohemian lands, they were still largely under the control of the Bohemian crown and their Catholic supporters. Noticing that Ludolf was quietly observing the map, Alexej quickly voiced his concerns to the Austrian field marshal. Marshal von Hallstatt, what do you think of the strategy as it has been presented? To this, Eckhard looked around at the various Hussite knights and noblemen who had gathered and gave a nod of approval. It should work just fine. I have nothing to add at the moment. Though Eckhard and his officers had assisted in training, tactics, and strategy, lately they had taken a more background role and allowed the Hussites to proceed on their own. Alexej thought it meant that they would soon no longer be needed. He had no way of knowing that it was part of Berengar's plan to extend the conflict. As such, the young commander smiled and nodded his head. Hearing Eckhard's approval of the plan brought him great joy. If Eckhard was appointed as the highest commander of Berengar's forces, then Alexej believed he must be a capable man, and thus he highly valued the man's opinion. After observing the map for a while, Eckhard finally spotted an area that the Hussites were likely to lose, and as such, he walked over to the map and pointed his finger at the location. If the enemy is allowed to move unchecked in this region, they will conquer the lands held by the Taborites. It is necessary to send reinforcements to secure the region. I suggest sending a contingent of 2,500 men to assist our allies. Hearing this, Alexej nodded his head in agreement. Losing ground at this stage in the war would be detrimental to the cause. He moved 2 figures that represented 2,500 men into the region that Eckhard had pointed out. This left a finite number of men that the Kasparians could field to win the upcoming battle, but even then, the commander was confident in his ability to achieve victory. As such, Alexej asked for the opinion of men gathered at his strategy meeting. Does anybody else have any suggestions? After several moments of silence, Alexej sighed before giving his command. Dismissed. With that, everyone began to leave the command tent. As Eckhard departed, Alexej called out to him. If you don't mind, Marshal, I would like to have a word with you in private. Upon hearing this, Eckhard stopped in his tracks before turning around and facing the young commander with a stern expression on his lips. After glaring at the commander for a few moments, he asked the question on his mind. What can I help you with, Commander? Alexej poured 2 chalices of wine before he responded. He handed one of them to Eckhard before taking a drink from his goblet. Could you relay my request for further material support from His Grace, Duke Beringer von Kufstein? If we are to win this war, we will need more hand cannons and armor than are currently fielded. Hearing this, Eckhard smiled slightly before nodding his head. Of course, I am sure that His Grace will have no problems transporting more supplies into Kasparian lands. I will send a letter to him with haste. Is there anything else I can help you with? Alexej once more drank from his chalice before responding to Eckhard's question. An opinion would be nice. Upon hearing this, Eckhard decided to partake of the wine and took a small sip as he did so before responding. On what exactly? A solemn gaze filled Alexej's eyes as he spoke the thoughts on his mind. What are our chances of winning this war? Eckhard pondered for a few moments before expressing his opinion on the matter. With His Grace Berengar's support, 75%, though it will likely be a long and brutal conflict. Without such backing, your odds are significantly lower. If necessary, Berenger is likely to intervene in the war with his own army. Establishing a friendly state on his eastern border is critical for long-term stability. However, he would only do so if you and your allies fall into a state of total collapse. So I would not count on overt military support anytime soon. You can rest assured knowing that you are very likely to win this war with the help of our advisors and the supplies we give you. My advice is to be patient. Wars are not won overnight. Alexej reflected on this significantly and ultimately decided he would need some more time to consider his future. Thus he dismissed Eckhard with a single statement. I thank you for your advice. You can leave now. After hearing that, Eckhard saluted the man before departing from his tent. He still had plenty of things to do, and Austria's request for further support was at the top of his list. As such, he wrote a letter to Berenger on behalf of the Kasparians asking for additional material aid. This would be just one of many times the Hussites came begging Berenger for more support in their war. With each shipment of arms Berenger gave them, they would become indebted to Austria and in doing so, fall further into Berengar's trap. Chapter 262, Battle at the Eastern Border. Months had passed, and while wars waged in Bohemia and North Africa, Eastern Europe was far from peaceful. Seeing that the Rus and the Golden Horde had begun to invade the Teutonic state, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth decided to avenge their loss at Grunwald and had joined the fray. After their defeat in Grunwald and the increase in the Teutonic state's power, the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania had unified into the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth decades earlier than in Berengar's previous life. The reason for this was simple: the Teutonic state was a growing threat, and by uniting their 2 countries they could gain an advantage against their common foe. As such, the Teutonic state found itself surrounded by hostile forces, all of them held considerable power. At the moment, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was considered one of the great powers of Eastern Europe. With the coalition of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the Golden Horde, and the various Rus states, the Teutonic Order was now facing an overwhelming threat. The Order had already lost all of the territory gained from its war with the Grand Duchy of Moscow and had been forced back to their initial borders, where they were currently holding the line against overwhelming odds. The choice to withdraw from the newly conquered regions and defend the heartland was not taken lightly by the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order. He knew that his forces would be unable to keep a hold of the lands they had previously gained and thus opted to make a strategic withdrawal. He hoped to sue for peace with the other powers by giving up their gains in their previous war. Instead, Poland-Lithuania joined the war and was hellbent on the Teutonic state's destruction. At the moment, the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order was standing on a castle's ramparts on the state's eastern border. In the field below was a coalition of forces waving the banners of their nations and individual feudal lands. The army was well over 50,000 strong compared to the 10,000 defenders the Teutonic Order had managed to scramble together to defend the gateway into their territory. The man instantly cursed under his breath as he gazed upon the massive horde that had gathered outside the castle. Damn that fool, Simeon. If he were not obsessed with getting revenge on Berenger the Accursed, I wouldn't have lost so many troops in Oberstdorf. With those 10,000 men, this could have been prevented. The Teutonic state was on the precipice and besieged on all sides. Whether they would continue to survive as an independent state or face complete and total collapse was up to him. To this, the Grand Master merely sighed as he voiced the thoughts on his mind. The last Grand Master of the Teutonic Order? I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Luckily for him, none of the men beneath his command were around to hear his doubts. It would indeed harm morale if the word were to spread how doomed the Grand Master felt inside. The siege had yet to begin truly. Instead, the army had gathered outside the gates with the intent to intimidate the defenders behind its mighty walls. Of course, to an army of Catholic fanatics like the Teutonic Order, such a thing would never occur. Even if they had begun to fill their ranks with criminals to compensate for their losses, the indoctrination that occurred during initiation had completely brainwashed these criminals into soldiers of Christ who feared no death. Thus the intimidation tactics had not achieved the effect desired by the besieging forces. At the moment, the besieging troops were in the middle of constructing trebuchets in the field. These weapons would be used to bombard the castle for the foreseeable future. Of course, trebuchets were constructed below the walls by the Teutonic Order, and upon seeing the enemy siege weapons being constructed, the Grand Master yelled at his men below the ramparts. Prepare to fire into the enemy formation. I want those trebuchets knocked out before they can do some real damage. With this command, the siege had finally begun, and as such, the Teutonic Order instantly began loading the trebuchets with jars filled with pitch. These jars would be lighted before being tossed at the enemy trebuchets which were under construction. The hope was they could eliminate the enemy's siege weapons before they could be built appropriately. The numerous trebuchets within the castle began to toss their burning pitch jars over the walls and enemy formations. The first volley fired utterly missed their targets and instead landed on soldiers in the field, lighting them aflame and spreading the tar-like substance across their ranks. With this, the Grand Master lowered the visor on his helmet and ordered the archers to fire upon the enemy infantry. Knock. Draw. Loose. With these commands, a volley of thousands of arrows began to fill the sky and rain down on the opponents below, blocking out the sun as it did so, at least to some degree. Despite this, the attackers did not move their position, most of them raised their shields, and others were directly affected by the volley. Arrows and bolts made their way into the bodies of dozens of men. Some of them died on the spot, others slowly fell to the ground and began to bleed out. Many were utterly unaffected as their armor had blocked the projectiles from achieving their goals. As arrows and bolts were launched on the coalition forces below, the attackers returned fire upon the Teutonic Order's soldiers and loosed their arrows upon the men stationed on the ramparts. It was significantly more difficult to hit an archer hiding behind a merlin than it was to rain arrows on opponents standing in the field. As such, the defenders were primarily protected by the castle's mighty walls as they continued to reap the lives of the enemy forces with their volley fire. While the arrows fell upon the attackers, the Teutonic Order had finished reloading the trebuchets and launched another volley at their targets. This time one of the pitch jars had landed on its target and its flame instantly began to engulf the enemy trebuchet, which was nearing completion. Slowly but surely, the burning pitch began to turn the wooden siege device into ash. The engineers nearby who were unlucky enough to be covered in the flaming tar-like substance screamed in agony as the flames engulfed their bodies. Despite this, nobody moved to help them and soon they fell to their deaths. Under the missile fire of the Teutonic Order, the general of the Golden Horde gave his order from atop his horse. Raise the ladders. With that, men from all coalition nations began to rush towards the wall while carrying ladders with them. The intent was to scale the walls and fight the defenders atop the ramparts. While these ladders were moving into position, the Polish-Lithuanian commander gave his decree. Release the battering ram. Upon hearing this, the Polish-Lithuanian forces in the vanguard immediately began pushing the battering ram into formation. The ram was wheeled and covered with fortifications to protect against missile fire. The heavily armored infantry used to push the device was relatively safe from the defenders' actions. However, when the battering ram finally got into position, the defenders immediately unleashed a cauldron of burning pitch onto the enemy below, though the men operating the battering ram were directly protected from the substance. It slowly began to eat away at their covering. Eventually, the coalition soldiers were left without protection from the missile fire. More importantly, the next wave of the burning pitch left them roasted alive in their armor as the inflamed viscous substance coated them. When the Teutonic Grand Master gazed upon the sight of the enemy battering ram being destroyed, he smiled beneath his visor and yelled at the enemy who could neither hear him nor understand him. Enemies of God, I swear to the heavens that you will break your army taking this castle. Though I may die, I will enter the kingdom of heaven, smiling knowing that the Teutonic state survives. When the defenders heard these words from their Grand Master, they were overtaken with zeal and roared the battle cry of all crusaders into the air as they fought for their very survival. God wills it. The chant of the crusaders while they desperately defended their castle on their eastern border echoed into the air as the coalition forces attempted to break through the Teutonic Order's defenses. In doing so, the enemy forces fully understood the determination of the enemy they were facing and knew full well that this war would be a long and bloody one. This was merely the first day of the siege at the eastern border, and it would last for many more. The brave German soldiers of Christ held onto their territory, fighting and dying for their belief against an army they deemed to be heathens. The results of this battle would not be known to the world at large for some time. Ultimately, the Teutonic Order would be defeated and their Grand Master killed in battle. The loss the Teutonic Order suffered at the eastern border would open the floodgates for the coalition to invade their lands. Within a year's time, the Teutonic state would find itself in shambles, barely holding on to what little land they had left. Chapter 263, Requesting Artillery. Months had passed since the Teutonic Order began its battle at the eastern border. On the other side of the world in Egypt, Arethusa had pushed the Mamluks back to Alexandria. Seizing the city of Alexandria was of significant cultural importance to the Byzantine Empire. After losing it, the emperor had personally sent his most excellent general to reclaim it. The rest of the territory would have to follow the recapture of the ancient city. Arethusa and his army were currently stuck outside the city of Alexandria. The siege had been going on for 2 weeks by now, and Arethusa was starting to become impatient. What he needed was superior artillery. However, he was armed with a few small bronze cannons. Because of this, he could not regularly bombard the city. Instead, he had to maintain these cannons in fear that they might rupture from overload. Because of this, the siege was going much slower than it usually would. After his first battle with the Mamluks, Arethusa realized the need for field artillery. After all, Berengar's forces had been largely successful because of this. As such, he desired to get his hands on some field guns and use them to bring down these walls. Since the first battle to recapture Egypt after centuries of being in the hands of other empires, Arethusa had sent word back to Andronikos, who was living in Constantinople, ordering the man to travel to Kufstein and negotiate with Berengar for the purchase of cannons. Today, Andronikos finally arrived within Kufstein, and as Berengar was eating breakfast with his family and guests, a servant approached him and whispered in his ear. After doing so, the man placed down his silverware and wiped his mouth with his napkin. Afterward, he stood up from the table abruptly and alerted Linda and Anuria as to the presence of the Byzantine envoy. It would appear that Andronikos is here to discuss business. Lady Valeria, I do not want any confusion to occur from your presence, so I would humbly request that you sequester yourself in your room for the time being. Anuria quickly understood Berengar's intent. She had started to suspect that Berengar knew her identity, and as such she nodded and smiled before departing. Of course, anything for you, your grace. With this, Anuria fled to her chambers and hid from the Byzantine envoy, though she did not know who Andronikos was, as she had never come into contact with Arethusa's subordinates. She was aware of the difficulties if the envoy from the empire learned that she was hiding in Kufstein under a false identity. After Anuria had vanished without a trace, Berengar ordered one of his servants to take her plate away and clean up the table. Get rid of Valeria's dishes and make it seem like she was never here, and quickly. Hearing this, the servants immediately bust Anuria's spot while Berengar entered the great hall where the man named Andronikos was waiting patiently. As for Linda, she stayed in the dining hall with Henrietta and continued her meal. The moment Berengar saw the man, he opened his arms wide and approached the man, giving him a friendly hug. Andronikos, my friend, it has been some time since I last saw you. Tell me, what is so important that you must travel all this way to Kufstein? Andronikos accepted the friendly embrace before the two men distanced themselves from one another. After doing so, he informed Berengar of his reason for visiting. My friend, the last time we saw each other, you were merely a count, now you are a mighty duke. I am genuinely impressed with your growth. As for why I am here, the reason is strictly business. The strategos wishes for me to negotiate the purchase of artillery. I know you want Celis, the magnificent guns you use in warfare, but indeed you can create something fitting for our empire to use against our enemies? Hearing this, Berengar scratched his chin for a few moments. If he wanted a powerful ally in the east, he would need to arm them with some form of artillery that was better than what was currently wielded by the feudal world. After thinking about it for a few moments, he got a brilliant idea, and as such he clasped Andronikos' shoulder with a friendly smile on his face. I have a design in mind, but it has yet to be put into production. I promise you it will be more advanced than anything used by your enemies. However, these things are not easy to produce. I will need to set up an entirely new production line. For rapid transportation, I will need to establish it within a city closer to the empire. It will take me some time to accomplish this. The design Berengar had in mind was none other than the falconet, an early cannon designed from the Renaissance that was used extensively by the European powers. It was slim, relatively lightweight, made of cast iron, and fired a 1-ounce projectile. It was also capable of firing grape shot if necessary, grape shot being a far more primitive version of the canister shot that Berengar fired from his artillery. This would be an enormous benefit in field battles against the empire's enemies. Still, if Berengar went to war with the Byzantines, it would prove to be entirely ineffective against his 12-pound cannons. With this, Berengar could advance his allies to the east and curry their favor. Andronikos was incredibly excited when he heard this news, and as such, he bowed respectfully to the young Duke of Austria. You have my gratitude, tell me how much such weapons would cost? To this, Berengar began to act casually as he swiped his hand to the side. Think nothing of it, I understand you are in a bitter campaign to reclaim your lost territory. I will gift the first batch of cannons to you as a token of my friendship, and if you require more, I will provide as many as you need. As for their cost, you do not need to worry about such a thing. I am sure the wealth you gained from Egypt and Cyrene will be more than enough to cover the matter of debt you will owe me after your campaign is finished. If you so desire, we can outfit your troops with as many arquebuses, pikes, and armor they need to accomplish this objective as well, under the same conditions, of course. To the empire, this could be considered an enormous favor. Though the empire was wealthy, affording to outfit an army with new and modern equipment was a hefty price, something they could not easily do while engaged in a war with the Mamluk Sultanate. At most, they could buy a few batches at a time, but Berengar was offering to fully equip their army with modern equipment effectively for free, at least for the time being. When they finally won the campaign and gained the territories of Egypt and Cyrene, the empire would be basking in more wealth than they had in the past 800 years. By then, they could quickly repay the debt they owed Berengar in one giant payment. It was an attractive offer, but Andronikos did not have the power to negotiate such a monumental decision. As such, he quickly began to address Berengar's recommendation. I will have to ask the higher-ups about this. I do not have the power to make such a decision. Berenger merely smiled and nodded as he heard this and responded in a friendly tone. I understand, do convey my message to your superiors with haste. In the meantime, I will begin the construction of the production line and begin to produce the weapons. If you do refuse my kindness, we can always sell the cannons and equipment to you up front. Berengar's kind words held a hidden meaning. By saying they would be refusing his kindness, he was implying that it would harm diplomatic relations with Austria. After all, it would be seen as an insult by Berenger. This minor threat was laced into his otherwise kind words, and though Andronikos did not realize it, the emperor surely will when he heard these words. Though Berenger would make a vast sum trading these weapons to the Byzantines, he could care less about this if the Byzantines were to accept his offer. There was only one thing Berenger would ask for as payment for their massive debt that would accumulate throughout their war with the Mamluk Sultanate, and that was Princess Honoria's hand in marriage. The desire for a swift victory in North Africa after decades of battling a stalemate with their enemies would hopefully be enough for Andronikos and Arethusa to convince the emperor to agree to Berengar's terms, and in doing so, they would fall straight into his trap. Berenger could consider the weapons and armor he provided to the Byzantine Empire's massive army as the dowry for Honoria, and the debt would be squared the moment they got married. To him, this was the perfect way to establish a long-term alliance with the Byzantine Empire while also cementing his dynasty's claim to the empire as a whole. More importantly, this would break the alliance between France and the Byzantine Empire. This was Berengar's true objective with his plans regarding Honoria. France was a neighbor that a united Germany was destined to clash with in the future. If Berenger did not wish to fight a two-front war, he would need to break the alliance the French had with the Byzantines. This was critical to his plans for the future. Germany had always suffered due to its geographical position as the center of Europe in his past life. Many wars had been lost because they were forced to fight on two fronts. By establishing an alliance with the great power in the east, Berenger could ensure his flank was secured to focus on his future enemies in the west. Thus, while Andronikos left the castle of Kufstein and began the long journey back to the empire, Berenger was smiling. If all went as planned, he would have dealt a significant blow to his future enemies without anyone even realizing it. Chapter 264, The Holy Maiden of France. Time flew by once more throughout the months, while Berenger was using the period of peace he had established in Austria to turn his duchy into a significant power. France found itself engulfed in war. For decades, the English had been attempting to invade the Kingdom of France in a bid for control of the French throne. England has seized considerable gains within the past year, and with each passing day, more French land fell to the English invaders. When Aubrey returned from the Byzantine Empire, he was sent off to war against the English by his father, King Gilles de Valois. At the moment, the effeminate prince was clad from head to toe in steel plate armor. Unlike in Austria where steel was a shared resource, in France it was a rare commodity. And to outfit a man in a full suit of armor comprised of the material was a great expense. Due to his tabard being sullied earlier in the day, Aubrey lacked the colors that distinguished him as a member of the royal family. If anything, he looked like a common man-at-arms. As such, few men in either army were aware of his identity. Aubrey was taking part in his first battle. Though a legendary swordsman, he was by no means an experienced soldier, and as such was quite nervous about the conflict. Currently, he was acting under the command of the Duke of Burgundy while the French forces fought against the English in a field within the Duchy of Burgundy. In Berengar's previous life, the Duchy of Burgundy would betray the French throne and side with the English in the next year. Of course, this had happened after the French royal heir assassinated the Duke. In this timeline, such a thing may not occur. After all, Aubrey was the heir and was an entirely different person from the Crown Prince during Berengar's previous life. Aubrey fought fiercely beside the Duke of Burgundy as the man advanced his forces against the English lines. As a petite and effeminate young man, Aubrey lacked physical strength, especially compared to the veteran English knights he was facing. Thus he had to make up for his lack of power with his sword skills. He was currently protected by a great bassinet which blocked his pretty face. His honey blonde hair flowed out the back of the helm, creating the image in the minds of the English and French alike that he was a female warrior leading the charge against their enemies. His dainty feminine figure, clad in the slim armor, did not help resolve this confusion. The English longbowmen fired upon the French knights as they charged into the fray atop their mounts. At the moment, Aubrey was equipped with a lance and couched it under his arm as he rammed the tip of the weapon into the breastplate of an English knight, skewering the man upon impact. The heavily armored cavalry of both forces clashed into one another, sending knights and lords to their deaths. Perhaps it was God's will, but the effeminate prince managed to survive the charge, and so too did the Duke of Burgundy. As both armies struggled in a battle of life and death, Aubrey was unseated from his horse by a lance, and though it did not kill him, it surely dented his breastplate and broke one or more of his ribs. Gasping for breath, a tear formed in the young prince's eyes beneath the visor of his great bassinet as he struggled to breathe. The pain was unbearable, yet despite this, he slowly rose to his feet, where he unleashed his longsword from his sheath and used it to dodge an oncoming blow from an English man-at-arms. After deflecting the blow, Aubrey spun his blade around, gripping the cold steel by the hand and using the pommel to strike his opponent's iron helmet, caving it in and crushing the man's skull as he did so. A sharp pain, like a knife digging into his abdomen, dug its way through Aubrey's ribcage. With each movement, he felt as if he were going to pass out. Despite this, the young prince continued to struggle on the battlefield. If he did not fight, he would surely die this day. Thus, he twisted his sword around so that he was once more wielding it by the hilt and pierced through the gambeson armor of a nearby English soldier. With the young prince surrounded by the chaos of war, the Duke of Burgundy led the army and began to encircle his position. He could not allow the crown prince to die on his watch. Slowly but surely the tides of battle began to change in favor of the French army, and eventually Aubrey was relieved by the courageous knights and men-at-arms of France who had caught up to him and allowed him a short reprieve from the battle. Aubrey winced in pain as he clutched the dented portion of his breastplate. Afterward, he was slowly led away from the battlefield by some nearby knights who were concerned for his safety. Aubrey was forced to retreat to the encampment while his soldiers fought without him. The field physician stripped Aubrey of his armor and clothes before examining the ribcage, where he shared the news with the boy. 3 of your ribs are fractured. You will recover in time. However, for now, I advise you to stay clear of the battlefield. One wrong move and you could get yourself killed. After hearing this, Aubrey nodded before covering himself with a silk robe. The material was rare in France, but due to trade from some traveling Austrian merchants, the boy could get such a luxury and he wore it whenever he got the chance. The prince clutched his side and winced in pain as he moved around. Shortly after that, the flaps to the tent opened to reveal the Duke of Burgundy with a grave expression on his face. The man was covered in the blood of his enemies, but he did not appear to be harmed in the slightest. When the physician had begun to examine him, the young duke, who was no older than 26, pushed him aside before barging over to Aubrey while wrapping the young prince in his blood-stained embrace. "Thank God you are all right. I don't know what I would do without you." After saying this, the man began to violate the prince's tongue with his own. Despite this act of passion, the prince did not turn away and instead accepted the gift. It was a little-known secret that the Duke of Burgundy and the French prince were in an illicit relationship. Though the Duke was married and had 3 children, the moment he first laid eyes on Aubrey, he fell in love, and thus for the past 3 years Aubrey had been in a relationship with the Duke of Burgundy. Of course, the Duke of Burgundy was just one of Aubrey's many lovers. He was a rather promiscuous young man, and thus he had more than one man by his side. He was even in a scandalous affair with several of his knights. The Duke of Burgundy had no way of knowing this. Thus he thought that Prince Aubrey was loyal only to him. After their little intimate display, Aubrey wiped the blood from the Duke's face before putting on a gentle smile and asking the question on his mind. "Did we win?" To this, the Duke chuckled lightly before nodding his head. "Would I be here if we hadn't?" Though this was good news, it was far too early to celebrate. The English invasion was not something to be taken lightly. The French had been fighting the English for decades, and yet the war was still entirely unresolved. With this said, the couple maintained silence for some time. Eventually, the Duke of Burgundy spoke his views on the conflict that embroiled the Kingdom of France. "This war is far from over. However, this victory is a good start. With our holy maiden leading the charge, the morale of our forces is stronger than ever." Aubrey was confused when he heard these words and spoke softly as he was attempting to limit the amount of pain he felt from his broken ribs. "Holy maiden?" The Duke of Burgundy removed the gauntlet from his hand and wiped the bangs out of Aubrey's eyes. In doing so, he whispered into the young man's ear. "That's what our troops are calling you. They saw your honey hair and petite figure as you bravely charged the English knights. Without your tabard, the men have begun to think that you are a woman. This is why they are calling you the Holy Maiden. Rumors have already spread of your feat in battle, and the men are speculating about your origins. Some are even saying that you are a young woman of low birth chosen by God to lead the French to victory in our hour of need. If you ask me, it is a nickname fitting of your divine beauty." Upon hearing this, Aubrey began to blush as he looked to the side, not willing to gaze into the eyes of his lover. He was far from pious. In fact, one could call him the personification of lust. Despite this, he had been given such a beautiful nickname. After a while, the effeminate prince began to giggle like a girl. To him, it was the greatest joke he had ever heard. However, for the sake of morale, he would continue to present the image of a pious young woman. After all, what France needed now more than ever was a symbol to rally behind. Thus the lustful trap that was the crown prince of France had become the Joan of Arc of this world, while in reality behaving far more similar to the ancient Roman emperor Elagabalus. Of course, the promiscuous character of the so-called Holy Maiden would never be revealed to the public at large, nor would his identity as the Prince of France. The war would continue to wage for some time. Who would win the 100 Years' War in this timeline had yet to be determined. Though with Berengar's intervention in this world's affairs, anything was possible. For now, the French would continue to fight against the English as they had for decades. Chapter 265, The Holy Roman Emperor joins the fray. Within the Kingdom of Italy, in the city of Florence, there lies the Holy Roman Emperor, who was also the King of Italy. Sitting upon his mighty throne, within his palace, the middle-aged man of Italian descent gazed upon his ministers who reported the situation across the empire. One of the ministers was a tall and lanky man with a narrow face and a large hooked nose. He had a dark, unkempt beard that made him look particularly hideous. The man was dressed in silk robes imported from the Byzantine Empire. Currently, he held a document in his hands that he read from to the emperor. The German-speaking regions are embroiled in a war for the title King of Germany. So far Duke Wilmar and the main Habsburg line has been eradicated, and with their deaths, so too has their claim ended. The man who seized power in Austria is a young upstart by the name of Berenger von Kufstein. As you may be aware, he is commonly referred to as Berenger the Accursed. The man is a kinslayer, womanizer, heretic, and has been excommunicated by the previous Pope Simeon II. With his rise to power, the German Reformation spread from southern Germany into the neighboring German duchies. Saxony and the Rhineland in particular are being converted at a rapid rate. Upon hearing this information, the Holy Roman Emperor, a man by the name of Balsamo Corsini, began to frown. As a devout Catholic and a man with close ties to the current Pope, the Holy Roman Emperor dreaded the idea of the Berenger heresy spreading throughout the realm. However, the man contained his rage and spurred the minister to continue reporting. "Go on." Noticing the emperor's fury, the minister gulped down the saliva accumulated in his throat before continuing his report. The other two claimants for the title, as you know, are Duke Dietger of Bavaria and the legitimized bastard nephew of the previous king's brother. His name is Manfred von Luxemburg, if I am not mistaken. Manfred is the head of the Duchy of Luxembourg. He and his allies have begun to invade southern Germany. With the losses the Bavarians suffered in Austria, Dietger's forces are significantly weakened, and he is currently relying on his allies in Saxony and Württemberg to press his claims. Duke Berenger seems to be biding his time. He is either disinterested in the title or is amassing an army and waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Intelligence supports the latter of these two outcomes as the most likely possibility. The Venetians have reported that Berenger is constructing 3 large shipyards. They speculate he intends to create a powerful navy to project strength across the Mediterranean. Though at this time it is unknown whether these shipyards are designed for the construction of a trade fleet or an armada. Upon hearing the last part of this news, the emperor's frowning face worsened to an ugly state. It was becoming apparent that if Berenger was left to his own devices, he could prove to be a troublesome opponent in the future. Still, there was not much he could do about such a thing. Short of trying to revoke Berengar's title of duke, which would force him into a war with the Austrians, there was no way for the emperor to enforce his will on Berenger and the Austrian people. Despite the Holy Roman Empire being more streamlined within its political structure in this timeline, it still suffered from the same faults of feudalism when it came to the centralization of power. The fact that there were limited lands within the crown's direct control meant that Balsamo would have a difficult time raising the forces necessary to invade Austria. Though he could rely on armies from Italy to answer his call to arms, the Germans were in the middle of a civil war, and so was Bohemia. The only other vassals he could call upon with any large force was the leader of the Swiss Confederation, and he was a man known for minding his own business. The emperor of the Holy Roman Empire was left with a headache as he had no idea how to stem the growing tide that was the Duchy of Austria. Seeing that the emperor was silent for an extended time, the minister began to speak of his reports again. The armies of Luxembourg and their allies have marched into Bavaria after several battles back and forth between the von Wittelsbachs and the von Luxembourgs. It has turned into a stalemate, with the northeastern border of Bavaria under Luxembourg occupation. Only time will tell how long this conflict will last, and who will become victorious is still unknown. The war will likely continue for years without a clear victor. Unless we want to personally get involved and declare the next king of Germany of our choosing, then I suggest we leave it be and let the Germans settle their disputes by themselves. The Holy Roman Emperor nodded in agreement to this stance. He had no desire to waste his armies on the infighting of the German people. Instead, he was more interested in suppressing Berenger and Austria as best as possible. As such, he asked the question on his mind. What is the status of the Pope's attempts to rally enough forces for a new crusade against Berenger and his heresy? As he was asked this question, the minister began to frown and spoke gently, knowing that his following words would greatly upset the emperor. The Pope has his attention divided to Bohemia at the moment. The outbreak of the Hussite heresy and their war to overthrow the Bohemian crown is a more immediate threat when compared to that of Berenger and his heresy. As such, the timeline established to prepare an army to invade Austria has been delayed. Instead, what few forces the Vatican has gathered will be marching on Bohemia first. Though Berenger has taken a neutral stance in the war, our spies report seeing a large number of hand cannons and cannons in the arms of the Hussite forces. The number that they wield is far more than they should generally be equipped with. Thus it is believed these weapons are manufactured in Vienna and transported into Hussite lands. However, none of this can be proven, as Berengar's agents are highly effective at counter-espionage. As such, whatever is occurring in Austrian lands is unknown to us at the moment. This news was enough to get the emperor to grind his teeth. It seemed as if this entire report presented to him was nothing but bad news. As such, the emperor began to lash out at his ministers. Is there any good news at all? Do any of you have a single idea on how to suppress Berenger and his rapid growth? Before long, that boy will be challenging my authority as emperor. Something needs to be done about this, and until the crusade is called, military conflict is not an option. The various ministers who were gathered all began to glance at one another in awkward silence. That is until one of the ministers began to speak up. We could impose taxes and tariffs upon Austria and their goods. This way, the Austrian economy will suffer, and Berenger the Accursed will have a difficult time funding the expansion of his military. When the emperor heard this, he began to smile. This was a good idea. However, just as he was about to give the decree to place unfair taxes on Austria, another one of his ministers spoke up. Are you an idiot? First off, if we were to impose taxes strictly on Austrian goods, it would come across as the emperor bullying one of his vassals, which Berenger could use to breed conflict among the other vassals. That is the best-case scenario. The worst-case scenario is Berenger could outright refuse to pay such taxes, forcing us with two options: lower our heads in humiliation or invade Austria and fight a war that we are not prepared for. The moment the emperor heard this, all the joy that had momentarily filled his heart dissipated, as the minister who reigned on his parade had made a valid counterargument against such an option. Thus once more, Balsamo and his ministers were scratching their heads trying to figure out a course of action. Ultimately, the ugly minister with the unkempt beard spoke up with the best option that the imperial crown had at the moment. If we wish to suppress Berengar's growth without giving him a casus belli, there is only one option. We must sabotage his industry. In doing so, we can maintain plausible deniability while still crippling his means to arm himself. The difficulty lies with getting our agents into Austria without being detected by Berengar's robust spy network. For starters, he is only accepting immigrants of German descent into Austria, leaving our options of spies solely from the Swiss Confederation. We will have to actively wage a war of intrigue against Austria and build up enough of a network to infiltrate into his industrial cities. Doing so could take months, if not years, to accomplish any results and would surely be costly. However, it is the best option available to us at the moment, aside from outright war. After hearing this, the gathered ministers began to mutter among themselves before agreeing to this proposition unanimously. As such, the emperor grinned from ear to ear, showing off his sickly yellow teeth as he did so. Afterward, he began to bellow in laughter before calming himself to a degree necessary to give his decree. So be it. Berenger, I would like to see how you prevent my agents from sabotaging your industry and crippling your economy. Thus the Italian kingdom and the imperial dynasty had begun to throw their weight into the fray by sabotaging Berengar's factories. He would not only cripple Berengar's economy but also weaken the Byzantine Empire to the east, who the emperor had long since had a rivalry over with in regards to who was the true successor of Rome. Of course, getting past Lindy's inquisitive gaze and that of Austria's intelligence agency is much easier said than done. After all, they had begun to rapidly expand across Germany and into northern Italy since they had started their reforms. What would follow would be a long and bloody shadow conflict between the Duke of Austria and the Holy Roman Emperor. Chapter 266. A year goes by. A year had passed since Adela's birthday, and while the world changed around him, Berenger had been living in Kufstein, overseeing the reconstruction of the Duchy of Austria. The war with the Bavarians had left much of the land ravaged, and it was through great effort that the fields began to be restored and the people returned to rebuild their homes with assistance from the state that Berenger had been establishing. Over the past year, Berenger had focused on 4 critical areas of development: agriculture, industry, infrastructure, and the military. In regards to agriculture, over the past year, the fields were resown, much to the help of the mechanized seeders that Berenger had begun to employ across the realm. The use of the steel plow and the mechanical seeder had greatly aided in the amount of farmland that could be utilized, while the fields were worked by significantly less population than was needed before. The full field system was implemented throughout the realm, semi-modern irrigation was constructed across the fields, advanced fertilizers had begun to be employed, and selective breeding was introduced to livestock. Due to the massive amount of animal power needed to utilize combine harvesters, Berenger had spent a significant sum acquiring farm horses and mules to power these devices. In the end, he felt that this would be an essential investment, as the combine harvester combined the critical components of grain harvest such as reaping, threshing, gathering, and winnowing into a single process. With this invention, the work of thousands of farmers could be done by a handful of men. The only downside was that each combined harvester required 20 or more beasts of burden. To Berenger, it was well worth the price. The thousands of farmers who would typically be working in the fields doing all of these functions were now replaced by a single machine and a few men to operate it. The men who were previously employed in the fields could be put to work in industry, construction, mining, the military, or any other number of jobs needed in a semi-modern society. They could also undergo public education and further add to Berengar's scientific network. The agriculture of Austria had made a significant progress towards the early 19th century from Berengar's previous life. Within a decade, every field of Austria would be fully mechanized while utilizing advanced irrigation and fertilizers. The towns and cities destroyed or damaged during the Bavarian occupation had undergone reconstruction under Berengar's infrastructure initiative. It was a process that might take a decade or possibly 2. Still, in the future, every city and central town of Austria would be made to a similar degree of security and sanitation that Kufstein now found itself in. Roads were being constructed across Austria to connect the major cities and towns of the realm. Roads were an essential feature for commerce, and Berenger intended to make sure that his roads stretched across the entire duchy. As for the industry, several critical industrial cities had begun to pop up aside from Kufstein. Innsbruck had long since been established as an industrial city. Within it, the arms and armor Berenger manufactured for the Byzantine Empire were mass-produced. Arquebuses, pikes, falconets, and mirror-pattern armor were mass-produced there and supplied to the Byzantine Empire under the agreement to be paid for in the future after their conquests. The emperor had agreed to Berengar's terms and unknowingly fallen into a debt trap. As for Vienna, it had begun the production of even earlier arms and armor which could be sold to any medieval army Berenger chose. They focused on the production of brigandine armor, hand cannons, primitive medieval cannons, and any number of other medieval weaponry, most of which was being given as military aid to the Hussites under the terms that they would pay for it in the future, creating a sizable debt among the Hussite forces. Within Istria, the glass and salt industries had greatly expanded over the past year, and Berenger had stolen a large portion of the market from the Venetians, much to their ire. Berenger had more than once received an unfriendly letter from the Venetian Doge demanding he cease production of his superior glass. Of course, being the terrible, aggressive, and arrogant man that he was, Berengar's response to the Venetians' outrage was to politely tell them to go pound sand. This had worsened the relations between Venice and Austria to the point of a naval arms race. As for Berengar's cathedral and grand palace, he had decided not to go with concrete and steel construction as such. He had the buildings entirely rebuilt from scratch in the form of more traditional materials such as granite and mortar. In particular, Berenger had used his chemistry department to formulate modern type M mortar, the most robust and most durable type of mortar in existence within Berengar's previous life. It was also much quicker to set into stone, and as such, despite the traditional materials, the production rate of these structures was still more significant than that of the era. He would prefer that his cultural monuments last the test of time. Thus, it would be many years before he moved into a palace befitting an emperor. Then again, it would be many years before he became an emperor, or so he thought. During this era of peace, Berenger had also begun to reconstruct the city walls of Kufstein with granite and type M mortar. Though the reinforced concrete walls allowed a greater level of protection against threats such as cannons, Berenger wanted his city walls to last the test of time, like that of the Theodosian walls of Constantinople. One day, when people looked back upon the city of Kufstein, Berenger wanted these walls to be in place as a sign of his wealth and power during his reign. Thus construction efforts across the realm were being made with more traditional materials, and the fortifications that Berenger had built with concrete and steel were being replaced and recycled. Austria held more than enough wealth to undertake such ventures, and Berenger knew it. However, out of all of Berengar's exploits over the past year, the most important was finished, and that was the construction of the shipyards. Berenger had poured an enormous amount of manpower and resources into the rapid construction of his 3 shipyards, and since then they had been completed. 2 of his ports in Trieste and Pola were currently producing Berenger-class frigates at an unprecedented rate. Due to the prefabricated parts that Berenger had made during the last year, he had enough stockpiled in warehouses near those shipyards to construct dozens of vessels. With the assembly lines in place, Berenger had already built 5 frigates to comprise his first fleet. As for Fiume, the shipyard in that region had dedicated its production to manufacturing Berengar's merchant fleet comprised of clippers. Though they had yet to set sail and bring his goods across the Mediterranean, it was only a matter of time before Austrians' goods were sold around the sea. The Grand Army of Austria had expanded to 50,000 men at this point, half of which were volunteers. The army paid well, and conscription would be mandatory the moment they went to war again. As such, many young men joined its ranks to prove their loyalty to the new regime, which had already begun to lift the peasants out of poverty. Berengar's forces were equipped with the 14-17/18 rifled musket, triangular bayonets, and quick-loading tubes. The artillery comprised 14-17 12-pounds cannons, but they were also equipped with 14-18 Schmidt guns. There was no need for a dedicated howitzer, since the 14-17 12-pounds cannon could act as a field gun and a howitzer. As for the cavalry, they were split into cuirassiers, lancers, dragoons, and hussars. Out of all the units of Berengar's army, he had the least amount of cavalry. Horses were expensive to purchase and maintain, and frankly, he did not need a massive amount of cavalry. His infantry was already so effective that cavalry was overkill. A year's worth of progress had been achieved, and it was no small amount. If things continued to progress in such a manner, Berenger would soon be able to proclaim himself King of Austria and stand on his own. Though he still desired to expand his wealth, influence, and power before that happened. After all, the moment he did so, there was a potential for war to break out, and Berenger was rather enjoying the progress he was making at the moment. Thus, for now, he would continue to develop his land until no army could challenge him. Border forts were still being constructed, and they would need to be finished before he ever thought about fighting a war for independence against the Holy Roman Empire. Thus at the moment, Berenger was sitting in his study, enjoying a sip of fortified wine as he gazed at the documents in his hands that described all of the progress that had been made in a single year. Money kept flowing into his treasury, and he spent a great deal of it to invest in his country. Now that his first fleet and his merchant fleet were constructed, he would begin his expansion into the Mediterranean and its trade. If he could sell his goods to every kingdom with a shoreline, he would be sure to make a vast fortune. Thus his immediate plan for the future was to expand his trade network, even if it angered those around him. Chapter 267, Honoria's Diary. The giant oak doors of the bedroom shut behind the white-haired princess, where she proceeded to latch them. Anuria had a broad smile on her pretty face. She had just returned home after a long journey and she had big plans for tomorrow. The young woman held her chest as she thought about tomorrow. She could feel butterflies within her heart. After taking a few moments to calm herself, Anuria pulled out a large, leather-bound book from within her pouch. This book was chestnut in color and had a strap around it that was secured with a lock. After reaching further into her bag and finding the key, she unlocked it before placing it down upon her desk that had gathered dust in her absence. After unbuckling the book, the princess gazed upon its contents. Since her arrival in Kufstein over a year ago, she had begun to keep a diary that contained her daily events. As such, she began to flip through the pages, reading through her past experiences while living under Berengar's roof. Some of these made her smile and others made her frown. It had been quite the emotional journey while staying in Kufstein. After flipping through the initial pages, she found herself reading about her experience shortly after Adela's 14th birthday party. The journal entry read as follows. September 10th, 1418. I awoke in the morning to find myself with a splitting headache. I had far too much wine to drink last night. I don't remember my actions from the night prior, but Berenger began glaring at me since the moment he first saw me. I had a relaxed breakfast alongside Berenger and the other guests who stayed within the castle of Graz, which I vomited up shortly after. Note to self: greasy food does not settle well with a hungover stomach. Later in the afternoon, Berenger visited me and chastised me for my behavior the night before. Though I do not remember behaving in such a manner, I was slightly violent with him out of jealousy towards the attention he showed to the other girls. It serves him right he doesn't notice me enough. Am I not worthy of his praise? Upon reading this entry, Anuria smiled bitterly to think even back then she was having problems with her relationship with Berenger. Not wanting to dwell on the topic, she quickly flipped through her pages to find the following passage of interest. October 5th, 1418. I have been learning to sail for some time now and have gotten quite good at it. Berenger has even promised to take me to Istria in the summer so that I can learn to sail on the sea. I am so excited I can hardly wait. After going through my daily sailing training, Berenger has given me a new task. He wants me to learn how to shoot and wield a sword to defend myself properly. I am not sure how good I will be at the task, but it makes sense. After all, some of the sailors have been eyeing me with ill intent. If not for fear of what Berenger might do to them, I dread the idea of what might happen to me. Luckily, Berenger wields enough respect that they seem to contain their lecherous nature. Then again, is it respect or fear that drives these men to behave themselves? I suppose I should ask around and see what the people under Berengar's rule think of him. Anuria fondly gazed upon this specific entry. It was one of the many moments Berenger had shown that he cared for the girl. However, the good times had lasted for such a short period. The beautiful young princess shook her head of such thoughts before flipping the page and moving on to the following central point in her diary. October 15th, 1418. Today is Lindy's birthday and Berenger has spent the entire day with Linda and their son Hans. The little tyke is so adorable. I wonder if I can have a son as cute as him one day. Wouldn't it be great if he looked like Berenger? What am I saying? It is now past noon and Berenger has barely spoken to me. Instead, he and Linda have spent the last few hours locked away in their room. I think they are having sex. I don't know why, but that makes me so jealous. I know I shouldn't be thinking such things, but every time I walk by their room and hear Lindy's pleasurable moans, I can't help but think what it would be like if I were in her position. Evening came, and at dinner, Linda announced she was pregnant, not only to Berenger but all of the guests who came to visit. Her birthday is a big deal since she is Berengar's lover. Even Adela and her family arrived. I am certain that his little fiancé appeared just as envious as I was when she heard the news. Berenger seemed so happy that it made me bitter. I wonder how he would react if I were to carry his child? After reading this, Anuria began to smile bitterly as she quickly flipped the page, looking for another entry to read. The more she read, the more she had come to regret her actions that had led to her current predicament. As such, she read the next entry with tears in her eyes as she struggled to prevent them from dropping onto the diary and staining the page and its contents. November 23rd, 1418. Today is my birthday and I celebrated it alone. I don't know why I did not tell anyone about it. Maybe because I feared that such information could lead to Berenger figuring out my identity. If he learned that I am the princess of the Byzantine Empire, would he send me home? I don't know if I would be able to live without the support he has given me. To go back home and marry that gay prince, I think I would rather die. Anuria quickly flipped the page after reading that she was delighted that she was still in Kufstein, despite everything that had happened. As such, there was no point dwelling on the past. The following few pages contained nothing of significance, and as such, the girl flipped to another entry of interest. December 25th, 1418. Today is Christmas. A few days ago was Berengar's birthday, and though there was a large celebration, nothing of interest happened. Even though the house comprises nothing more than Berenger, Henrietta, Linda, Hans, and myself, I had a wonderful time. I even managed to spend some alone time with Berenger. It seems that the days where he interacts with me are starting to become less frequent. I think he is trying to distance himself from me, but I don't know why. What have I done to upset him to such a degree? For this new year, I will give even more effort to gain his affection. After reading this, Anuria began to skip a lot of entries before landing upon one filled with tears and ink smudges. She was pretty emotional when she wrote this. As such, she took a deep breath before reading the contents, fully aware of what it contained. February 2nd, 1419. I had a massive fight with Berenger today. I don't even know why we were arguing. He has been so distant lately that it is breaking my heart. I tried to tell him how I felt, but it just came out wrong. I ended up saying some profoundly personal and hurtful things. At the end of it, he simply glared at me with eyes of fury that I did not know he possessed. Afterward, he sent me to my room to think over my actions. Where did it all go wrong? Is this my fault for not being honest with him? After reading this, Anuria sighed and skipped through multiple entries. The relationship between her and Berenger only seemed to get worse as she flipped through the pages until she landed on yet another tear-stained entry. June 6, 1419. Berenger has cancelled our trip to Istria, and by cancelled I mean he has chosen not to go with me. Instead, he is tasking my protection to his guards. It seems he wants little to do with me at the moment. I don't know what is causing this rift, but I suspect it is my fault. I need some fresh air and a new perspective. Being cooped up in Kufstein all this time is starting to get to my head. This trip will be good for me even if Berenger is not coming. It should give me some time to think about everything that has gone wrong this past year. After reading this, Anuria smiled for a moment, reflecting on the beautiful memories she made on the journey she had taken. She flipped the page and found her smile continuing to grow as she wrote about her trip abroad. July 27, 1419. It has been almost a month since I last saw Berenger, and I have made it to the shores of Aragon. The freedom of the sea and the experience I have gained by interacting with various cultures have given me time to understand myself and why my relationship with Berenger is so toxic. Berenger doesn't trust me. I have been lying about my identity for some time, and he knows. There is no other explanation. However, this is not his fault. It is mine, and mine alone. My insecurities, jealousy, and lies are what have created this rift between us. I do not doubt that Berengar's child with Linda is already born, and he is probably delighted right now. It would be rude of me to barge in at such a time of happiness. So I have decided to write him a few letters informing him of my journey and progress. Even though I know the guards he is tasked to protect me have been already notifying him, I feel it would be best if he heard from me directly. What we need now is space, so I will continue to write to him, and I will stay on my journey across the Mediterranean until I am ready to tell him the truth. Who knows what I might find? The following entry that Anuria flipped to was stained with her blood. After reading through it, a smile formed on her face, and she reflected upon that fateful day that had filled her with dreams and determination. September 3, 1419. Pirates have attacked my ship. Luckily, the guards assigned to me could defend our vessel. So much so that we managed to board the pirates' ship and wipe them out. I was forced to take up arms during the conflict and have sustained minor injuries. I have never felt so alive before. We plundered the pirates' cargo and stole the caravel they used. It is mine now. I have my own ship. Maybe I will form a crew of my own and sail across the sea, targeting pirates and brigands for their ill-gotten gains. I must thank Berenger for all the training he provided to me. I likely would have died in the conflict if not for him. I think I am ready to return home. Home? Is Kufstein my home now? I don't even know the answer to that anymore. All I understand is that I have matured on this journey and now know what I want in this life. After reading this, Anuria turned the page. This entry was blank. She had not journaled since the moment she decided to return home. Now that she was in Kufstein, she felt it was the perfect time to get her thoughts into place. As such, she dipped her quill into ink before writing the newest passage to her diary. September 15, 1419. Over a year has passed since I first arrived in Kufstein. I can honestly say that even though there were times where I was miserable, it was a far better experience than being locked up in Constantinople. I did not have the chance to meet with Berenger long enough to express my thoughts to him upon my return. However, he seemed to be generally happy that I was back. Considering we left on such bad terms, I was slightly afraid he would still be mad at me. A little break is all that we needed and some time to clear our heads. However, I am ready now. I will tell him everything there is to know about me tomorrow. I will be frank about who I am, where I come from, what I have become under his tutelage, and what it is I desire in life. To be honest, I am quite frightened, but I will no longer live in fear of rejection. If Berenger accepts me, it will be for who I am. I am no longer that scared little princess locked away in her father's palace. I am a sailor, an adventurer, and if Berenger thinks he can keep me locked up in his castle like an obedient little princess, he is dead wrong. The worst thing that could happen is Berenger rejects me. If he does, I will pay him back for his kindness with the wealth I have gained from the pirates and set sail for unknown destinations. I have no idea what crew I will form or how I will go about it, yet I know in my heart that adventure and glory wait for me. After writing this, Anuria allowed the ink to settle before closing the diary and locking it shut. After doing so, she placed it within her underwear drawer and lay down on her bed. She would need a good night's rest if she were to talk with Berenger tomorrow about everything she had come to realize over these past few months. Chapter 268, Anuria's Confession. Berenger was within his study. It had been a year since Adela's birthday and he had made significant progress in this time. At the moment, he was drafting a new form of naval law, one that would prove vital to the upcoming war with the Venetians. There was no doubt about it, relations with the Republic of Venice had deteriorated to the point where war was inevitable, and frankly, Berenger did not have enough ships built yet to combat the threat of the Venetian navy. Thus he had a peculiar idea from his previous life in mind to combat the Venetian menace. As he drafted this legislation, he began to think about a particular candidate on his mind to fulfill the role. A bitter smile formed on his face as he reflected on his poor relationship with Anuria. The past year his relationship with the girl had been strained. A year ago, she claimed she would tell him her identity, but the day never came, and the more he waited for the girl to be honest with him, the more his patience wore thin. If not for the trip Anuria had taken, Berenger probably would have done something reckless. However, when she returned after several months of absence, he felt as if the thing that had been missing from his life was finally fulfilled. He knew now that he had feelings for the girl, even if their relationship was by no means healthy. He just wished the girl would reveal what he had long since found out about her. Though it was difficult, Berenger used his spies to procure the intel that the princess had run away and was presumed dead. Throughout the past year, Berengar's spies worked hard to track Anuria's previous journey through the Black Sea and the Danube to Kufstein. Despite knowing the truth, Berenger had still waited for the young princess to reveal her past on her own terms. The constant lies and the insecure jealousy she had shown when Berenger was with other women were part of why they had drifted so far apart. As Berenger thought about this, he drank from his skull chalice. Shortly after taking a sip of the fortified wine, he heard a knock on his door, and as such, he got up and opened it to find Anuria standing in his doorway with a flustered expression. Before Berenger could say a word, she grabbed a hold of him and kissed him on the lips passionately. Though startled, Berenger accepted the gift and instead took charge as he showed the inexperienced princess how the art of kissing was done correctly. After a few moments of intimacy, Anuria broke apart from Berenger. She was fully blushing at this point and muttered beneath her breath in embarrassment, "I love you." Though Berenger wanted to tease the girl, he decided not to and instead led her into his study where the two sat down across from each other. He could tell that this was a much-needed conversation and decided to be serious about it. Berenger poured Anuria a glass filled with the fortified wine and handed it to her before sipping on his own. The two of them drank in silence for some time before Berenger broke it. "I suppose you have something you want to say?" To this, Anuria responded. She took a deep breath before uttering the first thought on her mind. "I haven't been entirely honest with you. My name is not Valeria, it is Anuria, and I am the princess of the Byzantine Empire." After saying this, Berenger merely stared at her with a stoic expression which got on the princess' nerves. She began to pout. Anuria had expected that Berenger would have a far greater reaction to such news. However, the way he was looking at her as if he did not care in the slightest irritated her, thus she began to voice her frustrations. "Well, what do you think?" Berenger placed his skull chalice on the table before revealing his thoughts to the young princess. "I know, in fact, I have known for quite some time. If I am being honest, I have been waiting for you to tell me, but you just never did, even after promising you would do so. I suppose that is one of the reasons why I grew so distant to you. I don't like being lied to by a girl I happen to fancy." Anuria was slightly shocked, though she had suspected Berenger knew the truth about her identity on more than one occasion. She had always rejected such notions. Instead, she always thought that he was angry about her for lying about other things. After calming herself down by drinking more of the wine, she eventually began to speak her piece. "I have feelings for you, Berenger, even if we did not start on the right foot. However, I won't lie to you, I don't intend to stay trapped in Kufstein Castle for the rest of my life. I want to go out and explore the world and go on adventures. You asked me a year ago what my dreams were, and I have come to realize it. When I was gone, my ship was targeted by pirates. Due to your guard's assistance, we were able to repel them and even seize their assets. It was truly exhilarating. For the first time in my life, I felt truly alive. I want a ship and crew of my own. I want to sail the sea and plunder the vessels of those who deserve it. However, I also want a safe place to call home and a man to hold me and comfort me after I come back from a long journey at sea. I want that man to be you, but if you are intent on keeping me locked up as you planned for Linda and Adela, I can't see myself agreeing to that." Hearing this, Berengar's lips curled into a smirk. The look on his face greatly dissatisfied Anuria, that is until the reason for it was revealed. Berenger handed the piece of paper he had been working on earlier in the day to Anuria while remaining completely silent. When Anuria gazed at the document in her hands, she was baffled. "What is this?" Berenger leaned back in his seat before explaining the details to the young princess. "It is a letter of marque and reprisal. Essentially, I am looking for experienced sailors to attack and capture the vessels of the nations that I am at war with. You may not be aware of this, but conflict is brewing with the Venetians and it won't be long before a fight breaks out. I am not ready for this war. They have hundreds of vessels and are cranking out their caravels at a much faster rate than I can construct my frigates. So I need people like you, sailors who seek adventure and glory to. It sounds to me like the perfect job for you. Do you agree?" Upon hearing this, Anuria looked at Berenger with a gaze filled with affection and confusion as such. She wanted to clarify what Berenger had just said. "You want me to be a pirate?" Berenger shook his head and corrected her instantly. To him, there was a distinction between a common pirate and what he was asking her to become. Privateer, essentially it is the same thing, but you have the protection of the Ducal Crown of Austria. You will fly my flag on your vessel and have the full legal authority to attack my enemies. However, you are forbidden from attacking neutral parties. If you do so, you will be branded a pirate and suffer the same fate. Anuria was shocked when she heard this. Such an idea did not exist until now, yet Berenger had essentially legalized piracy, at least to the extent of attacking his enemies. Which was more than enough to earn a fortune. If a war broke out with the Venetians, one could become exceptionally wealthy by attacking their shipping vessels. However, what Berenger said next shocked her even more. As for a ship, I wanted it to be a secret, but I have begun the construction of a sloop of war for you as a birthday gift. I know it is still a few months away, but I assure you this 18-gun vessel is far superior to that silly caravel you have captured from those pirates. Honoria gazed at Berenger with further astonishment. She instantly wanted to clarify the issue at hand. You know about my caravel? To this, Berenger simply smirked as he responded in a haughty tone. Of course. Remember, my guards watched you the entire time. Nothing on your journey happened that I don't know about. I protect my women, and I can't protect them if I don't know what trouble they might be in. As you can see, I am very supportive of your dreams. You can come and go from Kufstein as you please, and I will be here for you when you desire to see me. However, I have two conditions for all of this. The last part of Berengar's statement invoked Honoria's natural curiosity. As such, she asked the question on her mind. And that is? Berenger began to sip from his chalice, finishing the fortified wine in the process after wiping his mouth with a napkin. He informed Honoria of his condition. As you are probably aware, I am a very jealous lover. As long as you promise to stay loyal to me, I will be more than happy to give you everything you desire. Of course, I would prefer if your crew was entirely comprised of women. I would not be able to sleep at night worrying about your safety surrounded by a bunch of scoundrels. As long as you agree to these terms, I will be more than happy to fund your adventures and give you all the support you need to achieve your dreams. So how about it? Do you swear to be loyal to me as my woman and take up a crew of only women? Upon hearing this, Honoria began to giggle. After a while, she sighed heavily before calming herself down. You are such a hypocrite. To this, Berenger merely smiled before expressing his views. Aren't we all? Honoria smiled and walked around Berengar's desk before sitting on his lap and kissing him passionately once more. After releasing herself from his grasp, she nodded her head and spoke her mind. Consider this my promise to you. Afterward, she began to strip Berengar's clothes while he removed her own. Before long, the two were enjoying the warmth of each other's bodies. As Berenger took Honoria's virginity, he gazed down at sight with a smile on his face before speaking his thoughts. It is good to be the Duke. Chapter 269. Plans for Independence. After spending the night with Honoria, much to the ire of Linda, Berenger had successfully cemented his relationship with the young princess of the Byzantine Empire. As for his plans for her identity as a privateer, he decided it would be best for her to keep up the ruse of Valeria Zoanara. Berenger had even helped her create a convincing persona that others would not look into. The days of Lady Valeria of Antioch were long gone. Now Honoria pretended to be Valeria Zanara, an orphan from Constantinople who grew up as a captive of pirates. For the next few days, Berenger had spent much time with Honoria. Now that they were a couple, he wanted to show her some love. As such, he spent a great deal of time with the girl, going on dates and taking her to bed. After a few days, Berenger got back to work. He had more important things to worry about. Thus, while Berenger was working on expanding his navy to compete with the arms race that had appeared with the Venetians, Honoria was set to task recruiting an all-female crew. She had decided to promise wealth and glory to young women and girls who were down on their luck, orphans, prostitutes, bar wenches, any number of ordinary women who dreamed of a better life than what they currently had. As for Berenger, he was currently sitting in his study once more while Linda was sitting in front of him with a scowl on her face. She was well aware of what Berenger and Honoria had gotten up to in the past few days, and she was displeased. Until now, she had Berenger entirely to herself, and though she knew eventually Berenger would marry Adela and sleep with her, she wanted to hold on to the fact that she was Berengar's only partner for a bit longer. Seeing that his lover was upset over the lack of attention he had given her over the past few days, Berenger began to tease the young woman. You know, dear, you could always join us. Nobody is preventing you from climbing into bed with Honoria and myself. By now, Linda thought there was no shameless thing Berenger could say that would make her embarrassed. However, when she thought of such a scenario, her mind went blank, and her porcelain cheeks began to flush red with embarrassment. Seeing Linda was pondering the decision, Berenger merely chuckled before shifting the topic. Eventually, she would come around to the idea. Out of all of the girls Berenger had by his side, Linda was by far the most open to new ideas. Even though he had not spent any intimate time with Adela and had just recently gotten to know Honoria in such a sense, he knew enough about their personalities that Linda would be the easiest to coax into group sex. For now, he placed the document in front of Linda and smiled devilishly. Your sister Adelheid has proven exceptional in counterintelligence. The Emperor's agents have attempted to infiltrate Innsbruck and sabotage the factories. Luckily, she caught them before they could do any damage, and they have been interrogated extensively, confessing to their crimes. I will have them publicly speak of their crimes and pin the blame onto the Emperor and thus erode the confidence his vassals have in him. If he is willing to sabotage my factories out of fear of my rapid growth, then it has become apparent that the Emperor is my enemy. A war for independence is inevitable, and I need to know that our agents are up to the task. Linda looked at the report. Briefly, She was already aware of the issue as the Director of Intelligence and thus gave an honest situation report. The Department of Intelligence has extended into northern Italy, including Florence, where the Emperor resides. We can easily strike at him within his home territory. The real question is whether our armies are ready for war. I know you have 50,000 soldiers at the moment, nearly half a dozen vessels, and enough sailors and marines to arm them. But a war for independence against the Holy Roman Empire would drag the Italians and the Swiss into the conflict. We have no allies. What exactly is the time frame for this war of yours? To this, Berenger rose from his seat and walked over to the window, where he looked out upon the city he had created. After gazing into the distance for a few moments, he made his stance clear. It is not as simple as you make it seem. When the war in Bohemia ends, the entire Catholic world will shift its attention onto us regardless of who wins. When they do so, we will be beset by all sides by enemies, and few allies to call upon. To ensure our victory in the upcoming crusade, my plan is twofold. First and foremost, we can take a preemptive strike against the Italians, and by extension, the Swiss. We can wage war for independence against the Holy Roman Empire, where we will destroy the Venetian and Genoan navies while crushing the Italian and Swiss armies in battle. If they are weakened before the crusade is declared, we will have dealt with our two closest adversaries and have given ourselves a fighting chance. After hearing this, Linda straightened her back and put down her wine cup. She provided her earnest attention to Berenger before asking the question on her mind. What is the second part? Berenger sighed as he heard this and pressed his forehead into his palm. Seeing that her lover was visibly stressed, Linda rose from her seat and approached Berengar's back, where she began to rub his shoulders. While she was doing so, Berenger stated the second part of his plan. As for the second portion, I will not lie, it is going to be difficult. As you know, I am far from a skilled diplomat, and this plan requires effective diplomacy. Essentially, we would need to secure alliances with the enemies of my enemies. In particular, I have my eyes on Iberia. Despite the ongoing Reconquista, the Catholic Iberians are a fiercely zealous people and would indeed send an army into Austria. To ensure that they are preoccupied, I will have to travel to Granada and gain the support of the Moors who live there. This has its downsides, as such an action will only further justify the activities of the Vatican when they declare a crusade against me, at least in the minds of the Catholics. Openly supporting the Moors against Reconquista will indeed invoke the ire of the Iberians. However, the benefits of this action are not just a matter of keeping the Catholic Iberians occupied. Building an alliance with the Emirate of Granada, who is inhabiting the Strait of Gibraltar, is crucial to my plans, as I will have a friendly nation in charge of the access to the Atlantic. When Linda heard this, she was confused. She had no idea why Berenger would care about access to the Atlantic, but she did not pay more than a second's worth of attention to such a thing. Instead, she nodded her head in agreement. What Berenger said had made sense to her. Berenger was always a big-picture kind of man. He constantly plotted 10 steps ahead of himself. While Linda was thinking of the short-term consequences of a war with the Emperor, Berenger was already planning for the upcoming crusade, which they both knew loomed over Austria and southern Germany as a whole. Linda ceased rubbing Berengar's back as he turned around and faced her, cupping her beautiful face in his hands as he soothed her worries. You asked me what the time frame for my war for independence is. Within a year, I intend to have a navy large enough to contend with Italy. By then, my army will have grown significantly more, and I will not have to fear the combined might of the Swiss and Italian forces. After we have crushed the Emperor and his allies, I will declare myself King of Austria, and in doing so, secure my independence. When that is over, I can hold my head high as I marry you, 3 girls, knowing that I am the sovereign of my realm. Hearing Berenger speak of his grand ambitions always made Linda excited. Few men would have the courage to stare down the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire in a war of intrigue, while preparing for a full-scale military conflict. Such boldness was attractive to Linda and affirmed her choice of partner. Even if she had to share Berenger with others, she did not mind. After all, Linda was convinced that Onedi Berenger would become a figure remembered for all of history. In her eyes, it was better to be one of several wives that belonged to an extraordinary man than the single wife of a great man. With that said, Berenger had much to plan for and little time to do it. As such, he dismissed Linda before getting back to work. He would have his fun with her later in the night. As for Honoria, she was free to join the fun, though whether she would do so was another story. Chapter 270. Preparing for a journey. The Emirate of Granada, the last Muslim kingdom in Europe in Berengar's past life, fell to the Spanish in 1492. With the fall of Granada and having gained access to the Strait of Gibraltar, the Spanish hired explorers to set sail for parts unknown. The results of this were the fact that a man named Christopher Columbus rediscovered the Americas after such knowledge was lost following Leif Erikson's expedition to Vinland. This discovery resulted in the expansion of European power and plenty of previously unknown resources finding their way into Europe. However, in this timeline, the year is currently 1419, and the Emirate of Granada is still standing. Compared to its Catholic neighbors, it has been dramatically weakened from centuries of warfare. Despite this, things were about to change for the tiny Muslim kingdom on the southern edge of Iberia. Berengar had great plans in place for Granada. To put it simply, the mighty Duke of Austria needed allies, and to him, the enemy of his enemy was his friend. Considering how zealous the Iberian Catholics were, it only made sense to make use of their longest-lasting enemy. As such, Berengar had prepared a trade envoy with his new merchant fleets over the past few months, making waves within the emirate. His intent was simple: establish diplomatic ties to the Emirate of Granada and arm them with sufficient weaponry. The purpose was to distract the Iberian Catholics when the time came for the crusade against the German Reformation. After months of working hard to get the attention of the Granada royal family, Berengar had finally caught their interest. At the moment, Berengar was seated on his ducal throne, where he read the letter in his hands. This letter was from Sultan Hassan al-Fadl, the current Sultan of the Emirate of Granada. This document addressed the desire to meet with Berengar in person, and upon reading its contents, a delighted smile formed on Berengar's lips. After months of hard work, he had finally gotten the invitation that he craved. As such, he was eager to set sail as quickly as possible. Due to the diplomatic nature of the visit, Berengar would not be taking one of his frigates on his journey to the Emirate of Granada. Instead, he would employ one of the many full-masted clippers he had designed for his merchant fleet. Such a ship was faster than any warship and would allow Berengar to safely reach the Iberian coastline even if he were pursued by hostile vessels. After reading the letter, Berengar raised from his seat. He knew his faults in regards to diplomacy. He was an incredibly prideful man who did not tolerate ultimatums or threats. To such things, his usual response was violence. Due to his lack of ability in regards to diplomacy, he desired to bring someone along with him who could effectively nullify his naturally brazen attitude. From what he knew, there was only one person he trusted to convey his best intent calmly and effectively. As such, he headed to his study, where he took out a piece of parchment and wrote a letter to a 15-year-old girl whom he had been neglecting for far too long. The letter was addressed to Adela, and for the first time, Berengar planned to use her natural talents. As such, he sent the letter to his young fiancée informing her of the desire to take her with him to the Emirate of Granada to aid him in his diplomatic efforts. It was also an excuse to spend some time with the woman who would become first among his wives. He quickly sent a letter explaining his circumstances and the desire to meet with her in Trieste, where he planned to sail with her to Granada. After doing so, he immediately began to prepare for his excursion. The first matter of business was informing his two lovers of his departure. As such, he quickly left to find them after searching around the castle for some time. Berengar found Honoria and Linda in his newborn daughter's room. The two young women were playing with Hans and his little sister, who Linda had given birth to a couple of months prior. The little girl had a similar appearance to Hans, insofar that she had pale skin, strawberry blonde hair, and sapphire eyes. The infant child was no older than 2 months and was being exceptionally doted upon by both Linda and Honoria. As for Hans, he had begun to act up because he was not getting the attention from his mother that he had previously acquired. Hans had grown not only in body but in mind throughout this past year. He was over 2 years old now, and he was already beginning to read and write. He could speak in simple sentences and had displayed exceptional intelligence. So much so that Berengar was beginning to question whether or not the boy was reincarnated like himself. However, he highly doubted such a thing for one simple reason. Despite the boy's high intelligence, he still behaved like a small child. He showed no sign of maturity and wisdom that a child with the memories of a past life would typically have. So unless this kid was the reincarnation of an evil mastermind who decided to behave like a small child to blend in, then the likelihood of him being a transmigrator was slim. Still, ever being the cautious man, Berengar kept a close eye on Hans and his behavior while he was able to do so. After standing in the doorway for a few moments in silence, his two beautiful lovers finally noticed Berengar's presence and beckoned him over to their side. However, the young duke merely shook his head before responding with his intentions. "I will be journeying to the Emirate of Granada for a diplomatic visit. I will be gone for some time. I just wanted to let you know." Linda nodded her head as she heard this. She was aware of Berengar's plan to ally with Granada and was well prepared for his leave of absence. Honoria, on the other hand, stood up from her spot with sparkling eyes. "When do we set sail?" She had assumed that she would be tagging along, considering that she was an experienced sailor by now. However, Berengar merely shook his head before responding to Honoria's comments. "I am not taking you with me. Though you have begun to improve your acting skills, it is far too risky for you to follow me to Granada. If the Sultan were to find out about your identity, it could cause problems. For now, you should focus on finding your crew members. I promise I won't be gone for long." Upon hearing this, Honoria began to pout in silence. She felt that Berengar was leaving too soon after mending the rift between them, especially after they had finally become an official couple. Nevertheless, she felt pleased knowing that no other woman would be accompanying him, utterly unaware that Berengar intended to drag Adela along with him. After informing the two young women about his plans, Linda was the one to bring up a critical point of contention. So if you are leaving tomorrow, then who will you spend your last night with before your trip? Anuria was also curious about this, and both of the girls gazed at Berenger with pleading glances. Upon seeing this, Berenger began to chuckle as he approached the two women and grabbed a hold of them each with one arm before dragging them into his embrace, where he made sure to grab a hold of their bountiful breasts. Is it too much to ask for both? Linda began to blush and cast her glance to the side as she heard this. As for Anuria, she shoved Berenger away and crossed her arms before pouting. It would appear the girl would need more convincing before Berenger could coax her into a threesome. When faced with such difficulties, Berenger gave his decree. I guess I will have to go with Linda then, sweetheart. Put the kids to bed, and then we can go have our fun. After saying this, Linda began to do as instructed, and Anuria scurried off in disgust. She was leaving Berenger and Linda behind with their two kids. As Berenger watched Anuria's fine behind pass through the door, he called out to her. You know where to find us if you change your mind. However, Anuria said nothing in response to this and rushed towards her quarters. As for Berenger and Linda, they put their kids to bed before absconding to the bedroom, where the couple had their usual fun. The next day, Berenger would travel to Istria to meet with Adela and set sail towards the Iberian coast. He had plenty of work cut out for him if he wanted to succeed in establishing an alliance with the Sultan. One thing was sure: he could finally spend some quality time with his future wife. He was ashamed that he could not spend as much time with Adela when compared to the degree he spent with his lovers. Thus he looked forward to the upcoming diplomatic visit to the Emirate of Granada and hoped that Adela would too. Chapter 271. Arriving in Granada. The clear blue skies shone above the province of Istria. Within the city of Trieste, Berenger stood at the port. In front of him was a large three-masted clipper. This ship was a transport vessel Berenger used to sell his wares across the Mediterranean over the last couple of months. Though Berenger intended to create a massive royal clipper for his family's travel in the near future, it was secondary to the concerns of establishing a naval armada and a large trade fleet. All he could do for now was to use one of his standard trading vessels that had been completed as his means of transport. Despite the fact that Berenger was inching ever closer to his dreams to discover the new world in this timeline, it would still be a few months before he was fully prepared for such a venture. Thus, Berenger intended to construct a large and powerful fleet before he ventured westward into unknown parts. At the moment, Berenger was working towards his other goal of independence by establishing an alliance with the Emirate of Granada. Not only were the Moors who inhabited the region instrumental in distracting Iberian Catholics from joining in on the upcoming crusade against Berenger and his duchy, but by providing them with sufficient arms to protect themselves against their Catholic neighbors, Berenger could delay the Reconquista. With this, Berenger could prevent Spain and Portugal from becoming significant rivals in the colonization of the New World. After gazing upon the mighty vessel with a sense of admiration, Berenger felt a pair of dainty arms wrap around him. These, of course, belonged to his future bride Adela. The young girl had grown immensely in the past few years since Berenger first arrived in this world. Though she was not as busty as Anuria or Linda, she had developed into a stunning young woman. Adela had a solid B-cup-sized chest and a petite stature. She was slim, and in a way Berenger found this quite appealing. If one were to have a harem of women, it would be ideal to have some variety. Adela was dressed in a sapphire blue dress with golden accents. The jewelry she wore was a mix of fine gold and sapphires, which highlighted her matching eyes perfectly. She still wore her twin-tail hairstyle, and Berenger found this to be quite adorable. After taking in the breathtaking image of his young fiancée, Berenger smiled before greeting the young woman. You have truly become a gorgeous young woman, Adela. I can hardly wait until the day we are married. Throughout these past few years, Adela had worked hard to become someone who could aid Berenger in his work as a head of state. Thus, she had become quite efficient in diplomacy and administration. Berenger was aware of her growth in these aspects and had personally requested her for this diplomatic visit to Granada. When Adela heard Berengar's kind words, she bowed respectfully before responding with a formal greeting. After all, they were still in public, and thus she felt it inappropriate to refer to Berenger by his first name. You honor me, your grace. After their initial greeting was over, Berenger grabbed a hold of Adela and hugged her. He did not care for formal etiquette, especially when it was with one of the girls he loved. Adela, on the other hand, began to flush red with embarrassment, but she did not pull herself out of Berengar's grasp after all. She craved his attention, and now she was finally receiving it without any form of interference. After holding onto Adela for some time, Berenger whispered in her ear, "It's been too long." The couple shared the intimate moment for a few moments before Berenger finally broke away and got down to business. Well, are you ready to depart? To this, Adela nodded her head silently before her servants began to carry her luggage onto the vessel. Berenger walked alongside Adela while holding her little hand in his own as they stepped onto the ship that would transport them to Granada. After stepping onto the vessel, Berenger led Adela below deck where her quarters were awaiting her while the two of them were on board the ship. The captain's quarters were allotted to Berenger, and the first mate's cabin was given to Adela. These cabins were large enough to host a queen-size bed within them. As for the ship's captain, he stayed in one of the other cabins, and so too did his officers. After settling in, the boat began to depart. Berenger stayed within the saloon alongside Adela for the time being, where they continued to catch up on the events since their last meeting, which was not long ago on her 15th birthday. Days would pass before they finally arrived in Granada due to the unrivaled speed of the clippers. The journey from Istria to Iberia was substantially shorter than if they took one of the more contemporary vessels like the Carrack or Caravel. When the three-masted clipper finally docked at the port city of Motril, they did not stay long. Instead, they immediately got into a caravan and rode up to the capital city of Granada, where the Sultan and his family resided. After several days of travel, Berenger and his host arrived at the Granadan royal court, where the Sultan welcomed him with open arms. The man was even younger than Berenger. From his appearance, he was no older than 19. Hassan had recently inherited his position from his late father. He had a handsome clean-shaven face with lightly tanned skin and shoulder-length dark hair. The young man also had eyes the color of chocolate. As the Sultan of Granada, Hassan was an ethnic Berber. Medieval Europeans used the term Moor to describe a group of people from North Africa mainly comprised of a mix of Arabs and Berbers, and to a limited extent, their sub-Saharan African slaves and mercenaries that were primarily taken from the areas that would be known in Berengar's previous life as Mali and Niger. Upon seeing the extravagantly dressed Duke of Austria enter through his palace gates, the man who ruled over the Emirate of Granada greeted Berenger in a traditional Islamic fashion. "Assalamu alaikum, O great Duke of Austria." Though the man spoke in Arabic, Berenger had a translator nearby. However, much to the surprise of everyone present, Berenger returned his greeting with an appropriate response. "Wa alaikum salam, mighty Sultan of Granada." Due to Berengar's tenure in Afghanistan, he knew a bit of the Arabic tongue. Despite the fact that Arabic was a minority language in Afghanistan, Berenger had spent many of his years there learning the language. The reason was that it was a more common tongue throughout the world than Pashtun or Dari, and thus after his service, he could potentially bring it into his professional life. Though it was a far more modern variant than the version spoken in medieval Iberia, he could still vaguely get his words across. Adela was also surprised that Berenger seemed to know how to speak Arabic, at least to some degree, and gazed curiously at her fiancé as he addressed the Sultan as if he were a long-lost friend. "When I received your invitation to visit your royal palace, I was quite excited. I think there is much our two peoples can accomplish if we work together." Upon hearing this, Hassan began to chuckle and nodded his head. "I look forward to discussing our people's future together. Tell me, who is this beautiful young woman next to you?" Berenger grabbed a hold of Adela's shoulder in response to the Sultan's words and dragged her in close to him before declaring her position in his life. "This is Adela von Graz, daughter of Marquis Otto von Graz and my fiancé. We will be married next year." The Sultan nodded his head as he heard this before responding to Berengar's claims. "You are truly a lucky man, Duke Berenger. I also have a beautiful bride. It would appear that we have more in common than I initially thought." After saying this, the Sultan personally led Berenger, Adela, and their host into his palace, introducing the magnificent structures and grandiose furnishings along the way. After a while, they stopped at the dining hall, where a meal was being prepared. "Come, sit. Enjoy dinner with my family and me. You must be starving after such a long journey." Upon hearing this, Berenger did not refuse, and as such, he nodded politely before pulling out Adela's seat, allowing her to sit down at the table gracefully, where he then sat next to her. Before long, Berenger and his host as well as the royal family of Granada had gathered in the dining hall to share a meal. This would be the first of many discussions that would occur during Berengar's visit to Granda. With Adela by his side, Berenger was confident in coming to an agreement that would be beneficial to both himself and the Emirate of Granada, though whether such an alliance would occur was yet to be seen. Chapter 272. Negotiations with the Sultan of Granada. Berenger and Adela sat at the Sultan of Granada's table, enjoying food that was unique to the culture. Berenger had never tasted such delicacies before, and as an avid foodie, he was enjoying it to his heart's content. On the other hand, Adela was slightly worried at the gazes she was receiving from some of the more traditional members of Hassan's dynasty. The unwelcome looks afforded to her resulted from Berengar's refusal to force his young fiancé to wear a hijab. It was a matter of principle to him. Hassan was far more secular than many of the people in Granada, and because of this, he had allowed Adela to walk around freely in his territory without some form of face covering. In his eyes, she was a Christian woman and a diplomat, and it would be rude of him to force such traditions on foreigners like the Austrian host. This lack of devotion to the traditions and the Islamic faith was a point of contention among many other members of Hassan's dynasty, and they had begun to plot in the shadows against the young sultan. Though alcohol was not served at the feast, Berenger enjoyed himself nonetheless. He took a break from the roasted lamb to discuss matters of importance between himself and Hassan. After all, a banquet was an excellent opportunity to discuss business. Tell me, Your Majesty, what is the current situation like with your neighbors? I have heard that the Iberian Catholics are attempting to conquer Granada. All I hear is Catholic propaganda about how it is a matter of time before Granada is reclaimed for Christendom, so I would like to hear your opinion about the ongoing war efforts. While Berenger spoke in German, his words were translated to Hassan by a translator hired by the Royal Court of Granada for this special occasion. Likewise, Berenger himself had a translator to convert the Arabic words of the Sultan into German so that he could adequately understand them. The differences between modern Arabic and medieval Arabic were too significant for Berenger to overcome after all. He was not even fluent in the modern dialect. Thus, the conversation between the two men was carried on by the duo of translators that both parties had hired. Hassan was willing to meet with Berenger because he was aware of the German Reformation that Berenger had spurred and that he was enemies with the Catholic faith in a way. They held similar positions. Surrounded by hostile neighbors, relying on their means to defend their territory, they would be natural allies if they weren't so far apart. However, Hassan was not willing to reveal the complete difficulty he was facing against the Catholics of Castile, Aragon, and Portugal. The reasons for this were relatively simple. For starters, he was currently negotiating an agreement with Berenger. The benefits he could obtain were purely based upon the show of force he could provide. In reality, his position was relatively poor, barely holding onto the territory he currently had. However, he would never reveal this, and as such, the young Sultan proudly declared his army's capability. Despite being surrounded by enemies on all sides, we are holding out well enough. This is a war against our faith, and the soldiers of Granada will never fall so long as they have faith in Allah. Berenger nodded. When he heard this, he knew that the Sultan would never accept Christian soldiers on his land as military aid. However, Berenger did not plan to do such a thing, as it would be an open declaration of war against the Catholic world instead. He touched upon the weakness of Granada that he knew they were facing. That is good to hear. I would be beside myself if your mighty kingdom fell against those self-righteous Catholics. Tell me, how are your logistics? Are you able to properly supply your soldiers with food, water, and arms? If not, I would be more than happy to provide material support for your cause. When the members of Hassan's dynasty heard this, they were surprised. Berenger may not be a Catholic, but he was still Christian. The idea of a Christian ruler aiding the Muslim kingdom against other Christians was practically unheard of, at least when it came to European affairs. The Sultan began to discuss among his advisors such a possibility before asking for clarification. After several moments of discussion where Berenger and Adela were merely eating their meal in peace, Hassan began to ask some of the questions on his mind. You would provide us material aid? In what way? A smirk began to curve itself upon Berengar's lips when he heard this. The Sultan had taken the bait, and as such, he could start to negotiate on his terms. I can provide arms, armor, and even food. You will not need to worry about supplies taking months to arrive. My transport ships are the fastest in the world and can sail from Trieste to Motril within a matter of days. The Granadan host was shocked to hear this. Such speeds were unheard of in this period, yet it was confirmed that they had arrived in Granada relatively quickly. As such, the Sultan contemplated upon this for a few moments before asking another one of his questions. When you say arms, what exactly would you be willing to provide us with? Berenger drank from the chalice that was filled with water, quenching his parched throat and washing down the roasted lamb before responding to this particular question. His answer, if agreed upon, would change the balance of power within Iberia. After taking his sweet time to respond, Berenger wiped his mouth with the napkin before doing so. I can provide you with pikes and arquebus firearms for your infantry. In terms of artillery, I can assist you with falconet cannons. These are weapons of my invention that fire a 1-pound cannonball. Despite its small size, it can bring down a castle wall far quicker than traditional siege methods if used in large numbers or repeated barrages. If necessary, I can even send some of my officers to advise you on the tactics and strategies needed to wield such weapons properly. While the two men were conversing their negotiations, Adela was observing. She watched the reactions of the other members of the Sultan's dynasty. Though it went unnoticed by both Berenger and Hassan, the worried expressions on their faces did not get by Adela's sharp gaze. She could instantly tell that something was going on behind the scenes of the Sultan's family, and whatever it could be, it did not bode well for Berenger and his plans. As such, she decided she would properly inform Berenger of these issues when they were alone. Ultimately, the Sultan decided to halt the negotiations for now. Such a substantial promise of support would have to be thoroughly considered after all. The man was sharp and was not desperate enough to accept such lofty conditions without thinking it through. Thus, he announced his decision while maintaining the dignity of a sultan. Your words intrigue me, but I will need some time to consider your offer. In the meantime, feel free to treat my home as if it were your own. I look forward to our further discussions on this matter. Berenger smiled and nodded before taking a drink from his chalice. He knew he would not reach an agreement at the first discussion. Thus he was well prepared for this. The shifty gazes of Hassan's family did not go unnoticed by Berenger. However, he assumed they were simply nervous about dealing with an infidel, and thus he let it pass for now. After finishing the meal, Berenger, Adela, and their host were led to the quarters allotted to them during their stay. Upon entering his room and lying down on the bed, Berenger heard a knock on his door. He quickly got up from his short rest before opening it, where he noticed Adela standing with a worried expression. "Can I come in?" Berenger thought about it for a moment before silently nodding his head and allowing the girl entry to his room. After doing so, he shut the door and sat down on his bed, where he beckoned his future wife to sit by his side. Adela followed as instructed, and after a few moments of silence, she revealed the thoughts on her mind to Berenger. "Something is going on with the Sultan's family. I may not be as talented in the affairs of intrigue as Linda, but I can tell they are plotting something behind the Sultan's back. If you wish to secure this alliance with Granada, it would be wise to investigate this conspiracy silently. If they plan to assassinate Hassan, then you need to prevent it by any means necessary. Not only is this likely to foster a friendship between you and the Sultan, but it will also secure his power in the region." Berenger was shocked when he heard this, however. He noticed their nervous expressions, though he did not even think of such a possibility. Thinking back upon their looks' disdain when the Sultan entertained Berengar's idea of support, it started to make sense. Luckily for him, Berenger had brought several members of his intelligence agency. The reason for this was simple. Linda wanted to keep an eye on him if he did something foolish like flirt with the Princess of Granada. However, the Sultan's sister was wrapped head to toe in a burqa, and Berenger could not lust for her. As such, Berenger and Adela had begun to intertwine themselves with the affairs of the royal Granadan court and would soon be involved in a grand conspiracy, one whose plot had yet to be revealed. Chapter 273. Conspiring Against the Sultan. Late into the night, there was a secret gathering of high-ranking officials within the Emirate of Granada. The Sultan's brother and several advisors were gathered in a part of the castle where they discussed their treasonous thoughts in hushed voices. Yusuf al-Fadl was the younger brother of the Sultan. However, in his mind, his conspiracy that he had established was not a matter of succession, it was a matter of faith. As a religious fundamentalist, he had seen both his elder brother and his father before him spiral into damnation by secular rule. The fact that Hassan entertained the idea of military aid from an infidel while feasting on pork and drinking wine in his spare time was bad enough. However, the Sultan had allowed Adela, a woman, to walk around uncovered. In his eyes, it was simply disgraceful, and the Sultan's lack of faith had gone too far. As such, he was quietly conversing with his co-conspirators in a hidden passage within the castle of Granada. Beside him was the marshal of the realm, the spymaster, and the spiritual advisor who happened to be a high-ranking imam. Their reason for the gathering was simple. Now that a foreign Christian ruler was staying within the castle, they had finally found a scapegoat to pin their plot to assassinate the Sultan on. This scapegoat also acted as the perfect way to establish a theocratic caliphate within the territory of Granada. Yusuf was the first to voice his concerns to his fellow conspirators. Hassan must die. In particular, he must die while this infidel of a duke stays within our territory. If we can blame him as the assassin, then we can rally the faithful against the idea of Christian intervention in our lands and establish our caliphate once and for all. The imam was the next to voice his discontent with the current situation. The Sultan has gone too far. He allows a woman to walk around freely without escort, and she is even left uncovered. Such blasphemy cannot be tolerated. We must remove Hassan as quickly as possible. The other conspirators nodded their heads in agreement upon hearing this. All of these men were a part of the Islamic fundamentalist faction. They were willing to die to see the secularism they viewed as cancer upon their realm thoroughly removed from society. Ultimately, the spymaster came up with the first plan to assassinate the current Sultan of Granada. In his hands was a vial of clear liquid. It was an odorless and tasteless poison that Berenger had once used on his father's marshal. This is a lethal concentration of the poison known as arsenic. If we put it in Hassan's wine, he will never know that he devoured it. After he is dead, we can blame the poisoning on this Duke Berenger from Austria. We won't need to fabricate too much evidence after all. The people will easily buy the idea of a Christian assassinating the Sultan. On the other hand, the marshal disagreed with this point. Why assassinate the Sultan with poison when they can get one of the house guards to kill him? As such, he voiced his disapproval of this plan immediately and offered a counter-solution. Poison has a chance of failure. A loyal soldier with a blade is more likely to succeed. We should utilize one of the members of the house guard who swears loyalty to the faith to kill the Sultan, then plant the bloodied blade among Berengar's possessions. This way, there is irrefutable proof that the Duke of Austria is responsible for the Sultan's death. Upon hearing two potential options for assassination, the leaders of the conspiracy began to fight among themselves to determine the most effective solution to their current predicament. While these men bickered among themselves, they were completely unaware that they were being observed by a pair of icy blue eyes not far away. After Berenger and Adela finished their chat, Berenger immediately set his agents to task with infiltrating the castle and spying on the most likely suspects of the conspiracy. After dressing in all black and waiting for the night, the agents began to blend in with the dimly lit corridors and successfully followed the conspirators to their meeting place. The men who planned to assassinate the Sultan had no way of knowing that everything they said was observed and documented by this Austrian agent. While this agent watched the conspirators, the men involved continued to fight among themselves until they reached a decision. Yusuf was the one to finalize the decision, and as such, spoke with authority on the matter. "We will use poison to eliminate the Sultan silently, then we will plant a vial of the substance among Berengar's belongings. He will be completely unaware that we are framing him and will make the perfect scapegoat. Tomorrow night, at the negotiations, we will enact our plan. The royal cupbearer will be alerted of our decision and will spike Hassan's drink with the poison." Despite the earlier disagreement, all of the men present nodded their heads in affirmation of the plot to assassinate the Sultan and, shortly after that, departed from the scene of their conspiracy. It was only after they all had left that the agent scurried back to Berengar's quarters, triple-checking along the way to make sure he was not observed. After the coast was clear, he knocked on Berengar's door in a specific way that symbolized he was a member of Berengar's intelligence agency. He then slid the document that he had written recording the conspirators' conversation underneath the door. Afterward, the man disappeared into the darkness and returned to his quarters. His actions were completely unnoticed by the conspirators. As Berenger read the information, he had a smile on his face before lighting the note aflame with a candle. If things turned for the worst, he did not plan to have written evidence of the conspiracy to assassinate the Sultan, even if it were in the form of recording the actual conspirators' conversation. Thus Berenger hatched a plan to spend the next day alongside Hassan and closely watched him to make sure that none of the assassination plots that had been hatched against him came to fruition. Granada was crucial to his plans for the future, and he could not allow it to fall into a state of Islamic fundamentalism. At this moment, he began to hatch a goal to investigate and reveal the conspiracy between the Sultan's brother and several of his councilmen. By doing so, he hoped to gain the favor of the Sultan and forge an alliance between the two. After thinking of his plan, Berenger went to sleep for the first time in a long time. He was utterly alone at night, making him quite irritable. Eventually, the dawn rose and Berenger was up bright and early as usual. He was awake long before the members of his house were. Thus he got out of bed and decided to go for a walk. He traversed the castle's grounds before stumbling upon Hassan awake and hard at work in his study. Interestingly enough, the man had the same habits as Berenger, awakening early and getting to work as soon as possible. Upon seeing this, Berenger instantly began to search for his translator, and after finding him, approached Hassan within his study in an attempt to strike up a conversation. As such, Berenger knocked on the door, which altered the man to his presence. The moment he looked up and gazed upon Berengar's figure with a look of confusion on his face, he inquired about it. "Duke Berenger, what are you doing up so early? Did you not sleep well? Was there something wrong with your accommodations? If they are not to your liking, I can have them changed immediately." To this, Berenger merely shook his head before responding to the young sultan with a smile on his face. "On the contrary, I was quite pleased with the room I was provided with. It was extremely comfortable. I wake up at this time every day, where I usually get some exercise in before getting straight to work." Upon hearing this, a smile formed across Hassan's face as he got up from his seat and greeted his guest. "We truly do have much in common." In response to this, Berenger nodded his head before asking the Sultan the question on his mind. "Would you like to join me? I know a few exercises that are great for your health. Like I always say, a healthy body creates a healthy mind." Thinking about it for a few moments, Hassan eventually smiled and nodded before speaking his thoughts. "Sure, I was not involved in anything too important anyways. The Duke of Austria and the Sultan of Granada went for a run afterward. They began to do push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and pull-ups. By the time they were done with the morning exercise, Hassan was exhausted and in dire need of something to eat. Berenger and Hassan sat down at the breakfast table, covered in sweat, waiting for the morning meal to arrive. With this small action, they had taken the first step to friendship. Chapter 274. Assembling a Crew. While Berenger and Adela were away at the royal court of Granada, Honoria was tasked with another objective. To put it simply, the runaway princess turned privateer queen was in the middle of searching for a crew. At the moment, she was within the city of Kufstein as per usual. She was flanked by Berengar's guards and protected from any possible threat. The beautiful white-haired princess was no longer dressed in some extravagant noblewoman's dress. Instead, she was dressed in something loosely resembling the naval uniforms Berenger had provided to his sailors. His sailors were dressed like the old Elizabethan sea dogs from his previous life. However, Berenger had custom-designed uniforms for Honoria and her crew rather than have them outright cross-dress. When designing Honoria's privateer attire, Berenger wanted something lightweight, comfy, and easy to move around in. Ultimately, What he created for her was a pair of slim black velvet breeches with minor golden embellishment and a couple of thigh-high black leather boots. For her upper attire, she wore a charcoal gray silk shirt with a black velvet jerkin that was designed for the female body. This jerkin was slightly embellished with golden embroidery. Honoria did not feel like wearing a hat most of the time, but it would be a matching cavalier hat when she did. Honoria also wore a black leather baldric that contained a frog for her sword scabbard to be attached to and a holster that held her 4-shot repeating flintlock, which was based upon the Belton flintlock action from Berengar's previous life. These weapons were an enormous expense to produce, but Berenger had opted to outfit her and her crew with such expensive and effective weaponry for Honoria's safety. After all, if they ever found themselves in close-quarters combat with men, they would be at a severe disadvantage. Thus he felt the need to equip them with multi-shot weapons. While Honoria was walking through the city of Kufstein, she noticed a young girl slightly younger than herself being forced to sweep outside a rundown shop. The girl had a pitiful look in her eye, and at the moment, there were a series of screams going on within the shop. From one glance, Honoria could tell this girl was in some trouble and thus opted to approach her. However, despite doing so, the girl refused to look up from the ground as she swept. That is until the door slammed open, and a young man in extravagant attire walked out with a slip of paper in his hands. This young man had a smug grin on his face as he boldly announced to the girl in front of him the fate that awaited her. Your parents have decided to pay off their debt to me by selling you into my service. However, after saying this, the girl refused to do as she was told and continued to sweep outside the shop. She was aware that so long as the Duke's guard were nearby, no harm could come to her, even from the hands of a nobleman. The man had not seen Honoria or her guards. Instead, he was too focused on the young and cute girl who had taken his fancy. When the girl did not go willingly with him, the man resorted to violence. He latched upon her wrist and tried to force her away. Immediately the young girl resisted, and for doing so, the man slapped her across the face and began to raise his voice at the girl. You belong to me now. You are nothing more than a slave that I have purchased for my amusement, and you will do what you are told. When Honoria heard this, she began to frown and instantly approached the man. She was greatly displeased with this scene. For starters, Berenger had outright banned slavery. It was illegal and carried a punishment of 25 years to life. There were many reasons for this, but to put it simply, Berenger wanted to avoid the centuries of domestic issues that followed American slavery in his previous life. Thus, by holding what was little more than a slavery contract in his hands and boldly declaring that the young woman belonged to him, he was committing a serious offense. Secondly, Honoria was against the idea of treating women as nothing more than slaves after all. She had been lucky with Berenger, who allowed her a much greater degree of freedom than women of the period were typically allowed. Thus, when she approached the man, she was far from in a diplomatic mood. Without even addressing the man, she ordered her guards at once. Guards, arrest this man. He has openly stated that he is engaging in slavery, and Duke Berenger has made his stance on such immoral acts abundantly clear. The moment the young nobleman heard this, he turned around with shock in his eyes. He had not even noticed Honoria or the guards nearby. By now, everyone in Kufstein was aware that Berenger had taken a white-haired beauty from the Byzantine Empire as a lover. As one of Berengar's women, Honoria held the authority to order her guards to act in such a manner. The man immediately tried to declare his innocence. However, the guards grabbed hold of the man and sequestered him. You don't understand. This is not slavery. It is a simple business transaction. The girl will work off her parents' debt to me until it is fully repaid. However, Honoria was not buying his lame excuse and instead looked at the contract given to her by one of the guards who had seized it from the young nobleman. After reading it thoroughly, Honoria stated the conditions of the contract. In return for absolving the Schneider family of their debt owed to Oswald von Fieberbrunn, Landolf Schneider agrees to sell his daughter Elfrun into the service of Oswald von Fieberbrunn in perpetuity. A lifetime of service to a master. That sounds like slavery to me. The man's eyes shrank as he heard this. This deal was supposed to be silent and secret, yet by chance, one of Berengar's lovers was walking by with her guards and witnessed the whole thing. He could be facing a minimum period of 25 years in a labor camp while the maximum sentence carried for slavery was life imprisonment, which meant that he would be forced to work in backbreaking labor until he died. Despite his noble status under Berengar's legal reforms, he was not afforded any special treatment regarding the law as such. The man was terrified of the outcome and began to panic. However, he was restrained well by the nearby guards, who awaited the arrival of the law enforcement officers to take the man into custody. With no other options, the man began screaming at the young girl he had attempted to buy in a fit of fury. You bitch! You better pray I never escape. For if I do, you will die a bloody death. There were several eyewitnesses to this man's response, and he had foolishly just stated intent to murder the victim of his crime. Thus, to make an example of him and all potential slavers. Berengar's courts would eventually use this as an excuse to throw the book at the man and keep him in a labor camp until the day he died. Though the man's family would protest these actions, there was nothing they could do in response to the overwhelming power Berenger held. After all, they were a minor noble family climbing the social ladder due to the wealth they gained from owning a few small businesses in Kufstein. After the man was dragged away in chains by the law enforcement agents, Honoria approached the young girl named Elfrun, who was in tears. She was thankful that her life had been spared from a horrific experience of sexual slavery. However, she also lamented the fact that her family was willing to condemn her to such a cruel fate due to their debt to the minor nobleman. With no options, the girl began to despair, and Honoria knew this to be the case. As such, she presented a viable alternative to the girl. You are a free woman now, and thus the choice of what you do in the future is up to you, but if I were you, I wouldn't want to stay with a family who so easily sold me into slavery either. As Elfrun wept, she spoke the thoughts on her mind to the beautiful and comforting young woman next to her. I have nowhere else to go, but I can never look at my parents the same way after this. With a gentle smile on her face, Honoria clasped the girl's shoulder, causing her to look up at her with shock. Honoria proceeded to drag the girl into her arms and hugged her while stroking her long, dirty blonde hair. If you have nowhere else to go, then you can join me. I am putting together a crew to set sail across the Mediterranean. Adventure and glory await. Are you up to the task? Upon hearing this, Elfrun had a glimmer in her eyes. The offer enticed her, and as such, she swallowed her tears before nodding with firm resolve. Such a fate was better than lying around in Kufstein waiting to be sold off to another man. With that said, Honoria had gotten her first crew member, she just needed a few dozen more, and she would have a full-sized crew to man her future sloop of war. Of course, training these wenches to be an effective privateer crew was another story entirely. Chapter 275. Conspiring against the conspirators. After eating breakfast with the Sultan of Granada, Berenger took his morning bath. Though the bathhouse in the castle of Granada was better than most, it still failed to compare to the elaborate design that Berenger had made for himself. However, it was enough to get the job done, and after finishing his bath, Berenger got dressed in his extravagant attire before regrouping with Adela. The young woman looked visibly stressed, as if she had been contemplating what actions to take during the entirety of her sleep. Nevertheless, Berenger grabbed a hold of his little fiancée and shoved her into his arms as he stroked her silky golden hair. The girl had just left her quarters before running into Berenger, and as such, she was curious about the intelligence Berenger could collect in the previous night. As such, she looked around cautiously to make sure nobody else was nearby before asking the question in her mind in a calm voice. What did you find out? Berenger nuzzled his cheek against her to put on a show of affection. If anyone were secretly watching their moves, they would think the two were embracing each other like a couple usually did. After getting close to her ears, he whispered to his little fiancée, "It is worse than we thought. Yusuf, the younger brother of Hassan, and at least 3 of his ministers are involved in a plot to assassinate the Sultan and pin the blame onto us. They intend to create a theocratic caliphate here in Granada." Though Adela was shocked to hear this, she played the part of a fiancée who was being doted on by her future husband, and as such, she did not make any facial expressions to indicate her true feelings. When do they plan to do it? Berenger danced around with Adela slightly as he kissed her forehead before speaking further about the plans. Tonight at dinner, they intend to poison Hassan's drink. The cupbearer is part of the conspiracy. I have already dispatched my agents to gather more intelligence. We cannot allow this to unfold. After saying this, Berenger broke away from the long hug and held onto Adela's hand tightly while acting as if they were not just conspiring. Well, my love, I think it is time for you to get some breakfast. I have already eaten with the Sultan, but I will accompany you anyway. With this, Adela nodded and followed Berenger to the dining hall, where the rest of Hassan's dynasty were busy eating breakfast. As for Berenger, he silently observed the discussions that were taking place at the table. After a while, the meal was over, and Adela and Berenger were free to return to their business. Berenger searched for the Sultan and eventually found him in his study once more. As such, Berenger decided to investigate whether Hassan knew he was being conspired against. Thus, he shut the door behind him as he began to question the young Sultan in a not too obvious way. Berenger had brought his translator with him, though the topic they would be discussing was confidential. The man who Berenger used as a translator was from his own court, and was someone Berenger could trust with critical information. As such, he began to speak with Hassan while his words were translated into Arabic. Pardon me if it is not my place, but I get the feeling that some of your ministers are not exactly welcome to the idea of me staying here. When Hassan heard this, he began to frown, not over Berengar's choice of words, but because Berenger was correct when he said that. As such, he sighed heavily before resting his face in his hands. It was only after a few moments that Hassan began to speak. My brother is a deeply religious person and is foolish enough to believe that the imams should run the state. I do not know where he got such beliefs, What I know is that he is deeply disturbed by our family's more secular nature as rulers. Thus, he has been conspiring with my more fanatical advisors for some time. I fear eventually they will make an attempt on my life. I am sorry to trouble you with such things. I suppose you also must have a hard time at home. After all, you are one of the figureheads of the German Reformation, and there must be die-hard Catholics who surround and scheme against you. Berenger sat in front of the man and took out a flask from his pocket and took a sip from it. The Sultan eyed the flask thoughtfully as Berenger did so. Seeing the hopeful expression on the man's face, Berenger plugged the flask and tossed it over to him before explaining its contents. It is a fortified wine. We make it in southern Tyrol. It has become one of my favorite drinks. The man quickly took off the flask's cap before smelling it. After doing so, he had a taste. When he did so, his eyes began to shine with excitement before he took another swig. After drinking his fill, he handed the flask back to Berenger, which was half empty, and Berenger merely chuckled in response. You like it, huh? To this, the Sultan nodded his head before sighing heavily. It is a damn shame I can't drink openly. The more faithful of my followers would become disgruntled if they saw me doing such a thing. In response to this, Berenger took another swig before addressing the Sultan's previous concerns. I can't say I had issues with fanatical Catholics in my ranks. I did a thorough purge of such people during my rise to power. They were removed from their positions of power and replaced with like-minded people. If what you say is true, the fanatics in your court are already plotting your death. I would be careful if I were you. Anyone who remotely disfavors your secular nature could be a threat. Tell me, who in your court would you label as a fanatic? Hassan thought about it for a few moments before he came to a sudden realization. Among all of the members of his court, few looked fondly upon his secular rule. Most of them were religious fundamentalists. As such, he quickly began to write down a list of potential suspects and their occupations. Among the members listed were his brother, most of his advisors, his cupbearer, his cooks, and even 2 of his wives. He began to become filled with paranoia as he thought about these people as potential assassins. Eventually, Hassan looked up at Berenger with a look of panic in his eyes, which slowly began to turn into a look of terror. What do I do? Any one of these people who are close to me could be a potential assassin? Berengar's lips began to curve into a wicked smile as he began to fill the young Sultan with ideas of tyranny. As such, he took a sip from the flask once more before speaking the thoughts on his mind. Anyone, no matter what their relation to you, who is a potential threat should be removed from any position where they could endanger your life. Your cupbearer, for example, I see you have listed him as a potential threat. What if tonight is the night he slips poison into your chalice? Several of your cooks are listed as well. They could easily poison your food without you realizing it. Your marshal? He can rally religious fundamentalists in your army to attack you personally. The captain of your house guard? He can turn them against you at any time. What you need to do is remove these people immediately while surrounding yourself with allies. I do not mean to suggest surrounding yourself with sycophants who tell you what you want to hear. They are equally dangerous. You need people to support you, people who share your vision. There must be some people in your court who believe in your cause. I find it hard to believe that your father could rule for so long as a secular ruler without being assassinated. If everyone in this kingdom is a religious fundamentalist like you have surrounded yourself with. You should make a list of your loyal followers, men who would kill and die for you, and have them remove every person on this list tonight at dinner. If necessary, do not be afraid to shed blood. Do not partake of the food or drink until you have secured your position. That is my suggestion. Hassan took Berengar's words to heart but did not immediately proceed to implement them into action. Instead, he looked at Berenger with a gaze of confusion before asking the question on his mind. Why are you willing to help me to such a degree? We barely know each other, and we come from 2 different worlds. Berengar's expression sank to one of pure coldness as he addressed the young Sultan over his concerns. I have seen men of every denomination kill and die in the name of their religion. These men should never be afforded a position of power. It only brings death and destruction to every poor soul caught in their wake. Though I have not known you for long, I can tell you are a man capable of bringing your people into a new golden age, one where a man isn't persecuted by the faithful because he views the world through a different lens than religion. The path to power is filled with the corpses of your enemies. If you do not have the stomach to do what is necessary, then one day the enemies surrounding you will succeed in claiming your life. You asked why I was helping you? You could say it is because I would rather not see the potential of a great man snuffed out by religious fanatics. With this said, Berenger raised from his seat and approached the door. It was only after he had grasped upon the knob and began to open it that he revealed the last part of his train of thought. For the record, I killed my brother when he made an attempt on my life. If only I had done it sooner, I might have saved myself from the loss of my right eye. Learn from my mistake and spare yourself some suffering. After leaving behind his message, Berenger left the Sultan's study and allowed the young man to dwell upon their discussion. Whether or not Hassan would be able to survive the night depended entirely upon how he proceeded with the information Berenger provided him. Chapter 276, Purging the Opposition. The time had finally come once more. Hassan had thrown a giant feast to celebrate the arrival of his guests from the east. Those guests, of course, were Berenger and his host. At the same time, Hassan sat at the head of the table with his first wife and his family gathering beside him. Yusuf sat at the other end of the table with his allies nearby. Berenger and his host were caught between 2 factions vying for power in the middle of the table. He did not know whether or not Hassan had taken their conversation seriously, but either way he would be in for a good show tonight. Berenger had decided to take a gamble and allow the young sultan to grow as a ruler. Thus, aside from having his guard nearby to protect the lives of Adela and himself, Berenger planned to sit back and watch the show. He was not nervous in the slightest. However, Adela was having a difficult time sitting still. She was filled with anxiety and feared the potential of the sultan being poisoned and she and Berenger taking the blame. Seeing his fiancée getting fidgety, Berenger grabbed a hold of her hand and whispered to her with a voice filled with confidence. "Relax. Everything is going to be fine." Upon feeling the warmth of Berengar's hand, Adela began to calm down. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath while gripping Berengar's hand tightly. As time passed, the food was eventually brought to the table where Berenger and Adela waited for the Muslims to say their prayers. After that was over, Berenger eyed Hassan with hidden intent. While doing so, the cupbearer was beginning to pour Hassan's wine. Though Berenger had not outright said that the chalice would be poisoned, he heavily implied it. Thus, he hoped that the young sultan would not be foolish enough to take a drink from it. After catching Berengar's gaze, Hassan nodded in return, which signaled to Berenger that everything was going to be okay. Seeing this, Berenger began to relax his grip on Adela's hand slightly. Instead, he began to drink from the fruit juice which was poured for their consumption. He knew his glass would not be poisoned. After all, he was the scapegoat the conspirators intended to implicate in their crime. Thus he took a heavy swig before placing the chalice down. After doing so, Hassan tapped his goblet with a spoon, gaining everyone's attention before giving a speech. "I would like to make a toast to our guests from Austria. I see great things happening between our two realms shortly. They have journeyed a long way to help us in our time of need, and as such, I would like to personally thank Duke Berenger for the assistance he has provided me during his stay." When these words were spoken, Yusuf and his allies looked at each other with troubled gazes. They did not know precisely what Hassan was referring to. However, it did not matter in the end. Hassan would still be poisoned and Berenger would take the blame, or so they thought. After saying his piece, Hassan lifted his glass in the air and said the final words of his toast. "To a new golden age." Berenger quickly raised his glass and replied before drinking its contents. As for Hassan, he did not take a drink from the glass and instead placed it on the table, still filled to the brim. In doing so, Yusuf and his allies became alarmed. Hassan was supposed to drink the fruit juice laced with arsenic, yet he had not done so. As such, Yusuf began to put on the facade of a concerned brother as he asked Hassan the question on his mind. "Dearest brother, is your stomach upset? Why do you not drink after your toast?" To this, Hassan merely sneered as he pushed the glass across the table, sliding it over to Yusuf without spilling a drop. After doing so, he gazed at Yusuf with an intimidating glare. "Brother, prove your loyalty to me and drink from this chalice. After all, if you truly supported me, you would be happy to make sure that I am not about to be poisoned, would you not?" The moment Hassan said this, Yusuf's eyes opened wide in shock, as did his allies. Yusuf began to protest as he tried not to drink from the chalice that he knew was poisoned. "I would not dare drink from the Sultan's prized chalice. It would be disrespectful." In response to this, Hassan smiled cruelly and spoke his mind. "I am afraid I am going to have to insist." Immediately after saying this, the young sultan snapped his fingers. In doing so, the house guard who were present immediately restrained Yusuf and his allies at the table, as well as the cupbearer who poisoned the drink. While Yusuf struggled desperately from the grasp of the house guards who held him in place, one of the men loyal to Hassan had a wicked smile on his face as he picked up the poisoned chalice and forced its contents down Yusuf's throat. Within seconds, Yusuf began to foam at the mouth as he broke out into seizures, eventually passing away on the spot. Upon seeing this, the women present started to shriek in horror, including Adela, who was sitting next to Berenger. Berenger, of course, was enjoying the sight as if it were the most entertaining show he had ever watched. After Yusuf's body collapsed onto the floor, Hassan gave a new decree to the guards present who were loyal to him. "My brother tried to poison me. The men who sit next to him conspired against my life so that they could usurp my position. Kill them all." With this said, the house guards unleashed their blades as they began to slaughter the religious fanatics who comprised Hassan's royal court. Immediately a spear was thrust through the back of the marshal where it protruded through his chest. Blood spilled onto the table as the spy master gazed in horror at the sight. However, before he could react, his jugular and carotid arteries were cut open by another man loyal to the Sultan. As this was going on, Berengar's guards surrounded him and Adela, forming a wall of steel around their master and his fiancée to protect them from the chaos. They wielded their muskets with bayonets affixed in all directions, prepared to kill anyone who decided to harm them. As for Hassan, he sat down at the table and began to dig into the food. Seeing the banquet host taking the first bite, Berenger followed suit. In the middle of the bloodshed, two rulers partook of the meat on the table as if the gruesome sight did not cause the slightest bit of discomfort. Before long, the guards had cleared the dining hall and had begun to spread through every corner of the castle, killing everyone on the list of names that Hassan had written as a potential assassin within his court. Sounds of steel clashing with steel resounded as the royal guard began to fight among themselves. Those loyal to Hassan had been alerted of this event beforehand and were adequately armed and prepared for the slaughter. Yusuf and his allies had no way of knowing that Hassan had the guards loyal to them taken off duty for the night and replaced with those loyal to himself. After all, chainmail veils covered all of their faces. After slaughtering the opposition at the dinner table, the loyal guards proceeded to the rest quarters of the disloyal guards and began to kill them in their sleep. Some had woken up due to the sounds of chaos and prepared themselves, but it was not enough to spare their lives. While Berenger dined upon the roasted lamb, he commented on the flavor as if the bloodbath transpiring around them was non-existent. "I will tell you one thing, lamb is the king of all meats, and your chefs know how to prepare it wonderfully." Hassan sighed upon hearing this before responding with a dejected expression. "It is a pity most of my kitchen staff are going to be purged tonight." Berenger merely nodded his head upon hearing this and responding in an equally depressing voice. "It is a pity indeed." Adela was in the middle of her seat, freaking out. She had never seen such violence and brutality. It was shocking for her as she began to panic. Berenger grabbed a hold of her hand and tried to calm her down. "Relax, sweetheart, everything will be fine." Adela unknowingly began to scream at Berenger as she raised from her seat. "Fine? How can you call this fine? How are you so calm in a situation like this? How can you still eat despite all this bloodshed? I think I am going to be sick." After saying this, Adela leaned over and hurled up the contents of her stomach. The sights and smells were too much for her fragile mind to handle. Berenger deeply regretted bringing her along. Such a sight was something he never wanted her to witness. Berenger sat Adela down next to him and began to rub her shoulders as he comforted her. Her gaze was affixed on the floor below, too frightened to look up at the savage display that surrounded her. "If I had known things would end up like this, I would have never brought you here, Adela. I am truly sorry. However, I am a man who has fought on the front lines of war. This is trivial to compare to what I have witnessed." While he was comforting Adela, one of Hassan's wives pulled out a dagger from her dress and charged at the young sultan. However, before she could reach him with her blade, one of Berengar's guards lowered his musket and fired a golf ball-sized hole through her chest, killing her on the spot. A few of the other guards immediately lowered their rifled muskets as well, presenting a threat to the sultan's other wives. Upon seeing this, Hassan was shocked. He knew some of his wives were among the opposition, but he never thought they would dare kill him. As such, he wiped the sweat from his brow before addressing Berenger. "Thanks. If not for your warning, or your men, I would have died tonight." Berenger shook his head. He was still comforting Adela when he spoke to Hassan and thus was relatively calm about the whole thing. "Not a problem. So I have to ask what happens now?" As the screams of the slaughter continued in the background, Hassan began to speak of his plans for the future. "In the upcoming days, I will purge the opposition from my army. When only men loyal to me remain among its ranks, we can discuss the military aid you offered. I owe you my life, and a military alliance between our two kingdoms is the least I can do to repay you." While listening to Hassan's plans, Berenger poured some of his fortified wine into his chalice. After Hassan and was finished speaking, he lifted the goblet in the air and spoke the words, "Assalamu alaikum." In response to this, Hassan raised his new chalice as well before responding with the phrase, "Wa alaikum salam." The purchase of the kingdom of Granda would go on for a few more days. Thousands of conspirators from every facet of society and those loyal to them would be slaughtered by Hassan as he solidified his power as the Sultan of Granada. After all, not all of the religious fundamentalists who wanted Hassan removed were stationed in Granada. By the end of this event, Sultan Hassan al-Fadl would reign supreme in the Emirate of Granada and in doing so, provided Berenger with a valuable ally in Iberia. With Berengar's interference, the era of secular rule in Granada had truly begun. Chapter 277. You are right, it is not meant to be. A week had passed since the fateful night where Berenger convinced Hassan to purge his kingdom of the faction of religious fanatics who intended to overthrow his legitimate and secular government in favor of a theocratic caliphate. During this time, Berenger comforted Adela over the overwhelming stress and anxiety she felt during the purge. As a show of thanks to Berengar's support, Hassan had given Berenger a beachside villa off the coast of Gibraltar. This beachside house was delivered in perpetuity to the von Kufstein dynasty as a show of friendship. While Hassan was busy purging the remaining opposition forces within his kingdom, Berenger watched Adela play on the beach while sipping on a glass filled with fortified wine. For the first time since Berenger had transmigrated to this world, he was finally able to see a pretty girl in a bikini. That's right, knowing that he would be traveling to Iberia, Berenger purposely had a bikini made for Adela. Because Berenger had yet to develop the process for creating nylon and other synthetic materials, Berenger could only resort to using natural fibers like hemp. Hemp was breathable and dried quickly. As such, it was a good substitute for nylon when making swimwear. In fact, he was wearing modern-style swim trunks fashioned from the material. The fresh air of the Mediterranean combined with the fun of the beach had begun to lift Adela's spirit after the brutal slaughter she had witnessed. Considering that a large chunk of the beach was reserved for Berenger and his dynasty's private use, there was not another person visible for several hundred meters. Adela's bikini was sapphire in color like her eyes, and she was pretty embarrassed while wearing such little clothing. However, Berenger had assured her it was only natural to wear light clothing on a beach, and considering she did not know any better, she decided to trust him. Which, speaking from a modern perspective, this was the truth. Besides, even if she could not admit it, it was exciting to be alone with Berenger and catch his fancy without any other girls interfering for once. As such, she began to construct a sandcastle on the beach while Berenger watched her with joy. It was not until some time later that Berengar's fun was interrupted by a messenger on horseback. He had ridden from Granada to give Berenger a letter. As Berenger opened the letter and read its contents, his smile began to fade and he nodded at the writer before sending him back to his master. Berenger quickly approached Adela, informing her of the business at hand. Looks like our little vacation is over. Now is the time to return to Granda and discuss the terms of our newfound alliance with the Sultan. Upon hearing this, Adela's eye began to show panic, and Berenger understood why. After witnessing such a horrific scene, Adela had no desire to go back to Granada. The very thought of it could induce panic attacks. As such, he hugged the girl who was beginning to breathe heavily and stroked her golden hair. It is fine, you can stay here and enjoy the beach, but I have to go. I will make sure some of my guards stay behind to protect you. Despite Berengar's kindness, Adela shook her head and steeled her resolve. She responded to Berenger with a look of great determination in her eyes. I will not be your burden. You asked me to come with you to ensure that your diplomatic efforts succeed. Even though I can't do much, I can still make sure you remain calm if things get heated. So despite my misgivings, I will accompany you. After all, I am your wife. Berengar's joy nearly fell agape as he heard this. All he could think of in his mind was one simple phrase. This girl is too cute. With that, he picked Adela up and carried her princess style back to the manor, where they began to separate so that they could change into the appropriate attire. After doing so, they stepped out of the castle and entered the carriage prepared for them by the Sultan. After traveling for a few days, they finally arrived in Granada, where Adela had difficulty stepping out of the carriage and into the castle. Berenger grasped onto her shaking hand as he led her into the castle. Thankfully, any sign of the massacre that had previously taken place here was thoroughly cleaned up, as if it had never happened, allowing Adela to breathe easily. After traversing through the castle into the Sultan's great hall, Berenger and Adela stood before the Sultan of Granada, who stood up from his seat and approached Berenger while smiling. Hassan grabbed a hold of Berenger and hugged him as if he were a long-lost brother. After a few seconds, he let go of his grasp and began to speak to Berenger about what had happened over the last week. My friend, it is great to see you. I can assure you that the fanatics who opposed my rule have been eliminated. There is no threat to my power left within my emirate, and it is all thanks to your advice. If I did not have you to guide me, I would have been killed on that dreadful night. I hope the villa was to your liking? In response to this, Berenger smiled and clasped the man's shoulder as he nodded his head with a smile on his face. It was wonderful. You have a beautiful country. I look forward to spending much of my future at the villa you have provided my family and me. Hassan smiled and nodded as he spoke to Berenger. Excellent. Excellent. I knew you would enjoy it again. I am so sorry you had to witness that barbaric display. I assure you, I am taking every precaution to appoint loyal and competent subjects as you have advised. Now we can discuss matters of state without the interference of those fanatics. Berenger walked by Hassan's side and Adela followed behind the two men as they chatted. Berenger fully announced his plans for the future of their two states. I will be frank with you, Hassan, within a year I intend to become fully independent of the Holy Roman Empire, establishing the Kingdom of Austria. The Emperor plots against me and I can no longer remain loyal to a man who would try to sabotage my people's wealth and happiness over religious differences. More than anything, I need an ally, someone dependable, someone like-minded, and someone with the potential to grow alongside me. I suggest comprehensive trade agreements between our two kingdoms to expand our wealth further, but more importantly, a powerful military alliance between our two states. I can supply you with arms, armor, and munitions at a discounted price and even provide you with military advisors for 5 years so that your troops can become fully equipped with the knowledge and resources to defeat your enemies. In return, all that I ask is that if I ever come into a situation where I am incapable of defending my borders by myself, that you aid me. In return for this, I promise to do the same for you, my friend. When Hassan heard this, he was pretty shocked. Berenger was making quite a large request of the Sultan. However, the Sultan also knew that Berengar's armies were among the best in Europe. As such, he was interested in the offer and thus voiced his concerns on the matter. When you say you will provide me with arms, armor, and munitions, I assume you are not referring to the ones that your army utilizes. Berenger began to chuckle as he heard this and responded honestly. You would be correct. I won't lie to you. I intend to maintain the stranglehold I have over advanced military technology. However, what I can do is provide you with the arms, armor, munitions, and tactics I have sold to the Byzantines. Hassan's interest grew further when he heard this. What Berenger had offered him was a far better deal than what Berenger gave the Hussites. While Berenger officially had no ties to the Hussites, Hassan was not foolish enough to believe Berenger was innocent of what he proclaimed himself regarding the war in Bohemia. The fact that Berenger was willing to provide the same level of assistance to Hassan that he offered to the Byzantines proved that the young duke was sincere about the alliance with Granada. After all, the Byzantines had begun to make significant advances into Egypt and Libya throughout the last year, mainly due to Berengar's equipment. After hearing this, Hassan sighed and voiced his concerns over the arrangement. Normally, an alliance like this is sealed with marriage. Before Berenger could allow Hassan to finish the statement, he interjected. Don't even think about it. I already have 3 women. If I add another one, I am almost certain at least one of my girls will kill me in my sleep. Hassan began to chuckle at this response and gazed over at Adela, who was pouting silently to Berengar's words. There was no denying it. The fury in her eyes showed that 2 other girls were already her limit as the main wife. Adela outright refused to allow Berenger to take in some Moorish whore as yet another bride-to-be. Seeing the terrifying look on Adela's cute little face, Hassan clasped Berengar's shoulder and sighed. You have my sympathies, my friend. I too know what it is like to have one of your wives make an attempt on your life. Fine, forget what I said. Since I owe you my life, this request of a comprehensive alliance between our two realms is a small thing to ask. We will draft a mutually beneficial treaty for our people and I will be more than happy to sign it. It is just a shame. Berengar was smiling throughout Hassan's response, but when he heard that last part it made him instinctively curious, and as such, Berengar asked the question on his mind. What is? Hassan chuckled as he heard this before replying. My little sister is quite beautiful and in need of a husband. Oh well, I guess it is not meant to be. Hearing this, Berengar nearly cursed under his breath, but he felt the murderous gaze of Adela watching over his every move and thus sighed instead. You were right, it is not meant to be. Chapter 278, The King's Sorrows. Aubrey was back at the palace in Paris. His father, King Gilles de Valois of France, was currently in the process of scolding the errant prince. For the past year, Aubrey had been fighting alongside one of his lovers, the Duke of Burgundy, against the English invasion. Rumors began to spread of the Holy Maiden of France, and they had inspired a fighting spirit within the French people. As such, the French had started to make significant gains, that is until now. The Duke of Burgundy had made a shocking announcement on this day. He would be seceding from France and pledging his support to the English crown. Few knew the actual reason for him doing so, and it had begun to cause speculation within the French royal court as to why the Duke would suddenly turn sides despite the French beginning to gain the upper hand in the conflict. The reason for this was quite simple. The Duke of Burgundy found out that Prince Aubrey was cheating on him with a total of 4 other lovers, feeling betrayed and outraged that the young man he had pledged his love to was such a filthy slut. The Duke of Burgundy declared open rebellion against the French crown. Because of this, France had once more begun to enter into a state of defeat, as they were now being attacked on both sides by their enemies, splitting their armies in two to combat the new threat from within. Gilles was one of the few men aware of the reasoning for the Duke of Burgundy's betrayal, and he only had one person he could blame. That being his errant son, who liked to dress up as a woman and get rammed by other men. Seeing his son kneeling before him, who looked prettier than his daughter, caused Gilles to spit upon the youth in disgust. Your degeneracy truly knows no bounds, my son. I would have thought that you learned your lesson by now, but you can't behave yourself, can you? Aubrey had a calm expression. He had been in this situation many times before, and as such was well aware that his father's punishment would never be too severe. Thus he merely sat there stoically waiting for his father's critique of his behavior to end. Do you not have anything to say for yourself? Are you not sorry for the damage your actions have caused? The lives that have been lost? Do you have any idea what you have done to this kingdom? With each question the king asked, his tone of voice grew more furious, and so too did it become louder. Still, Aubrey did not speak a word while being scolded in such an outrageous manner. Sibylla, on the other hand, gazed at Aubrey from the other side of the chamber. She was Aubrey's elder sister and the only princess of France. Though nobody knew it, it was precisely her fault that Aubrey turned into a cross-dressing freak. She had always been envious of Aubrey's natural beauty, even when they were children, and as such she had spent a great deal of time dressing Aubrey up in girls' clothes and putting makeup on him. Eventually, such behavior influenced the boy into the young man he had become. Even she was amazed at the body count Aubrey had behind him. Princess Sibylla was by no means pure, despite being unmarried, but she was far from as experienced as Aubrey was. Such a thing was another point of contention in her heart, as more than once guys she wanted to get with passed her by so they could sleep with her cross-dressing little brother. After all of this, Aubrey was somehow labeled the Holy Maiden of France and caused such a huge fiasco. She was both impressed and envious of Aubrey's talents in attracting men. As such, she merely sat by and watched with glee as her younger brother was scolded for his lecherous actions that had led to the Duke of Burgundy acting in rebellion. Eventually, the king sighed heavily before calming himself down. He rested his head within his hands before coming to a decision. I have no choice but to send you to the front lines again. You will bring back the head of your former lover, or you will never be allowed to return to this palace. Do I make myself understood? Aubrey snickered as he heard this lenient sentence for his crimes and responded to his father like an obedient child. Yes, Daddy. The king's skin instantly crawled when he heard this. Every time his son referred to him in such a manner, it made him want to cut his own ears off. Aubrey needed to be taught a proper lesson, but he simply did not have the heart to be so cruel. Aubrey raised from his position and left the great hall, leaving the king alone with his only daughter. Sibylla immediately began to chastise her father for being so lenient with Aubrey. TSK, TSK, TSK. The King of France is being lenient on his children once again. Do you ever wonder if that's the reason we all turned out so sinful? The moment she said this, the king's expression worsened as he heard his equally as disappointing daughter enter the fray. As such, he responded with a weary face. Sibylla, my only daughter, don't you have something better to do? For example, you could be skinning a puppy or pushing a baker's son into the oven at this very moment. Anything other than giving this old man even greater heartache. Sibylla immediately began to protest as she heard this. You pushed the baker's son into an oven one time and you never live it down. No, father, I do not have anything better to do at the moment besides watch you slap Aubrey on the wrist for causing the Duke of Burgundy to rebel against you. The king immediately began to fire back at Sibylla's response as he began to chastise her as well. Don't even get started with me, young lady. You have caused your fair share of internal rebellion. Remember the time you caused the Duchy of Aquitaine to side with the English because you nailed the Duke's scrotum to his bed frame? As Sibylla heard this, she began to giggle wickedly. She had completely forgotten about the incident and began to mock the events. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Of course, it was his fault. He told me I couldn't make him cry in bed, and I took that as a challenge. The King of France began to sigh once more as he heard his daughter's reasoning for her actions. Sometimes he swore that God was punishing him by giving him such wicked children. Aubrey was a lustful crossdresser, and Sibylla was a violent psychopath. His other two children were not much better. One was a lazy glutton and the other was a greedy coward. He could swear that if he ended up having 7 children, they would each be the personification of at least one of the 7 deadly sins. He had no idea how his children turned out so horrible. Maybe Sibylla was right. Perhaps he was a terrible father who allowed them to get away with too much mischief. As he thought about such things, Sibylla began to laugh once more before speaking the thoughts on her mind. Do you actually trust Aubrey to lead an army against the Duke of Burgundy? I mean, he will probably just end up sleeping with all of his knights. To think that the legendary Holy Maiden of France is nothing more than a perverted prince. It is hilarious, isn't it? At this point, the king had suffered enough of his daughter's torment and got up from his seat before slapping her across the face. Get out of my sight. In response to this, Sibylla snarled at the king as if she were some wild beast before turning away and walking towards her room, leaving the King of France alone on his throne, thinking about how he had managed to screw up so much as a father and as a king. Aside from his wayward children, there were several other things that the king had been lamenting as of late. The war against England would not be ending anytime soon, and none of his children were up to the task of leading the armies against the invaders. His most excellent general had just turned against him because of his son's scandalous actions, and now he was left with a war on 3 fronts. The English invaded from the north and the southwest, and now he had to fight the Burgundians in the southeast. Things did not look like they could get much worse. He knew that when the English king heard about this latest betrayal, he would be laughing up a storm at the misery and humiliation that the French royal dynasty had suffered on this day. As such, the French king had turned to his most recent pastime, the method that most depressed people use to get through the day. Thus the French king poured himself a chalice filled with wine and began to drink his sorrows away. Chapter 279, Alliance of Gibraltar. At the moment, Berenger and Hassan were sitting across from each other in the middle of the villa that had been given to Berenger. The two men had a scribe draft up a copy of the alliance agreement that was to take effect between the two realms. Berenger and Hassan sat for several hours and debated the clauses and stipulations added to the treaty. By the time the sun began to set, the document was drafted in its final state and was fully agreed on between the two parties. After several rereadings to ensure that everything was 100% correct, the two men signed it into effect. This was more than a mutual defensive pact. What the two rulers signed would later become known as the Alliance of Gibraltar. This treaty stipulated several essential factors, one of them guaranteeing independence between the two realms. The other portions of the treaty included a mutual defense pact and a comprehensive trade agreement to ensure the prosperity of both nations. After it was signed into law, Berenger had done the unthinkable. A Christian duke had established a long-term alliance with a Muslim emirate. As part of the trade agreement, Berenger would supply the Emirate of Granada with arms, armor, and munitions at a discounted price of 25%. It was a better deal than he was giving the Byzantines, and though Hassan was not aware of this, he did suspect it. Berengar's reasoning for this was simple: the Byzantine Empire was mighty enough without his weapons and could be a bulwark against his enemies. In comparison, Granada was pretty weak, and as such, Berenger had to bolster their strength as quickly as possible if they were going to prove to be a menace to their Catholic neighbors when the time for it was needed. After signing the defensive pact, Berenger pulled out a bottle of fortified wine and opened it on the spot, pouring it into a pair of crystal glasses. Though Hassan had previously seen such prominent glassware in the market, as Berenger had already begun trading in Granada, he did not own a set himself. After swirling the red liquid in his cup for a few moments, Berenger sniffed the aroma that the alcoholic beverage provided before taking a sip from it. He swirled it around his tongue for a few moments before swallowing it and exhaling as he did so. Wine does not get better than this. Hassan began to drink from his glass. Similarly, he seemed to enjoy the product. As he swallowed from the cup's contents, he exhaled before exclaiming the thoughts in his mind. I trust that this wine will be included in our trade agreement. Upon hearing this, Berenger broke out into laughter and made a jest towards his new friend. Of course. Though I doubt it will sell well in Granada. After all, it is forbidden in your holy book to drink alcohol. Hassan also began to chuckle as he heard Berengar's comment. However, he knew that there were still plenty of men who drank wine, and as such, he decided to inform Berenger of this. That is true, and most people adhere to such strict principles. However, there are still quite a few among us who love the taste of wine. I assure you, those noblemen who care for such things will pay a premium to get their hands on this. After hearing this, Berenger nodded before drinking from his glass once more. After he finished sipping on the fortified wine, he agreed to sell the product in Granada. Well, if that is the case, I will have no problem selling you this wine. Of course, I have plenty of other types of alcohol if you are interested. Some are even stronger than this. After Hassan heard this, his eyes nearly jumped out of his sockets. This was already stronger than any drink he had ever tasted, at least in terms of alcohol content. He had trouble believing Berengar's words. However, the next moment Berenger pulled out a small bottle filled with an amber substance. It was some of the whiskey he had been distilling in Kufstein for some time now. After pouring the beverage into a small shot glass, he downed it in one go. Berenger proceeded to directly pour another one for Hassan with a cruel smile on his face. However, Hassan did not know what Berenger was planning and instead was looking at Berenger as if he were an idiot. When he saw the minuscule amount of liquid Berenger had provided him, he could not help but be offended. "My friend, is this a joke, or are you just being stingy?" As Berenger heard this, he had a wicked grin on his face as he challenged Hassan to drink it whole. "If you can drink everything in that small glass in one go without choking, I will give you 5 whole bottles for free. How about that?" Seeing Berenger just down the contents of the small glass as if it were nothing, Hassan felt pretty confident, and as such he smiled at Berenger before grabbing a hold of the shot glass and dumping the contents down his throat. The moment he did, he instantly regretted it as he felt all of the cells in his mouth immediately dehydrate. As Hassan choked on the liquid for several moments, Berenger laughed and clapped in the background. While the two men were having a foolish bet, Adela was down on the beach below playing with the crabs on the beach. Berenger occasionally watched her do so, and he was not the only one. Hassan was surprised that she was wearing so little clothing. After all, she was dressed in the hemp bikini Berenger had made for her, and as such, the young sultan was attracted to her. Noticing Hassan's gaze, Berenger snapped him out of it with a sharp response. "Don't even think about it." Hearing the chilling tone in Berengar's voice, the slightly intoxicated sultan realized he had done wrong and apologized. "I am sorry, it must be the alcohol that is some wildly strong shit. Still, I have to ask, why do you let your woman dress in so little clothing?" Berenger merely laughed at this comment as he responded to Hassan's inquiry. "Because I enjoy the sight. Also, she's on the beach. What else is she supposed to wear? There are few better sights in this world than a pretty girl in a bikini." Hassan had no idea what a bikini was, but he could guess by the context of Berengar's statement that it was the item of clothing that Adela was wearing. As such, he thought of a brilliant idea. "How much for these bikinis? I want some for my wives." Berenger chuckled in response to this. Few men could resist the allure of a pretty girl in a bikini. As such, Berenger decided to do Hassan a favor. "Send me your wives' measurements and I will be happy to get a few of them made for your women. I will send them with the next shipment to Granda for no extra charge." Hassan immediately began to smile as he decided to drink more whiskey. He could already imagine what his beautiful wives would look like in such little attire. After drinking for a while longer, Berenger and Adela began to see Hassan off. The man was reasonably intoxicated at this point and looked at Berenger with fondness. "Until we meet again, my friend, it is just a shame you have to return to your home so soon." Berenger nodded and sighed. "I enjoyed the time we spent together. I look forward to your future visit to my homeland. When you arrive, I can show off all of our cuisines. I am sure you will enjoy it." With that said, Hassan got into his carriage and began his journey back to his home in Granada. As for Berenger and Adela, they would be sailing back to Kufstein in the following morning. As such, Berenger wanted to spend a little bit more time with his fiancée. Berenger grabbed a hold of Adela's dainty hand and led her down to the beach, where the couple walked along the soft sand barefoot while gazing up at the moon and the stars above. Berenger had a lot to say on his mind to the girl before they returned home and would not see each other for some time. Thus Berenger immediately stopped, turned around, and looked Adela in the eyes while conveying his thoughts. "I am sorry." Adela was slightly confused when she heard this, and as such she asked for clarification. "For what?" Berenger sighed heavily before revealing the regrets he had contained deep within his heart since the first time he cheated on his little fiancée. "For starters, I am sorry I am such a piece of shit. We were engaged and set to be a happy couple, and like every relationship I have ever had with another person, I had to fuck it up. I couldn't keep my urges to myself, and I slept with Linda, then I lied to you repeatedly about it. When my lies were finally exposed, you stuck beside me, and I ended up repaying your kindness by taking in another girl before I ever had the chance to be with you. I know it doesn't change anything. I have to take responsibility for my actions after all. I just wanted you to know that I am sorry for treating you so poorly and forcing you to go along with my selfish desires." Adela looked at Berenger with a complicated gaze. She took this statement as Berengar's way of admitting he had already slept with Anuria, which she did not know about until now. As such, she looked away from Berenger before asking the question on her mind. "Berenger, be honest with me, why did you take me on this trip? You seem to have handled everything on your own the entire time." Berenger sighed before gazing off into the moonlight. After doing so for a few moments, he smiled bitterly before revealing his thought process on the matter. "I wanted to spend some quality time with you. Since you departed from Kufstein, I have not spent as much time with you as I would have liked. I honestly had no idea we would be caught in a conspiracy and have to witness such horrific scenes. I am sorry for that as well. If I had known such a thing would have happened, I never would have brought you here." Adela sighed heavily before lying down on the beach and staring up at the stars. Berenger took the hint and laid down next to her, where Adela grabbed a hold of his hand and said with a bitter smile on her face, "One more year. Just one more year, and we can finally get married." Berenger could see the tiny tear forming in the girl's sapphire eyes as she said this, and as such, he forced a smile upon his face as he spoke the truth. "I look forward to it." After saying that, the couple had a long conversation on the beach. What exactly was said on that fateful night has been lost to history. However, one thing was certain: the relationship between Adela and Berniger improved afterward. Chapter 280, God's Gift to the World. Weeks had passed since Berenger returned to Kufstein, and during this time he had been focused on expanding his naval capacity. Compared to the Venetian arsenal, he still lacked output, even though he had 3 shipyards equal in scale, if not more significant. The reason for this was simple: a lack of experience on the part of the workers who created the ships from the prefabricated components. The Venetians had centuries of experience building vessels, and as such, they could crank out a single ship every day. Whether or not they could manufacture the cannons necessary to equip these vessels was another story. After all, they were using relatively small-bore primitive bronze cannons at this point. Bronze is a much rarer material than iron and, of course, more expensive. The Venetian warships also lacked broadside cannons, with their armaments exclusively being located at the fore and aft positions. Compared to the Venetian arsenal, Berengar's shipyards in Trieste and Pola, dedicated to naval armament, were only capable of producing 1 ship every 4 days. However, these ships were 5th-rate frigates with a total of 44 24-pound cannons on board. As such, his navy began to expand rapidly in terms of the number of vessels available, and thus Berenger had to boost recruitment efforts towards his navy. As for his merchant fleet, it was also growing rapidly, with 1 clipper being built every 3 days. While naval power was necessary to secure his dominion over the region, a properly established merchant fleet was necessary to establish trade across the Mediterranean. At the moment, Berengar's Grand Army was 50,000 strong and was the most well-equipped and trained army in all of Europe. However, his navy severely lacked comparison, with only 10,000 recruits over the past year, which was barely enough to field 45 vessels. At the moment, Berenger was in the middle of implementing an essential resource to his naval vessels. He was honestly surprised that he had not thought of such a thing before. His vessels were currently using inferior hemp rope, and he was planning to improve it with superior manila rope when he reached the Philippines, much like how the Spanish had done in his previous life. However, Berenger came to a sudden realization that he had a far more valuable resource and a vast stockpile of it that could be utilized in the manufacture of rope for sailing vessels. This material was, of course, high-carbon steel. Beginning in the 1830s of Berengar's previous life, steel wire rope had started to replace the traditional manila rope used by most sailing vessels. The reason for this was that steel wire rope was superior in strength, durability, and flexibility compared to textile rope. Due to the advancements in steelmaking technology and the massive supply the Europeans were able to produce during this time, they used such materials to improve the rigging of their sailing vessels. As such, Berenger had begun to place an order to construct high-carbon galvanized steel wire where it would be converted into ropes for sailing and replace the existing hemp ropes that were used on what few vessels Berenger had available. It was best to make these innovations as early as possible. As such, Berenger had begun to implement them for all new vessels in the future. He also planned to convert the ropes on the existing ships as quickly as he could manage. After drafting the designs and sending them to his industrial district within Trieste via a courier, Berenger sat back and relaxed in his dining hall. Just when he was about to sip some tea, he received some shocking news from one of his servants who had appeared before him. "Your Grace, Sir Andronikos of the Byzantine Empire is here to speak with you." Upon hearing this, Berenger sighed before getting up from his seat and approaching the great hall, leaving behind his tea in the process. When Berenger arrived, the man from the east had a broad smile on his face as he greeted the young Duke of Austria. "Your Grace, it is good to see that you are well." Berenger put on a smile as he greeted the man who had long since become his primary means of trade with the East since Arethusa had become engaged in his campaign for North Africa. "And you as well, my friend, tell me, how is the war effort going in Egypt and Libya?" Andronikos sighed as he heard this question and revealed the results of the ongoing campaign. "For the most part, it is going well. We have seized a quarter of Egypt and Libya and are currently expanding forward. However, the Knights Hospitaller, who has supported us for some time, has begun to withdraw. Those fanatics realized that we were being supplied by Austria and immediately became offended. Stating it was either you or them, we chose your support. Seeing as your weapons are superior to the men they provide for the war effort." Berenger chuckled at this comment before shifting the conversation to the issue at hand. "Tell me, Andronikos, why are you here in Kufstein?" The Byzantine man smiled before pulling out a ceramic jar. He revealed the contents within after opening it. Berenger was shocked when he saw what was inside the container. Small dark brown beans that Berenger instantly recognized. The young duke's eyes grew wide with excitement when he saw what was in front of him. As such, he grabbed a hold of one of the beans and sniffed it to make sure he was not dreaming. What Andronikos had brought him was something he had desired since he arrived in this world. It was none other than coffee. As such, Berenger immediately inquired about where Andronikos had gotten such a thing. "Tell me, my friend, where did you get this?" Andronikos was surprised that Berenger asked where he obtained the coffee beans, not what they were. Nevertheless, he began to inform Berenger of his recent discovery. "Not long ago, I was invited to Ethiopia by one of the local noblemen. When I arrived, I was served this bitter tea, except it wasn't tea, and it provided substantial benefits such as an increase in energy and focus. The Ethiopians explained to me that this is God's gift to the world and they call it coffee. Naturally, I bought an ample supply of it, and the first thing I thought of when I returned home was the potential that such a product has. While we in the Empire have access to the trade routes in the Mediterranean, it would be difficult for us to sell the substance further into Europe. As such, I thought of a trading partner with a significant deal of reach further inland, and immediately your name came to mind. Allow me to brew a drink for you to see for yourself how excellent this product is. If you enjoy it and think it has as much potential as I do, we can discuss importing it into Kufstein, where you can resell it to the rest of Europe. Berenger naturally accepted his offer and led the man to the kitchen, where he ground the beans into a fine powder before boiling water and adding it through the filter to create a cup of coffee. Berenger tasted the bitter black substance with a smile on his face while nodding his head. It is wonderful, but don't you think it would taste better with something added to it? Maybe some milk and sugar? Andronikos had not thought about this and as such was interested in the topic. Therefore Berenger made a mixture of the coffee with milk and sugar added to it before handing a cup to Andronikos. After the man sipped from the ceramic cup, his eyes widened and a giant smile formed on his face. This tastes so much better than the coffee by itself. Your Grace, you are a genius. After hearing this, Berenger merely smiled in silence and drank from his cup of coffee. Finally, he had acquired one of the many things he missed from his previous life in the 21st century. After the two men had drunk their fair share of coffee, Berenger began to speak to Andronikos about his decision. I will buy as much of the material as you can give me, and I would be more than happy to sell it across Austria and the neighboring regions. Considering your lack in trade routes to the north, the two of us combined can sell this fine substance across all of Europe and make a major profit off of it. After hearing this, Andronikos smiled. The remaining details about what the cost was for importing the coffee and what Berenger would resell it at was negotiated over a breakfast, where Berenger and Andronikos introduced coffee to Linda, Honoria, and Henrietta, all three of which fell in love with the drink. With milk and sugar added to the mix, coffee would become a desirable commodity within Europe. In due time, both Austria and the Byzantine Empire would make a fortune off of the monopoly they would establish over the substance. After all, few in Europe had contact with Ethiopia and were unaware of where the strange drink originated from. Berenger was delighted to know that by supplying the Byzantines with arms in this timeline, they were capable of recapturing large swaths of Egypt and Libya, where they immediately took advantage of the newly gained territory to send trade expeditions into Africa, in doing so bringing coffee to Europe over a century earlier than it had been done in his previous life's history. Chapter 281, War of Attrition. Eckhard gazed upon the remains of the battlefield. Corpses littered the valley, belonging to both sides of the conflict in the thousands. Hussites and Catholics alike lie dead for the sake of their religious convictions. The battle was bloody and brutal, yet in the end, the Hussites had won. During this last year of conflict, the violence that had occurred in Bohemia was on a scale truly fitting of a religious civil war. Eckhard, as the chief military advisor tasked with providing support to the Hussites, had witnessed the cruelty of man at its full scale, and for what? Minor religious differences? The sheer level of savagery committed by both sides of the conflict was enough for a man to question his faith. Did God genuinely desire such death and destruction in his name? Probably not, but if the idea of such actions reviled him, why did he permit it? These were thoughts going through the field marshal's head as he stood by his lonesome, observing the despair that resulted from the chaotic battle. Eckhard sighed heavily as he voiced his innermost thoughts on the issue. I have seen enough of death and destruction in my lifetime. Despite saying this, the veteran field marshal would continue his duties serving as Berengar's lead general, for war was an inevitable result of man's actions. It was also the only thing the man was any good at. After praying for the souls of the fallen, Eckhard returned to the other officers of the Grand Army of Austria who had accompanied him during the Hussite campaign. Berengar's strategy had been to stall the conflict for as long as possible and dragged as many Catholics to their deaths to delay the upcoming crusade against the Berenger heresy. Eckhard did not disappoint on this matter. He advised the Hussites to slow down their forces and consolidate their gains over the past year. As such, the Hussites had less land than they could have seized. However, these lands were well fortified and defended. Several months ago, the Pope declared a crusade against the Hussites because they were becoming increasingly close to overall victory. As such, the crusading orders of the world had gathered what few men they could spare to put down the Hussite heresy before they could cause any further damage. Among these Catholic military orders was the Bohemian Order of the Dragon, which had made a name for itself for the sheer acts of brutality they engaged in against the Hussites, and especially the people who supported them. At the moment, the banner of the order lay tattered and broken alongside the thousands of corpses of their fallen soldiers. The Hussite force had thoroughly crushed the latter under the guidance of Eckhard and his military advisors. Eckhard gazed upon the once proud banner of the chivalric order who had lost their lives in battle, particularly that of the Grand Master whose lifeless eyes gazed towards the heavens as blood dripped from his mouth onto his beard. In this single battle, the main force of the Order of the Dragon was crushed, snuffed out before they could make a name for themselves like the outstanding orders established centuries ago. Despite this, Eckhard knew this would not be the end of Bohemian Knights. The Order of the Dragon was not to be confused with the Welsh Order of the Red Dragon, which the Vatican recently established to counteract the Berenger heresy. This was a much older chivalric order found in Bohemia, Hungary, and Wallachia. They would return in time with more significant numbers to attack the Hussites. Eckhard was sure of this. After taking one last glance at the blood and bile that filled the field, Eckhard shifted his attention to his officers nearby before speaking to them with a voice filled with determination. This is just one of many battles that await us. This war will not end anytime soon. Steel yourselves, for we have much work to do. After saying that, Eckhard approached the command tent where Alexej and the other Hussite leaders were gathered. Having stepped inside the dwelling, the Hussite leaders glanced over at Eckhard. They held much respect for the Austrian field marshal. After all, if not for him and his officers, they could have suffered substantially more casualties throughout this war. The leaders of the Hussites who were standing in the tent were encircled around a table filled with a map of Bohemia and the forces that represented both sides. Under Eckhard's guidance, the Hussites had taken a firm defensive stance and as such mainly was engaging in battles within their provinces. At the moment, the Hussites held 4 out of 7 provinces of the Kingdom of Bohemia. Through their best efforts and the advice of Eckhard, the Hussites had gained significant ground. This battle that had just occurred was fought in the fields of Plzeň, where the Hussites had defeated an army of Catholic soldiers. Plzeň was a region owned by one of the Hussite factions, and the Kasparians had responded to their aid after a Catholic army was spotted in their lands. Through much hardship, a victory was achieved defending the ground, but it came at high costs. Ultimately, the Kasparian armies arrived and drove their enemies out, slaughtering all who dared to attack the peasants of Plzeň and their farms. Alexej, who had personally led his forces into the fray, was currently displaying the latest report from his scouts about the enemy's movements. The main force of the Order of the Dragon has been defeated. They will probably crawl back to Hungary to lick their wounds until they can fight once more. However, news from the other side of the world is troublesome. The Hospitallers have cut off support from the Byzantine armies in Egypt and Libya. They have withdrawn from their crusade in North Africa and pledged support to the Catholics in Bohemia. As such, tens of thousands of crusaders now march towards our lands. The army is meant for a single purpose: to destroy our movement and massacre every man, woman, and child they deem to be a heretic. They were a large and prestigious order and were also battle-hardened from the decades of warfare in North Africa. He would have to readjust his strategy if such a quantity of crusaders were to pour into the war. The veteran field marshal approached the map and began to shift the pieces around without permission from the others. He moved several wooden pieces that represented Hussite troops into positions near the borders and the various fortifications that guarded them. After doing so, he spoke with determination and authority. The Hospitallers have entered Bohemia, which means we will be fighting thousands if not tens of thousands of more men. To put it simply, gaining any further ground is unlikely. What we need to do is defend our borders to the best of our ability and wear down the Catholics' numbers through attrition. As of now, we are fighting a defensive war. Our best course of action is to maintain the ground we have gained while sending operatives into the enemy territory to sabotage their fields and food stockpiles. It may take months or even years, but sooner or later, the enemy will break their backs against our defenses and starve into submission. There was not a single voice of disagreement at the conference. The Hussite commanders were all well aware that the arrival of the Hospitallers represented a shift in the balance of power, and as such, fighting on these terms was their best solution. The war in Bohemia began to take a turn for the worse. The Hussites decided to engage in a series of protracted sieges while meeting the enemy in the fields of their territory to protect their citizens. The Catholics, overzealous and eager for vengeance, would slowly use their newfound strength to push into Hussite lands. When this war of attrition waged, the Hussites would further import weapons, munitions, and food from Austria, racking up an enormous debt. The larger the debt, the more land Berengar would demand as a form of repayment. The silver mines of Bohemia were a valuable resource, and as Berengar's economy grew, it also began to stagnate due to a lack of currency. Thus, he needed the mines in Bohemia to stimulate his nation's growth until he could start his colonization of the New World and Africa. Unknowingly, the Hussites had begun to trap themselves in debt to Austria, in doing so sealing their fates. Berengar had not only sent his advisors to aid the Hussites but to ensure that the Hussites incurred more significant debt, one that could only be repaid with valuable land. If the Hussites refused to surrender Bohemia to Austria after the war, Berengar would use the debt as a valid casus belli to take what he wanted. To him, the war in Bohemia was of great importance to funding his future campaigns to unify the German people. Chapter 282, Reuniting with an Old Friend. Since Honoria's escape from Constantinople, Melissa had been staying in Antioch under the name of Vistula Melodia. Throughout this entire time, the Byzantine royal family was unable to determine her real identity or that she had aided Honoria in her escape. As such, she made a life for herself in Antioch. Having been given a second chance at life, Melissa did not go back to whoring herself out for a living. Instead, she eventually found herself married to a hard-working carpenter in the city. Initially, she had spent her days in bliss. Her marriage was a happy one at first, and she loved the man who had taken her in when she was down on her luck. However, happiness never truly lasts, and as such, Melissa's husband soon found himself drafted into the armed forces to fight in North Africa. The meager pay that the man earned in the armies of the Byzantine Empire was sent back to Melissa in Antioch. However, this stipend was barely enough to survive. As such, her life was filled with hardship as she struggled to maintain her lifestyle. Things turned for the worse as the young woman finally received news that her husband had died in battle. In return, she received nothing other than a body to bury, and with her little savings she could not afford a proper funeral. Thus in the act of desperation she had taken out a loan from some unsavory merchants and used it to cover her husband's funeral expenses. Before long, the loan sharks had come to claim the debt she owed, and when they found out that she could not pay it, they attempted to force her into prostitution once more to clear the debt that she owed. However, Melissa had promised that she would never degrade herself in such a manner ever again. As such, she packed up what little belongings she could take and made her way out of Antioch, heading to the one place where she knew anyone who could remotely help her. After months of traveling, Melissa had finally arrived in Kufstein. The moment she entered the city's gates, the woman was astounded that such a magnificent city had been developed in the middle of Austria, a place that was not long ago considered a backwater by the Byzantines. She could hardly believe her eyes as she walked through the city with her pack slung around her back. The city of Kufstein was unlike anything she thought it would be. It even could be said to rival some of the cities of the empire. After searching around some of the local shops in the trade district, Melissa spotted the location where she intended to visit. Luckily for her, she could immediately tell her destination because the castle was built upon a hill overlooking the city. After traveling through the city's streets observing all kinds of exciting sights, Melissa finally arrived at the castle's gates. However, when she finally reached her destination, she was blocked by the castle garrison, who prevented her entry into the mighty fortress where the Duke resided. Hold it right there. The Duke is currently not seeing any visitors, so unless you have an invitation, you are not allowed into the castle. The moment Melissa heard this, she began to frown. She had been through so much and traveled so far that she felt it was a bit anticlimactic to be denied entry just like this. However, she could not easily get past the garrison, and as such, she began to sigh before turning around. Maybe if she were lucky, she could run into Anuria on the street someday. Whether it was divine intervention or just random chance, Anuria had been out in the city meeting with her newest acquisitions to her crew and had just begun to return to the castle. The last time Anuria saw the woman known as Melissa, she wore a wig and extensive makeup. Despite this, the princess could easily identify the woman as they walked past each other. As such, Anuria stopped in her tracks and grabbed a hold of the woman's wrist, scaring her in the process. Yet the next moment when Anuria called out her name, the woman realized who it was who had grabbed her and began to calm herself. "Melissa, is that you? What are you doing here in Kufstein?" After saying that, Anuria brought the woman into a friendly hug before releasing her. Melissa was quite shocked that she had managed to run into Anuria out of pure chance and struggled to gain her composure. Eventually, she calmed herself down before voicing her concerns to the young princess she had helped run away from home. "Anuria, I need your help." Seeing the troubled look in Melissa's eyes, Anuria became worried and grabbed a hold of the woman's hand before dragging her towards the castle with a pretty smile on her face. "Whatever kind of trouble you are in, I am sure that Berenger can help you." When the guards saw the girl return, they were about to lower their rifles in a threatening gesture. However, they immediately pounded their chests in salute to the Duke's lover when they noticed Anuria was by her side. "Lady Valeria, I am sorry we did not know this woman was your friend. I apologize on behalf of myself and my subordinates for any rudeness we might have shown her." Anuria paid no mind to the guards' statements in her eyes. They were doing their job, keeping away the rabble and threats to the safety of those who dwelled within. As such, she smiled when responding to the men who guarded the castle's gates. "Think nothing of it. I am certain you were fulfilling the task as grace has given you." Seeing the cheery smile on the prince's face was enough to melt even the most stoic man's icy heart. If there was one thing the guards in Kufstein Castle liked to chat about, it was the competition between the two goddesses who stayed by Berengar's side and which of the two women were better. As such, the guards were just happy to have a conversation with such an angelic beauty and merely nodded their heads in silence, allowing Anuria and Melissa to enter the castle's gates. After entering the structure, Anuria took Melissa to the dining hall where she ordered the kitchen staff to prepare something for the woman to eat and drink. The two women sat in silence for some time before the food arrived, and they finally began to discuss the issue at hand. After taking a few bites of the delicious food, Melissa began to break out into tears as she confessed her faults to the princess. "I'm sorry, Anuria, I just had nowhere else to go." Anuria instantly began to comfort the woman by rubbing her back. The two of them discussed the events that Melissa had been through in the past year in length for some time. Afterward, Anuria responded to Melissa with a gentle tone. "If you need a place to stay, I am sure I can get Berenger to arrange a place for you. If you need a job, there is plenty of work available here in Kufstein. If you need the training to fulfill the job of your desires, that can be provided to you as well. You do not need to worry anymore here in Kufstein. Even women can work if they need to." What Anuria had said was true. Women were able to work in Kufstein. However, they were encouraged to get married, stay home, and raise families. The reason for this was simple. Berenger needed massive population growth if he intended to colonize the New World and Africa. There were only so many people in all German-speaking regions. The number was likely less than 10 million in total. However, Berenger recognized that there were women in situations where they too needed to work to provide for their families or themselves. As such, Berenger had allowed women to work in various fields, albeit segregated from the male workforce. When Melissa heard this, she stopped crying and looked at Anuria with a careful gaze. She could hardly believe it. However, the earnest look in Anuria's mint green eyes told the woman all she needed to know about this, and as such she hugged Anuria before thanking her. "Thank you. I will appreciate any help you can provide." Anuria had reunited with an old friend, and Melissa would begin working in Kufstein soon enough, in a career that did not degrade her, which was all she ever wanted. The two women continued to chat for some time as Anuria told Melissa all about what had happened during her stay in Kufstein and how she had fallen in love with Berenger. Melissa was happy to see that life had worked out well for Anuria, and thus the two women became closer. Despite this being the second time they had met, they already felt as if they had been friends for life. If you want to support me so that I can commission art of the characters in my novel as well as maps, coat of arms, and other important illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at /user u=79477078. All of the art will be released within my Discord server for free. /NMWVHMOCT. Chapter 283 Fertility Incentives. Once more, Berenger was in his study, which was where he spent most of his waking hours when he was at home. He was drafting a piece of legislation designed to encourage fertility among the Austrian population. The reason for him doing so was because he was looking towards the future. Within the upcoming decades, Berenger had intended to conquer and colonize large swaths of land across the world and inhabit it with German citizens. However, the German population at this time was low. It was at most between 10 to 15 million people, and due to the ongoing conflict, those numbers dwindled by the day. As such, Berenger had established several laws designed to create strong families that could raise multiple children. First and foremost, Berenger established both paid paternity and maternity leave. To Berenger, the physical and mental health of the next generation was a critical concern. Berenger had based several laws on the Scandinavian countries from his past life, who had some of the best welfare laws on the books. Parents of a child were entitled to up to 480 days of paid leave to raise a newborn child. Of course, this was the maximum based on specific requirements. A typical two-parent household was likely to get 240 days of paid leave. Berengar's other laws to help raise fertility rates included a monthly stipend for every child a family had to help with childcare costs and what Berenger liked to refer to as a child starter pack. This starter pack was based upon what the Finnish government provided expecting mothers in his previous life. The state provided this child starter pack to every expecting mother, which included a crib with a mattress, clothes, diapers, hygiene products, a sleeping bag, and outdoor gear. It also had a few small toys and a propaganda book for the parents to read to the children, which contained whitewashed children's stories of Berengar's conquests and goals. Several sanitary measures were required by law that was put into place during childbirth, especially regarding washing one's hands and sterilizing tools used in the process. Berenger wanted to lower the child mortality rate to the best of his ability and had devised laws and procedures to achieve this goal. After this comprehensive reform was signed into law under his executive powers, Berenger decided to relax for the time being. He already had 2 children, a son and a daughter with Linda, and it would not be long before Anuria came around to the idea of having children. However, Berenger wanted to prevent that until after he married Adela and had a child with her. He felt terrible for the girl always coming in last place among his women, and as such was willing to wait for some time with Anuria. Another reason for this was a matter of legitimacy. Until Berenger married Adela as his first wife, he could not enact polygamy for himself as the ruler of his realm and therefore could not marry either Linda or Adela as his other wives. Thus at the moment, Lindy's children were nothing more than bastards. Berenger would have to wait another year before he married their mother and legitimized them. Reflecting upon this, Berenger decided to pour himself a glass of fortified wine, immediately drinking its contents before pouring himself another. As he did so, he heard a knock on his door and knew it could only be one of 2 people. As such, he sighed heavily before responding. "It's open." After the door opened, Anuria revealed herself, and in tow was a woman Berenger had not met before. However, at first glance, the 2 women appeared to be close. The moment Anuria entered the room, she put on a pleading expression as she asked her lover for a favor. "Berenger, this is Melissa. She helped me escape from Constantinople and has fallen on some rough times. She has recently arrived in Kufstein and has no place to stay nor any currency left over from her journey. Could you help her out?" After hearing this, Berenger took a sip from his skull chalice once more before reaching into his desk and pulling out a token where he proceeded to hand it over to Anuria. This token had the new ducal arms of Berengar's house carved into it and symbolized his authority. After handing this token over to his lover, Berenger sighed before responding to her request. "Show that to the landlord of whatever tenement she desires to move into and also to whatever employer she seeks to work for. The treasury will pay out any costs accrued during her moving expenses. It is the least I can do for a friend of yours who aided you on your journey." Melissa was shocked when she heard this. However, Anuria's actions startled her even more as the princess ran up to Berenger and hugged him before planting a kiss on his lips. Afterward, she responded in an affectionate tone. "Thanks, Daddy." Berenger cringed when he heard this. For whatever reason, Anuria had begun to call him this after they started dating. It was pretty embarrassing for Berenger, but he supposed it was not too inaccurate. In a way, he provided for Anuria and looked after her as a father figure that she could look up to over this last year. Of course, the moment Anuria realized she had called Berenger by his pet name in front of Melissa, she began to flush with embarrassment. She had forgotten entirely that Melissa was present and said something shameful in front of her friend. If Linda called Berenger by the title Master in private and Anuria referred to him as Daddy, then Berenger dreaded the idea of what embarrassing pet name Adela would give him after they were finally married. Berenger did not show it upon his face as a ruler. He had to be dignified in all situations, and since they were not alone, he had a stoic expression on his face as he flicked Anuria on the forehead before chastising her. Behave yourself while we have company. When Anuria heard this, she bowed her head, too embarrassed to look her lover or her friend in the eyes. After a few moments of silence, Berenger gave Anuria an order. You've taken up enough of my time. Go find your friend a place to stay and a job so that she can sustain herself. While you are at it, find yourself the rest of your crew members. Anuria nodded before thanking Berenger one final time with a kiss on the cheek. Afterward, she left with Melissa in tow, leaving Berenger by his lonesome. Though not for long, as Linda appeared shortly after and began to mock him. Daddy? Wow, I did not know you were into that kind of thing. She had been hiding in the shadows outside the door to his study the entire time and as such heard the conversation. Berenger smiled before grabbing a hold of his other lover and pulling her into his lap. Funny, I don't remember giving you permission to mock me? When Linda heard this, her training took over and she instantly bowed her head in remorse before playing along to Berengar's games. I am sorry, master, please forgive this rude slave for not knowing her place. As Berenger heard this, he began to chuckle before pushing Linda off of his lap. He knew what she wanted, but he was far too busy to entertain her desires. As such, he slapped her on her perfect behind before giving her a command. I am far too busy to entertain you right now. Go play with yourself. I promise that tonight you can have me as much as you want. In response to this, Linda began to pout, but she did not make a fuss. Instead, she smiled before commenting on Berengar's remarks. I am going to hold you to that. With that said, she disappeared from Berengar's sight, leaving him alone in his study with nothing but a mountain of paperwork to get through. Gazing upon the large stack of paperwork in front of him, Berenger sighed heavily before pulling another document from the pile and beginning to read through it. He sighed to himself as he voiced his discontent with his current lot in life. Some people say peace is a desirable state, and for the people I assume it is, to me it is nothing but paperwork, and paperwork is dreadfully boring. As such, Berenger continued to fulfill his daily work well into the night, burning the midnight oil as per usual. It was well past midnight by the time he was able to fulfill his promise to Linda. Luckily for him, he had the stamina of a horse and could perform as long as Linda needed. By morning, Berenger was dreadfully exhausted and decided for once in his life to sleep in. As such, it would not be until past noon when he finally awoke from his slumber and was forced to resume his work. Chapter 284, Appointing an Admiral. The sun shined down upon the Adriatic Sea off the coast of Trieste. There were a total of 10 frigates lined up. These ships were among the largest available in Europe and each held 44 24-pound cannons on board. These ships were none other than the Berenger-class frigates that had been manufactured since the shipyards had finished construction. These ships were crewed by hundreds if not thousands of men. Among them were various officers, many of whom had shown a tacit understanding of naval doctrine and tactics since the establishment of the Navy. Berenger had spared no expense in raising sailors, marines, and officers alike in the construction of his navy. He had even begun construction of a naval academy in Trieste. Though for the time being the officers underwent the same crash course of warfare and doctrine that their counterparts in the army went over. The difference was that the curriculum was specially tailored for the navy. Among the ranks of these fine officers was a minor Austrian nobleman by the name of Emmerich von Elle with tilde Zuing. This man had proven time and again his capability in learning and employing naval doctrine. So much so that he had caught Berengar's eye. The Duchy of Austria held a relatively large territory, and as such, there were plenty of talented individuals within the realm. Some of them had potential in areas that had yet to be established. Emmerich was one of these men. Until recently, there was no such thing as an Austrian navy, and as such, the man had no idea the degree of natural talent he had for naval warfare. However, after enlisting in the Austrian Navy and going through basic training as well as officer school, none stood out as much as Emmerich had. One could say that Emmerich had the same level of potential in the field of naval warfare that Eckhard had on the land. The difference was that Emmerich was considerably younger than Eckhard and less experienced. Berenger gazed at the sailors and officers gathered for this occasion and smiled upon them. These men were the first among his naval personnel, and as such, they would form the backbone of his vision for a grand armada. As he stood there smiling before his soldiers, Berenger began to clear his throat before addressing the men in uniform. I stand before each and every one of you humbled as I admire the spirit that has driven you to the lengths you have achieved this day. These few vessels that have been constructed are just the beginning of your journey as members of the Austrian Navy. In the upcoming years, we will expand the number of vessels under our control and the size of them as well. These frigates are just a sample of the advancements in naval technology that have come to be under my reign. Before long, there will be no force on this great earth that can stand against you. The amount of firepower you all have available to you at the moment pales in comparison to what you will wield in the future. Today is a joyous occasion as it marks the establishment of the first Austrian fleet that will be stationed here in Trieste. With the establishment of the First Fleet, there needs to be a man to command it, and though all of the officers among your ranks have proven yourselves capable in your own right, ultimately the position of admiral has fallen to one man in particular. Emmerich von Ellewith stepped forward. The moment Berenger made this decree, the man in question did as he was ordered and stood before Berenger. He was dressed in the typical uniform afforded to an officer in Berengar's navy. The colors, in particular, were black, charcoal, and gold. When compared to Eckhard, he was considerably younger. Emmerich was in his early 30s. He was a tall and fit man with a robust bone structure that showed itself in his face. He had short brown hair and a matching beard. The man stood at attention, saluting Berenger as he waited for the Duke to convey his thoughts. As such, Berenger began to express his reasoning for selecting Emmerich as the admiral of his navy. Emmerich von Ellewith, out of all of my naval officers, you have stood out as the most exceptional. Your talent for naval warfare and your understanding of the tactics I have presented in your learning material has shocked me. I believe it is no exaggeration to say that you command the respect of the sailors and officers alike, and as such I see no reason not to present you with the rank of admiral. After saying this, Berenger presented the man with a ceremonial sword. This ceremonial sword was also functional and had been designed around the sword that his army used. The hilt was protected by the same intricate guard based upon the British 1788 heavy cavalry sword from his previous life. However, there was one considerable difference. The blade was based upon the US 1860 naval cutlass from Berengar's past life. Unlike the sword utilized by the army, this weapon had a single-edged, curved blade. This blade was made out of Damascus steel imported from the east, while the hilt was constructed of black leather wrapped in a gold wire. The guard itself was made from brass. This sword was the symbol of the admiral's authority, and as such, the man unsheathed the blade and inspected it in front of his sailors. After doing so, a round of applause erupted, with Berenger himself congratulating the man on his rise to such a prominent position. Berenger placed his hand on the man's shoulder after sheathed the sword and stowed it away. With a gentle smile on his face, Berenger spoke to the man in a soothing tone. I expect great things from you, Emmerich. The world is vast and filled with unfathomable depths. It is your job to conquer the oceans in the name of Austria. The road ahead is a difficult one, but with my backing, I am certain that you will rise to the occasion and make our nation proud. Having heard this, Emmerich nodded his head with a stoic expression and expressed his thanks. Thank you, your grace. I shall remember the kindness you have shown me this day. However, Berenger responded unexpectedly as he shook his head and lectured the man. Don't thank me, thank your effort and your God-given talent. You have earned this. After saying this, a band began to play the song Kameraden auf See. It was a German naval song from his previous life and had a relatively upbeat sound. As such, Berenger thought it was perfect for this occasion and had given the sheet music to the naval band to play at the ceremony. As the band played the song, a small parade began to celebrate the occasion. As such, Berenger stood next to Emmerich as the two men watched the display of festivities. Emmerich had no idea that Berenger had prepared such an excessive event for what he thought was just a minor occasion. Berenger had a flair for extravagance, and a naval parade could very quickly be used as a propaganda piece. As such, he had decided to make proper use of this occasion to display the brilliance of the Austrian navy. The Austrian banners and flag that Berenger had created were being waved in the parade, and the people of Trieste had gathered to witness the event. Sailors, soldiers, and citizens alike had begun to watch on the sides as the Austrian naval personnel celebrated the occasion. At the head of the parade watching over the event were Berenger and Emmerich. Despite the festivities and the loud sounds it produced, Berenger managed to lean over and whisper to his new admiral. Magnificent, isn't it? Just wait until you see what I have in store for the future of the Navy. While Emmerich knew that Berenger intended to expand the Navy substantially, he had no idea that Berenger intended to become the world's supreme naval power, much like Britain had managed to accomplish in his past life. To Berenger, his future German empire would need a powerful navy to maintain control over its many colonies. As such, he intended to create the largest and most powerful navy in the world. Besides, with his current technological capabilities, it would be generations before the rest of the world caught up to the present might of his vessels. By then, the German navy could be filled with ironclads. Whether or not Berenger would be able to live long enough to see such a future was another story. After all, producing an industrial society powered by steam engines was a far-off goal and was not easily achieved in a single lifetime. Thus Berenger watched on with a broad smile as the naval parade continued, envisioning the future of his grand armada within his mind and the dominance he believed it would have over the world. He had learned from his previous life's history. He knew for Germany to become the preeminent global power, it would need the ability to project force around the globe, and the only way to do that was with a powerful navy. Chapter 285, Advancing into Southern Egypt. Aretha stood on a hilltop above his army. He had achieved much in his campaign to reconquer North Africa for the Byzantine Empire throughout the last year. With the overwhelming support the empire's forces had received from Austria in the form of material aid, the Byzantine soldiers were now a significant force, armed in the era of pike shot. The Falcone cannons proved exceptionally effective against the enemy fortifications. However, it took longer to bring down a castle wall with the 1-pound cannonballs compared to the 12-pound explosive shells that Berenger utilized. If repeatedly fired at a concentrated area, it was still enough to bring down a wall far quicker than the traditional methods available. With the northernmost regions of Egypt and Libya captured from the Mamluk Sultanate, Arethusa had taken a defensive stance while waiting for reinforcements from the empire. The reason for this was simple: he wanted more men by his side as he pushed into the fertile lands of the Nile and conquered the remainder of Egypt. Egypt was once the breadbasket of the Roman Empire. Because of this, it was a strategic location, and whoever controlled it was sure to see significant prosperity. Arethusa was ordered not to return to Constantinople until all of Egypt and Libya had been reclaimed. Today was the day his reinforcements had arrived, clad in mirror-pattern armor and armed with pikes and firearms. They presented a significant threat to the Mamluk Sultanate, who had failed to counter the new tactics devised by Berengar and given to the empire. Arethusa had achieved endless victories against his enemies in Egypt. He was confident that with the arrival of thousands of new soldiers, he could push into the rest of Egypt and seize it in its entirety within the following year. He was currently observing his armies beginning to march south. In total, there were 25,000 men in his army. This was the largest army that the Byzantines had fielded in the last 20 years, and there was only one man to thank for this: Duke Berengar von Kufstein. Without his support, these troops would be nothing more than peasant levies with little to no armor, and at best, spears in their hands. However, thanks to Berengar's material aid and military advisors, the Byzantine army had rapidly expanded into a professional force, armed with weapons and armor second only to the Grand Austrian army. Though Arethusa knew the rising debt that the empire had owed to the man in question, it was to a startling degree and was beginning to weigh on his conscience. Though they could afford to repay it with the recapture of Egypt and Libya, it would undoubtedly cost them a large chunk of their spoils. Arethusa sighed heavily as he regretted his life decisions. If only he had attempted to convince the emperor to marry Anuria off to Berengar, things might not have ended this way. The Byzantine royal family had given up searching for Anuria, declaring the lost princess dead and holding a massive state funeral for the girl. Arethusa was forced to stay in North Africa and thus could not even attend the funeral of his goddaughter. Because of this, he had been desperate to achieve results in the shortest time span possible so that he could return to Constantinople and pay his respects to the missing princess. However, now he did not have time to think about that. Instead, he climbed onto his mount and rode off towards his army, whose presence was growing distant as they marched into the sands of Egypt. Before long, Arethusa caught up with his soldiers who had marched for some time. After doing so, he spoke with his officers. However, shortly after that, a rider came forth and reported the situation ahead. The Mamluks have blocked the way ahead. We must prepare for battle. With this, Arethusa sighed before nodding his head. As such, he began to give out orders for the Byzantine forces to prepare their ranks. By now, the Byzantine soldiers, for the most part, were veterans, and the recruits were merged into the ranks of the veteran soldiers so that they would have the proper support they needed to be effective in combat. After forming their lines, the Byzantines began to advance into the fray while in formation. The army marched for a few more miles before the Byzantine forces came across the armies of the Mamluk Sultanate. Despite being defeated at every turn, the Mamluks still bravely fought on. Though their empire existed further westward, Egypt and Libya were the core of their nation. Without it, they would quickly become a shadow of their former power. As such, they had begun using any means necessary to combat the growing tide of the Byzantine forces. The Falcona cannons were set up in the background and began to pelt the Mamluk army with their 1-pound cannonballs. Though they were non-explosive, the fact that these solid metal balls rained down upon them and tore their way through the Mamluk torsos caused a great deal of panic and confusion among the ranks of the Mamluk army. Under the cover of cannon fire and without fear in their eyes, the Byzantine soldiers moved forward until they could see the whites in their enemies' eyes. While marching, arrows rained down upon them, and yet they did not falter while being pelted by the projectiles. For the most part, their vitals were protected by the armor provided by Austria, and as such, few deaths occurred as they kept marching under their orders. Any greenhorn soldier who began to panic was quickly deterred from doing anything stupid by the veterans in their ranks. Eventually, the Byzantines were close enough to fire off effective shots. As such, they lowered their arquebuses and aimed before firing off a volley into the ranks of the Mamluk Sultanate, who charged at them in an attempt to break their line of fire. In doing so, the Mamluk forces ran headfirst into a field of lead balls, smashing through their defenses and penetrating their bodies, sending blood, bone, and sinew in every direction. The moment the arquebusiers fired their shots, they began to reload, whereas the nearby pikemen began to advance and deter the Mamluk soldiers. Even though the Mamluks had gathered every man and boy that could bear arms within a 100-mile radius, the vast majority of their troops were simply peasants conscripted into fighting the moment the first volley was fired. These levies began to break ranks and flee. Only a few thousand Mamluk veterans remained behind. However, compared to the 25,000 Byzantine solid armies, their might was laughable. This was not the first time the Mamluks had gotten desperate and gathered everyone they possibly could to act as a meat shield to soak up the projectiles used by the Byzantine arquebusiers. The Byzantines needed little more than another volley to shred the remaining Mamluk forces to pieces. After all, they were vastly outnumbered and outgunned by the Byzantine army. The battle was already over before it could reach its zenith, with the Mamluks suffering another humiliating defeat. Seeing yet another victory, Arethusa gazed upon the death and destruction and gave his troops an order. tend to the wounded and prepare to march within 3 hours. Aside from superficial arrow wounds and a few unlucky souls who had been caught in the throat with Mamluk projectiles, the majority of the Byzantine forces were unscathed in this battle. Mainly because they were fighting against a small number of Mamluk troops, most of them were just conscripts given at best a spear and thrown into the meat grinder. The fact that the Mamluks had begun to resort to such tactics was proof that this war would not last much longer. The majority of the Mamluks' troops were crushed in the early battles. Now they could only rely on human wave tactics in an attempt to overrun the Byzantine lines. With this small victory, the path towards southern Egypt was wide open, and Arethusa intended to take full advantage of this. As such, his forces had spent 3 hours resting before they were back on the march. Berengar would later receive word of Arethusa's efforts in North Africa. The rapid rate that the Byzantine general conquered his enemies' lands was shocking to Berengar. As such, he would have to readjust his timeframe for independence. If the Byzantines won the war before declaring themselves king, they would undoubtedly repay the debt they owed him with the spoils gained from their conquests. If this were to happen, Berengar would lose his opportunity to coerce them into giving him Honoria's hand in marriage. If there was one thing Berengar needed, it was a long-term alliance with the Byzantines, and the only way he could achieve this was through marriage. Though the Byzantines had no way of knowing this, their actions in North Africa would soon have a significant effect on European politics as a whole. Chapter 286, Anti-Piracy Operations. Emmerich was in the process of taking out the Austrian First Fleet for its maiden voyage. This fleet comprised of 10 Berengar-class frigates. These frigates had a crew complement of 450 men each, as well as 55 Marines on board. Needless to say, it was among the finest fleets in existence and would soon be playing a pivotal role in the establishment of Austrian power in the Mediterranean. It was supposed to be a standard patrol mission off the coastline of the Duchy of Austria. However, the moment these ships set sail, they quickly noticed a peculiar scene. A clipper waving the flag of Austria was in the process of being pursued by 3 caravels. Though the clipper was far faster than the caravels chasing after it and would eventually escape, it did not mean that the admiral would leave such lawlessness unpunished. Assuming that this was the act of pirates, Admiral Emmerich gave the command to pursue the pirates and end their actions. As such, the 10 frigates began to sail at an exceptional speed of 13 knots. When compared to the 8 knots that the caravels were traveling at, the frigates quickly caught up to the would-be pirates. The massive 44-gun frigates formed into a line and presented their broadside cannons at the pirates, who had nearly shat their pants in fear of the gigantic vessels that had appeared before them so suddenly. During this era, broadside cannons were non-existent on European vessels, as such Berengar's ships held an enormous advantage in terms of firepower. At best, these small caravels had 2 guns, one in the fore and the other in the ship's aft. As such, the vessel desperately tried to turn their boats around to fire onto the 10 frigates that hard surrounded them on both sides. However, the next moment the SMS Berengar, the first of its class and the current flagship of Admiral Emmerich, opened fire with the guns on its starboard side, the pirates' hopes vanished. The thunder of the guns echoed into the air as the shells fired out of the massive steel cannons, exploding upon impact and blasting the caravel to smithereens along with the crew on board. Explosive shells were deadly weapons to a wooden ship, which is the main reason why ironclads were developed in Berengar's previous life, specifically to counteract the existence of cannons capable of firing explosive shells from the 1850s onward. Seeing one of their allies taken out in a single barrage from a single ship, the deckhand of the other caravels immediately tried to raise the white flag. Still, a few other vessels unleashed a barrage of their guns before they could do so, blasting the small 75-foot-long caravels into pieces. Whatever was on board these pirates' ships were either blown apart or sunk to the depths of the Adriatic Sea. Little did Emmerich know that the Venetian Republic secretly hired these pirates to harass Berengar's shipping. However, they had achieved virtually no success. The clippers were too fast for the caravels to compete. A caravel was capable of at most 8 knots of speed, whereas the clipper's top rate maxed out over 22 knots. There was simply no way for the vessels of the era to catch Berengar's merchant ships. While Emmerich continued his patrol, a nearby Venetian vessel and its crew that had observed the display of prowess by the 10 frigates were stunned into silence. The captain on board the vessel, watching the swift destruction of the pirates, was at a loss for words. Cold sweat poured from the man's brow as he thought back to the near-instant destruction the Austrian vessels had caused to the small pirate fleet. It was only after several minutes did someone finally voice a thought on the matter. It was one of the officers under the captain's command. "Captain? What do we do about this?" The captain had an urge to strip off his uniform and jump into the Adriatic Sea. Knowing that the Doge wanted to go to war against such terrifying power and that the Austrians were pumping out ships like this every week, stripped away any semblance of bravery the man thought he had. Within a year, the Austrians would potentially have hundreds of these vessels. Hell, even if they only managed to create 50 of those damn things, the Venetian navy would be in for a world of hurt. Not only was there a significant speed advantage that the frigates held, but the firepower on a single one of the Austrian ships was more than enough to take on a fleet of their own. As such, the captain swallowed his saliva and took a deep breath in an attempt to calm himself down before responding to the officer's question. "Set a course for Venice. We must alert the Admiralty of this news as soon as possible." With that said, the Venetian naval vessel immediately changed course and began to head back to Venice. When they finally arrived, the head admiral was already in the middle of a conversation with a doge. Rather than wait around for the head of state and the foremost admiral to finish their discussion, the captain decided to risk his position and barged into the door after arguing with the secretary. The moment the captain entered the room, the doge and admiral glared at him with fury. The Venetian head of state immediately began to chastise the captain. "What do you think you were doing barging into the middle of my office? Who permitted you to do such a thing?" However, the captain could not care less about proper etiquette at this moment and instantly began to inform the two men of the terrifying sight he had witnessed. "Your Serenity, Admiral, I apologize for the intrusion, but I have urgent news from the Adriatic Sea that you must be aware of. It has to do with the pirates we have hired to attack Austrian shipping." The doge began to curse under his breath as he heard this. "Useless fucking pirates. What the hell am I paying them for? Go on, spit it out." Not willing to waste a second, the captain immediately reported what he and his crew had witnessed and the overwhelming destructive power of a single frigate used by the Austrian Navy. After a lengthy discussion, the captain was dismissed, leaving the head admiral and the doge with grim expressions as they stood in silence by themselves. They had a hard time believing the captain's reports and had even questioned the man's sanity as he told the horrific tale of the pirates' untimely demise. Ultimately, the doge posed a question to the admiral. "Do you think he was telling the truth?" The admiral scratched his chin for a bit before sighing. "I believe that he believes that he was telling the truth." The doge looked at the admiral with a questioning gaze as he heard this and asked for clarification. "Meaning?" After careful consideration, the admiral laid out what he believed to be a more likely scenario. "What the captain says is too unrealistic. Even with the alleged industrial prowess of Austria to make 10 ships, each armed with dozens of cannons, that is capable of firing projectiles that explode upon impact is unlikely. I mean, I have heard reports of his army using such technology, but this is mostly from second-hand information and is probably just a propaganda tactic the Austrians are using to mislead us about their actual military capabilities. I don't doubt that the pirate ships were destroyed, but by a single vessel with a single bombardment? Preposterous. Unless I can personally witness such a thing, I refuse to believe in such a fantasy. No, I think it is far more likely that the Austrians have constructed a new kind of vessel capable of having cannons on the broadside, and all 10 of the ships opened fire on the 3 pirate vessels simultaneously. At most, they have 5 cannons on each side, which is not something we need to worry about. After all, we planned for unexpected circumstances such as this, and we are producing a new warship every day. Assuming Berniger isn't foolish enough to attack us, we will have our 1,000 ships in under 3 years. By then, it does not matter how many of these ships the Austrians have, they will be outnumbered." After hearing this estimation, the doge began to calm down and think about the circumstances more rationally. The admiral was right. Such firepower on a vessel was not just outrageous, it was downright otherworldly. Unless Berenger had received divine inspiration from the Lord Almighty himself, there was no way he could design such monstrous vessels. As such, the valuable intelligence that the captain reported was disregarded as the rantings of a coward. Little did the Venetian Admiralty realize that every word the captain had spoken was complete and utter truth. Because the doge and head admiral had disregarded the captain's testimony, they would be in for a world of hurt the day they were unfortunate enough to enter a war with Austria and the Tyrant of Steel. Chapter 287, Troubles at the Vatican. Deep within the Vatican, a meeting was held between the Holy Father and the Holy Roman Emperor. Pope Julius and Emperor Balsamo discussed their difficulties over the past year and how to proceed forward. Emperor Balsamo was the first to voice his discontent with the rapid growth that Austria had been blessed with since Berenger had seized control of the duchy. "Berengar's power grows by the day. I have received concerning reports about a visit to Granada. Supposedly the heretic is consulting with the Moorish Sultan. We do not know what objective Berenger had or what form of agreement the two men came to, but there is little doubt in my mind that it does not bode well for our faith." When Pope Julius heard this, he sneered in disdain as he cursed Berenger for his actions. Fucking heretic. Of course, he would lie with the Moorish dogs. May Berengar's soul be cast into the furthest pit of hell for his treason against Christendom. While Julius continued to throw out profanity regarding Berengar's association with the Emirate of Granada, Balsamo had more pressing concerns about the issue and interrupted the Pope and his vile behavior. "Your Holiness, we have bigger concerns. If Austria and Granada are to ally, it threatens the Chich's position in Iberia. If Berenger chooses to arm the Moors like he has done the Byzantines, it means we might see a new caliphate form in Iberia. The rebirth of Al-Andalus is not something we can afford, not after the progress we have made over the centuries." This notion immediately snapped Julius from his rant and calmed his senses. He gazed at Emperor Balsamo with a vicious glare in his eyes as he coldly stated his intentions regarding Iberia. "I will contact the Iberian kings and pressure them into unifying against the Moorish menace. Suppose the Emirate of Granada is to receive military aid by Berniger the Accursed and his Grand Austrian army. In that case, it means that Reconquista is going to become very bloody real soon." After hearing this, Balsamo nodded at the Pope's statement. It was certainly in Portugal, Castile, and Aragon's best interest to unite against the new threat that had presented itself. As such, not only would the Pope pressure Iberian unification, but so too would the Holy Roman Emperor. As for the other issues the church was facing, Balsamo began to complain about what was transpiring within his borders. Your Holiness, the Berenger heresy has spread from southern Germany into the Rhineland and the East German states. The heretic known as Ludolf has personally taken up a mission to convert the locals of the Rhineland, and he has fallen under the protection of the local lords who tolerate his beliefs. If left unchecked, Germany as a whole will soon fall to the Berenger heresy, and we will see ourselves without one of the pillars of the Catholic world. Pope Julius frowned when he heard this news. Whether it was Iberia or Germany, things were looking grim for the Catholic faith in those regions, and as such, the Pope decided to intervene on this matter. I will send in the Inquisition to exterminate these heretics. I don't care if entire villages have to be massacred. The situation in Germany is now beyond redemption. As for you, as Emperor, you need to declare the Berenger heresy unlawful and that all adherents will face the penalty of death upon discovery. Use your forces to suppress them if need be. Upon hearing this, the Holy Roman Emperor smiled wickedly before responding. There was a murderous glint in his eye as he did so. Yes, Your Holiness. The blood of every last heretic in Germany shall be spilled in the name of God. With the plans established to deal with the difficulties the Church was facing in both Iberia and Germany, another critical issue had begun to surface as Julius started to discuss how to deal with the Hussites. The Hussites have entrenched themselves in their territory. They are no longer fighting an offensive war. Instead, they seek to defend what they have gained and desire to drag out this conflict as long as possible. Despite the intervention of the Hospitallers, the war has only become more bloody, and our side continues to suffer casualties. Though we can't prove that Berenger is providing the Hussites with their weapons, it is becoming increasingly apparent that Austria is supporting them. There is not much we can do to cut Austrian support since the Hussites and the Austrians share a border. In response to this, I intend to rally support from Hungary and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. I will send word to the Hungarian and Polish kings and request their assistance in the war for Bohemia. We have to end this war quickly. The more time we spend fighting in Bohemia, the more Berenger has time to prepare himself for the upcoming crusade against him. Balsamo immediately began to interject on this matter and voice his concerns. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is currently engaged in a war with the Teutonic state. Though the Teutonic Order is on the verge of collapse, they aren't likely to send aid to our forces in Bohemia so long as the Teutonic Order still draws breath. When the Pope heard this, he sighed heavily before voicing his opinion. You are right, but it does not hurt to ask for their aid. At the very least, they can provide material support to the Bohemian crown. After the two men thoroughly discussed this matter, they turned their attention to something of greater importance: the growing divide with the Eastern world. Despite abandoning the Teutonic Order in their time of need, the relationship between the Orthodox Church and the Vatican worsened. Part of this was due to Berengar's interference. The Byzantine Emperor was growing more and more reliant on Austrian support when it came to his war for the reconquest of Egypt and Libya. As such, the Orthodox Church had been crippled in terms of showing any form of support to their Catholic brothers to the west when it came to the subject of the Berenger heresy. Because of this lack of support, more than a few cardinals of the Catholic Church were condemning the Patriarch of Constantinople for doing nothing as the Berenger heresy had begun to spread like wildfire across Germany. With the arrival of the Hussite wars in Bohemia, Catholic influence began to wane across Europe. There were even rumors of an English reformist movement starting to appear within the British Isles. Without the support of the other major branch of Christianity, the Catholics had grown bitter and had begun to lash out verbally at their Orthodox counterparts. With this in mind, the Orthodox Church had sent a letter to Pope Julius requesting that he condemn his cardinals and bishops who had begun referring to the Orthodox Church as the devil's minions. This put Julius in a bind. If he condemned his supporters for criticizing the Orthodox's weak stance on the Berenger heresy, he would only be furthering discontent in his ranks. As such, the Pope wanted an opinion from the Holy Roman Emperor on the matter and thus asked the question on his mind. What should be done about the Orthodox Church? Balsamo was by no means a fan of the Orthodox Church or the Byzantine Empire for that matter. Since the formation of the Holy Roman Empire, the two empires had fought for legitimacy in terms of who was the actual successor of ancient Rome. Now that he had a chance to destabilize the relationship between the Byzantine Emperor and the Orthodox Church, the Holy Roman Emperor intended to take full advantage of it. As such, a cruel smirk appeared on the corners of his lips as he offered his advice to deal with the situation. The Patriarch of Constantinople is a coward who bows to the Byzantine Emperor, and the Emperor is a man already influenced by Berengar's wicked ways. You should never condemn the faithful for pointing out that our Eastern brothers are tainted. There is only one reasonable response to the current predicament. You must force the Patriarch of Constantinople to condemn the Byzantine Emperor for aiding and abetting a condemned heretic. Inform them that they are committing a grave sin by sitting by and allowing the Byzantine royal family to associate themselves with the devil's personal representative on this earth. If they refuse to do so, condemn the Patriarch as a heretic as well. After hearing this, the Pope thought about Balsamo's words for some time before he ultimately agreed with them. Very well, I will pressure the Patriarch of Constantinople to denounce the Byzantine Emperor for his crimes. If they refuse to do so, I will not hold back my discontent. Berengar's strength relies on his trade with the East. If the Byzantines continue engaging in such heresy, they must be condemned. With this said, the relations between the Catholic and Orthodox churches were about to take a turn for the worse, all because of Berengar's influence. Despite sticking together for centuries longer than in Berengar's previous life, the two pillars of the Christian world were on the edge of a full-scale schism. After all was said and done, the Vatican had come up with several ways to counteract Berengar's activities in Europe. It would not be long before more proxy wars between the Catholic Church Berengar began to appear. The Hussite Wars were just the beginning. Chapter 288, Reforming the Granadon Army. The sun held high in the clear blue sky above the Andalusian hills. In the valley between the mounds was an army standing and drilling within the formation. These were the men of the Granadon Royal Army, and excited expressions were on their faces as they donned their new attire and wielded their most recent acquisition. Like the Byzantine army, the Granadon army was now equipped with mirror-pattern armor, arquebus firearms, and pikes. If anything, the Granadon forces with their newest armor began to resemble the Ottoman forces from the 16th century of Berengar's previous life. Within the ranks of the Granadon troops were a series of officers dressed in the black and gold attire afforded to the Grand Army of Austria. These men were instructing the Granadon troops on the knowledge and tactics of how to wield their new weapons with efficiency. Standing on the hilltop above, under the protection of an awning, stood Sultan Hassan al-Fadl and Viscount Arnulf von Thiercy. Since Berengar's rise to the position of Duke, Arnulf, Berengar's other most capable general, had been rewarded with the position of the Viscount of Trent. With Berengar overseeing the Duchy of Austria, the loyal nobleman and general of Berengar's Grand Army, had been sent to supervise the training of the Granadon Royal Army. While entertaining his guest, Hassan poured himself a glass of the fortified wine that he had purchased in bulk from Berengar's wineries. As he did so, he poured another for Arnulf. However, the man declined it with a stern expression. "Apologies, Sultan, but I am on duty, and it is forbidden to drink while in such a position." Hearing this, Hassan smiled bitterly. The level of discipline that Berengar's troops held was to a degree he had never seen before, and as such, his respect for Berengar raised even more. After hearing this, the young sultan took a sip from his glass before responding to Arnulf. "Tell me, General, how is His Grace Berengar at the moment?" Arnulf did not break his focus as he observed the Granadon troops form ranks before firing their arquebuses at the targets. While keeping the soldiers' actions below, he answered the Sultan's question with a bit of annoyance in his voice. "He's busy. The Duke works harder than anyone I know. I swear if it weren't for his beautiful lovers who take care of his stress every night, he probably would have blown his brains out by now." Hassan laughed when he heard this and merely sipped from his drink with a smug grin on his face. He too knew the pleasures of being surrounded by beautiful wives, and though Berengar had yet to marry his women, the young sultan did not doubt that the man would eventually do so. As such, he sighed with desperation before responding to Arnulf's claims. "I offered to marry my beautiful older sister off to him, but he declined. His wives appear to be the jealous type. By that little blonde girl's expression, I could tell that she was far from willing to allow such a thing. It is a pity. My dear Yasmin is already 25, and yet I still have not found a man for her to marry. Though I have not given up on Berengar, it is clear to me that he intends to engage in polygamy, and I greatly desire to be brothers with the man. Besides, he only has 3 wives so far, right? In my country, a man is allowed up to 4 wives, so there is still hope for the 2 of them." Arnulf shook his head in silence when he heard this. After one visit to a Muslim country, Berengar had practically gone native. It was one thing for him to have 1 wife and several mistresses, but to entertain the idea of polygamy as a Christian? That was asking for trouble, and for whatever reason, Berengar enjoyed antagonizing those around him. As such, Arnulf returned his attention to the Granadon troops below. The pikemen had begun to take the place of the arquebusiers who reloaded their weapons. Due to the technological limitations of the matchlock design, these arquebus firearms took up to a minute to prepare the next volley compared to the Austrian flintlocks with quick loading tubes. The difference in reload speed was quite fast. In Berengar's previous life, it took weeks to train pikemen and arquebusiers. However, Berengar had a higher standard than the early modern armies. As such, he taught his troops for much longer. As for his allies, Berengar expected the same discipline level. As such, he had his officers train them according to his standards. It would not be long before the Granadans could field a much larger and well-trained force than their enemies nearby. Part of the reason why firearms were destined to replace the traditional bows and crossbows was due to the short amount of time it took to train someone in their use effectively. At the same time, one would have to spend their whole lives to master a bow effectively. Learning how to wield a firearm within formation took weeks of training. The same could be said about pikes when compared to more traditional melee weapons. Even though the arquebus had limited range compared to Austria's rifled muskets, or even the bows of the era, the number of arquebusiers that could be trained in a short period greatly outnumbered the alternative. With this in mind, Arnulf watched the Granadans undergo their training and could witness the results within a short time frame. After just a few weeks, they were beginning to resemble a proper army, at least in accordance with the stringent standards of Austria. As for Hassan, He was greatly impressed by the weapons wielded by his troops and now understood why Berenger was able to rise to power so rapidly. These weapons were revolutionary and could undoubtedly change the tides of war. With Berengar's support, the rise of a new Al-Andalus was highly likely, and Hassan had grand ambitions for the Iberian Peninsula. Seeing that the dreams of his forefathers now had the potential to become a reality, the Sultan asked the question he was most concerned about. How long until they are ready for combat? When my neighbors find out about the aid you have provided me, they will without question invade my lands. Arnulf scratched his chin and rolled his head to the side as he thought about the question. The only sound that could be overheard was the echo of the falconet cannons firing in the distance. After several moments of ambience, Arnulf lifted 2 fingers as he addressed the Sultan's concerns. 2 weeks, and your troops will be prepared to face whatever challenges the Catholic armies will throw at them. As long as your commanders are competent in the tactics we have provided them, the Iberian kings will be kneeling before you, begging for mercy in a matter of years. Upon hearing this, Hassan lifted his chalice and took a swig from it, smiling as he did so. After drinking from his goblet, he stared at his troops mustered below with a grin curved upon his lips, releasing the thoughts held deep within his mind. This is just the beginning. Soon I will have a grand army of my own, and it is all thanks to Berenger. With that said, the troops continued to train in the field below while the Austrian advisors corrected any faults in their efforts. When the new wave of Reconquista found itself at Granada's gates, they would be more than prepared to handle such a frightful event. In doing so, Berenger would find the pressure he faced from the Catholic Church alleviated as the Moors and Iberians began a new wave of warfare that would consume the peninsula in fire and blood. Who would remain at the end of such a brutal conflict? Only time will tell. Chapter 289. Formation of the Iberian Union. While Granada was preparing for the inevitable war with its neighbors, the Iberian Catholic monarchs had been summoned to a meeting at the Vatican. The Pope had purposely asked for their attendance, and as exceptional members of the faith, they had not disobeyed his commands. The kings of Portugal, Castile, and Aragon were gathered in a room with the Pope. It had been some time since these men had been in the same room, and they had a feeling they knew what this was about. As such, Pope Julius was the first to speak as he addressed the men who had gathered. My children, I must thank you for traveling all of this way to the Holy See. We find ourselves in grave times, and it is with a heavy heart that I must request something important of every one of you. The 3 Iberian kings nodded their heads in silence as they waited for the Pope to speak his piece. After doing so, the Pope sighed heavily before revealing the Holy Roman Empire's intelligence about Berengar's actions in Iberia. You should all be aware of the heretic known as Berenger the Accursed. We do not know what evil intentions he has, but the man visited Granada and met with the Sultan. We fear he may be plotting to arm the Moors with his demonic devices. If we do not act now, then your kingdoms are in grave danger of being overrun. I implore the 3 of you to join together and fight against the Moorish menace. This news came as a shock to the 3 kings of Iberia. They were not aware that Berenger had met with the Sultan of Granada, nor that he was in the process of arming and training them for war. However, if such a thing was true, it did indeed threaten the stability of the region. As such, the 3 men began to bicker among themselves for the best course of action. As the king of the most extensive kingdom of Iberia, King Francisco de Trastamara of the Kingdom of Castile was the first to voice his support for the Pope's words. I agree with His Holiness. If we do not join together to fight against the Moors, then we will be opening ourselves up to future troubles. This must end now. For too long, the Muslim filth has occupied our lands. King Felipe de Trastamara of the Kingdom of Aragon was the next to speak on the matter. As such, he cleared his throat before speaking in an authoritative tone. And who will lead this supposed alliance of ours? I do not know about you, but I do not trust King Francisco not to stab me in the back when this is all over. The 2 kings were cousins, and as such, had a bitter rivalry as they both intended to take over each other's kingdoms. Thus, without an outside enemy's interference, it was unlikely for the 2 men to come together and unify their forces. The moment Felipe made this claim, Francisco nearly jumped out of his chair as he raised his voice at his cousin. How dare you claim such a thing about my character? I'll have you know that my honor is renowned across the globe. To insinuate that I would betray you if anything resembles your character greater than my own. Before the 2 kings could lunge at each other over the words that had been spoken, the Pope interrupted by clearing his throat. The moment he did so, the 2 men shrank back into their seats as if they were schoolchildren being scolded by their teacher. We have greater concerns than your petty squabbles. I suggest the 2 of you look at the big picture. If the Granadans are armed and trained by the Austrians, then only by coming together and uniting your armies against them do you stand a chance of survival. Look at yourselves closely, and ask yourselves if your disputes are worth the destruction of your kingdom. After saying this, the 2 kings glanced at one another before quickly looking away. As for the King of Portugal, he enjoyed the sight of the 2 men bickering. It was not every day that he could witness such a spectacular sight. King Luís de Avis was the current monarch of Portugal and had sustained his territory despite the ongoing conflicts with his neighbors. One of the ways he had managed to do this was by playing the Castilian and Aragonian thrones against one another so that the focus was off of his realm. Though he did not desire to see a union between Castile and Aragon, he had to admit that the threat that an Austro-Granadan alliance posed was significant, especially since he had become aware of the swift vessels known as clippers Berenger had used to transport goods across the Mediterranean rapidly. If Austrian naval vessels were half as fast as his merchant fleet, they posed a significant threat in warfare. As such, the Portuguese king was much more open to the idea of cooperation against the Austro-Granadan alliance. Thus the man spoke with some civility as he began to discuss the potential, albeit temporary union of their three countries. Without a doubt, if we leave the Austro-Granadan alliance to its own devices, they will eventually attack us. We should strike swiftly while the Granadan troops are still unprepared for the event of war. A temporary alliance between our three countries is the most efficient means to achieve victory. If you two have a problem with the potential of each other leading said alliance, then why don't I take the position? Compared to the two of you, I have no interest in either of your realms, and if one of you were to betray the other, I could support the wronged party. These terms are fair, are they not? Hearing this, the other two monarchs frowned, though they knew what Luís said was reasonable. They were having troubles coming to terms with such an arrangement. Portugal was an outsider, though they were Iberian. They had begun to split from the Castilians and Aragonians culturally. However, at the same time, it was because they were an outsider that the Portuguese might be the fittest to lead the alliance of the three countries. As such, Francisco was the first to agree to these terms. Very well, though I want you to know that this alliance is temporary. As soon as the Granadans are defeated, I will immediately withdraw my support. Upon hearing this, Felipe became outraged and immediately threw his support behind the Portuguese, not wanting his cousin to gain the upper hand. I too support this alliance under the same terms and conditions as Castile. With that said, the three Iberian kings had come to an arrangement, and Pope Julius smiled amicably at the result. Truthfully, he did not care which of these fools led the alliance, only that it was formed to deal with the Grenadans, and by extension the Austrians with them. After seeing the results, the Pope declared what would shock the Catholic world when it was released to Europe at large. Very well, then it is under these terms that I announce the formation of the Iberian Union, led by the Crown of Portugal. Until the Moorish menace is defeated and driven from the Iberian Peninsula, you three kings will do your best to eliminate them. God wills it. Immediately the three Iberian kings chanted back the Pope's words. God wills it. With that said, the Iberian Union was formed and would face off in a proxy war against the Granadans. In doing so, the conflict between Austria and the papacy had begun to take a more sinister turn. The winner of the fight for Iberia would determine the future of the world in many ways. Chapter 290. Preparing to visit the Kalmar Union. As the war for Iberia began to erupt between Granada and the newly established Iberian Union, Berenger sat back and expanded his naval forces. At the moment, the most critical area he was lacking in was naval power, and as such, he had further focused his efforts in that regard. With the expansion of his naval might, the increase in demand for oak became a reality. As such, Berenger had begun to rely on imports from the Kalmar Union to sustain his growth. With the rise in trade between the Duchy of Austria and the Kalmar Union, the beliefs of the German Reformation began to spread to Scandinavia, in particular Sweden. In its own form, a new reformist movement had begun to appear in the region. With it, calls for aid to Austria were made by many reformist noblemen within the kingdom. As such, Berenger, who was sitting on his ducal throne, began to read a letter with the seal of the Scandinavian monarch embossed upon it. The letter expressed interest in reformist views and a willingness to discuss matters of importance between the two leaders. Berenger read the letter with a complicated expression on his face. Though Sweden was a major component of the Protestant Revolution in his previous life, it was still a century too early for them to accept such beliefs. Yet, due to his intervention, not only Sweden but all of Scandinavia had begun to be affected by reformist thought. Unlike in Germany or Bohemia, the reformist movement appeared to be peaceful in the north. Truthfully, Berenger was in awe over such results, and as such, he was pretty cautious in the way he decided to handle this information. After all, unlike the Byzantine Empire and the Emirate of Granada, one day, if all went as planned, then Berenger would share a border with the Scandinavians, and the idea of the conflicts resulting because of this was not a slim possibility. As such, Berenger began to tap his armrest repeatedly as he thought about how to proceed with this invitation. While doing so, Honoria came into the room and spotted Berenger deep in thought. On her shoulder was her trusty eagle Heraclius who, as usual, gazed at Berenger with a watchful eye. Heraclius was no fool. He knew that Berenger and Honoria were now in a relationship, and because of that, he was exceptionally cautious around the man. The eagle's job was to protect his master, and as such, he refused to allow a playboy like Berenger to break Honoria's heart. Thus, when Honoria approached Berniger with a happy face, the eagle screeched at Berenger with hostility. Upon doing so, Berenger simply stared down the bird with a smile on his face. Ever since he had first bedded the princess, the eagle had become quite aggressive with him. Nevertheless, Berenger did not think much of it and smiled amicably at the girl and her companion as she leaped into his arms and greeted him. "Berenger, what are you doing here sitting on your throne by your lonesome?" Upon hearing this, Berenger sighed and handed the letter over to Anuria, allowing her to see the invitation in his hands. After she read through the contents of the letter, a shocked expression formed on her lips. The fact that a monarch of a powerful region like the Kalmar Union had invited him to stay in its capital and discuss matters of religion and trade was a big step forward as such. She was delighted to see that Berenger was finally making friends. "I'm impressed. First the Granadans, now the Scandinavians. You are beginning to make some allies." Upon hearing this, Berenger nodded his head and sighed before expressing the thoughts on his mind. "So, do you want to sail with me up to Copenhagen?" Upon hearing this, a broad smile formed across Anuria's lips as she grabbed a hold of Berenger and hugged him once more. Of course, after Berenger had missed their trip last year, Anuria fell into a deep depression even though they finally became a couple. Berenger had taken Adela with him to his diplomatic visit to Granada shortly after, which had considerably gotten on her nerves. Now that she could finally have some alone time with Berenger, she would not miss the opportunity as such. She immediately released her hold over Berenger and scurried off while informing him of her intentions. "They'll go pack right away." With that said, the young princess ran off to her room where she would begin to pack for her journey. As she did so, Heraclius' gaze never left Berengar's sight until he exited the room while perched upon Anuria's shoulder. After the two of them disappeared, Berenger chuckled to himself as he began to drink from his skull chalice. While doing so, Linda appeared before him with a scowl on her face. "You're leaving so soon? Didn't you visit Granada a few months ago?" In response, Berenger raised from his seat and grabbed a hold of his woman before dragging her into his embrace. As he did so, he fondled large breasts and her plump bottom while kissing her passionately in the process. Linda was incredibly excited by these actions and began to flush with embarrassment. Seeing this, Berenger grabbed a hold of her hand and led her over to his throne, where he sat down and positioned his lover on top of him. Linda looked around the room nervously, fearing being caught in the act. But as she did so, Berenger grabbed a hold of her chin and redirected her gaze into his deep sapphire eyes before speaking his mind. "I will only be gone for a few weeks, and I need you to look after the kids. When I get back, I promise I won't leave your side for at least a week. You can have me all to yourself." Upon hearing this, Linda began to lick her lover's fingers as she moved the flaps of her dress aside and positioned herself above Berengar's crotch. She was so excited that she no longer cared if she was seen, and as such, she allowed Berenger to enter inside of her. As Linda began to make love to her man upon his throne, she moaned in pleasure while grasping a hold of Berengar's large hand. After a few moments, she expressed her thoughts to the young Duke of Austria. However, all she could get out between her moans were two words: "Swear it." Berenger began to chuckle as he reversed their positions before answering the young woman's request while staring into her beautiful sky-blue eyes. "I swear to God that what I say is true. When I return from Scandinavia, you can have me all to yourself for as much as you can handle." After saying this, the couple enjoyed themselves for some time. Luckily for Linda, nobody had decided to intrude upon their shameless actions, and before long, Berenger was ready to depart with Anuria by his side. After saying goodbye to his lover and his children, Berenger, Anuria, and Heraclius departed for Denmark to meet with the king of the Kalmar Union. Throughout the entire journey, Berenger would similarly treat Anuria to how he had just treated Linda in his throne room. After all, what was the point of having two women if you could not enjoy them both? Chapter 291. Arriving in the Kalmar Union. Just like his journey to Granada, Berenger had taken a clipper with him to the Kalmar Union. Throughout the journey, Berenger and Anuria had spent most of it within the cabin. The couple made up for lost time in their own way. By the time they arrived in Copenhagen, the capital of the Kalmar Union, Berenger and Anuria were almost completely drained of energy. They had spent so much time in bed that they were in dire need of some coffee or some protein. As such, Berenger and Anuria were quite thankful when they arrived at the king's estate, where he greeted them with open arms. Berenger was initially cautious about such a meeting. Still, despite his worries, the king genuinely seemed to embrace the idea of reformation, or at the very least tolerate it within his kingdom. The Kalmar king was a man in his late 30s with a long flowing golden beard and matching hair. His eyes were a pastel blue, and he had quite a large gut. This man was a glutton, as he weighed more than a man his size should. Nevertheless, the man known as King Alvar quickly greeted Berenger with a pleasant smile on his face. "Duke Berenger of Austria, your reputation precedes you. Welcome to my humble abode. I look forward to speaking with you over the coming days." Seeing the white-haired beauty standing next to Berenger, who was dressed in a mint green gown with golden embroidery, and a fur coat draped over it, the king's eyes instantly widened. This young woman was among the most beautiful women he had ever seen, and as such, he greatly desired her. However, the moment he gazed at her with lustful intent, Heraclius, who was perched upon her shoulder, screeched at him with hostility. Thus the king was startled upon seeing this. Berenger chuckled slightly before giving the king of Scandinavia a fair warning. I wouldn't get any ideas if I were you. That bird is overprotective of the Lady Valeria. As usual, Berenger used Honoria's disguise as a cover since he was bringing her along as his +1. He had decided to use one of the girl's aliases. Of course, Honoria now had two aliases. One was an ordinary orphan and a privateer who was known as Valeria Zanara, and the other was the Lady Valeria Melodia, which was a more enhanced version of her initial alias. Until Berniger could marry the girl as his third wife, he had to be careful about her real identity. Since he was bringing her along with him on his journey to the Kalmar Union, he had to develop a new noble identity for her. As such, he and the princess spent some time on their journey overhauling her alias. Luckily, Scandinavia was so far away from the Byzantine Empire that there was no way to confirm her identity quickly. Thus the king instantly began to greet the woman known as Lady Valeria. Apologies if I offended your pet. My lady, it won't happen again. To this, Berenger struggled to contain himself from snickering. As such, he grabbed a hold of Honoria's waist and dragged her into his embrace. The Lady Valeria is my lover, so I would advise you not to get any unhealthy thoughts about her. The intent was clear. Berenger was making a stance immediately to avoid any necessary drama. Of course, the king of the Kalmar Union noticed this and immediately backed off. He had no desire to pick a fight with Austria, especially over a woman. Thus he let go of his thoughts regarding Honoria and helped Berenger and his host move into his castle. It was now close to wintertime, and it was dreadfully cold in Denmark. Thus Berenger and his subordinates were appropriately dressed in fine furs. After getting settled into the same room, Honoria and Berenger prepared themselves for the feast that was about to transpire. As such, they approached the dining hall where a large group of people was sitting. Catholics, reformists, and noblemen all gathered in the dining hall to greet Berenger. Upon seeing this, Berenger was quite entertained by the idea of Catholics and reformists sitting at the same table sharing bread while the rest of the Christian world was at war over their minor differences. When Berenger sat down at the table next to Honoria, they all began to say grace. After that was finished, they dug into their meal, where the head of the local reformist church began to speak to Berenger as if he were a legendary figure. Your Grace, I must profess that I am a huge fan of your work. Spreading the gospel to all of the people of Germany was a bold move, and I admire your bravery. As for the Catholics, they had rather sour expressions. Under the decree of the king of the Kalmar Union, all Christian faiths were tolerated. The king may be a glutton, but he had seen what was happening in Germany and Bohemia and dreaded the idea of such a thing happening within his own realm. Because of this, he had enacted law of religious tolerance and enforced peace between the burgeoning reformist faction and the Catholic Church within Scandinavia. Thus the Catholics were in a difficult position at the table, as they could not openly make a move against the man known as Berenger, the accursed. Upon hearing this, Berniger nodded towards the reformist and addressed his concerns. I believe it is essential for the average person to read the Word of God and understand it within its entirety. There are many things the Catholic Church preaches that are based on the tradition founded upon pagan beliefs, rather than the Word of Christ. Though the Catholics wanted to jump up in response to this comment, the king eyed them carefully with an authoritative gaze. As such, they calmed themselves and ate from the food provided at the table. Seeing the Catholics behaving themselves, Berenger decided to bring up the topic in his mind as he addressed everyone at the table. Seeing Catholics and reformists sharing a meal so peacefully is precisely the vision I had when I started my reformist movement. Unfortunately, in Germany and Bohemia, the Vatican holds too much power and sought to destroy us. I am glad to see that you, King Alvar, have such firm control over your lands that you can allow the peaceful coexistence of our two belief systems. On the one hand, this was a compliment to King Alvar and the Kalmar Union. On the other hand, it was an insult to the Catholics, implying that they hold too much power over the laws of man and that secular rule was more important. Nevertheless, both King Alvar and his reformist members of his court were happy to hear Berengar's compliment. And as such, King Alvar began to speak to Berenger. You honor me, O mighty Duke of Austria. I have heard of your exploits in the taverns. They sing songs about you as if you were some ancient folk hero. The man who commands thunder. That is what some of the bards are referring to you as. Berenger chuckled at this remark before responding. I claim no such thing. I simply command thousands of men with thousands of guns, and their echo merely resembles thunder. After hearing this, King Alvar began to laugh, so much so that he began to choke on the food he was eating. The moment he did so, the people in the room began to panic. Before long, the man was keeled over, trying his hardest to breathe. Luckily, Berenger was in the room and immediately sprang to action, where he got behind the man and used the Heimlich maneuver he had learned during his duration in the army in his previous life. After a few attempts, the king spat out the chunk of meat lodged in his throat and gasped for air. It took the king a few moments to realize what had happened. After doing so, he got up from his feet and patted Berenger on the back. I owe you my life. To this, Berenger merely shrugged his hand off and replied calmly. It was nothing. I know you would have done the same. Despite knowing for a fact that Alvar was incapable of doing such a thing, Berengar's humble attitude in the act of heroism left a favorable impression on the Scandinavian nobility who had gathered at the table. With that said, King Alvar returned to his seat, where he began to make a toast before drinking from his chalice, to a lasting friendship with Austria. Afterward, the people of the court began to drink away their shock and chat among themselves. Though Berenger knew he would not be able to easily establish a military alliance with the Kalmar Union, this coincidental event was enough to help secure him in their good graces. At the very least, he would not have to worry about an invasion from the north for the time being. Chapter 292. Fishing and Diplomacy. Berenger awoke bright and early on the cold near winter's morning. He was lying naked in a feather bed covered in bear fur. Anuria's beautiful bear figure was lying next to him. She was wrapped lovingly around him as if she was utterly unwilling to let him out of her sight, even in her sleep. As for Heraclius, he was sitting perched on the stand Anuria had brought with her for the pet eagle, giving Berenger the stink eye. The more Heraclius stared at Berenger with his master, the more protective he felt. Regardless, Berenger returned the eagle's fierce stare with a wicked smile. After doing so, he grabbed a hold of Anuria's sizable bust and squeezed it softly before kissing her on the lips. The girl quickly awoke after feeling this and stared into Berenger's sapphire eyes. He was not wearing his eye patch at the moment, and as such she was able to see his scarred pupil, along with his perfectly intact one, which she rarely got to see. Despite the grievous injury, she was not in the least bit frightened. If anything, in her mind, it added to Berengar's character. As such, she cupped his face lovingly as she pushed him down onto the bed and began to kiss him passionately upon the neck. Before long, the two were going at it once more, and Heraclius had decided to shield his eyes with his wing. Since he was trapped in this room with a closed window, there was no way for him to escape the scene. As such, he did his best to avoid it. The entire journey had been like this, and he was beginning to get annoyed with the young couple. After some time, Anuria and Berenger got dressed, where they greeted the king and his family at the dining table for breakfast. After the previous night, King Alvar and Berenger had gotten along quite well. Both men had a penchant for drinking, and Berenger had saved his life. However, Berenger asked for nothing in return, insisting that he was merely doing the right thing and that righteous action should not be repaid as a favor. The reason for this was quite simple. In front of the Scandinavian reformists, they would see this as proof of Berengar's supposed true nature, despite the Catholic Church's slander. As for the Catholic Church, they could not use the event to smear his name, and thus Berenger had bought himself some good publicity in the eyes of the Scandinavian people. Truthfully, Berenger did not want a military alliance with the Kalmar Union. He was confident there would be some conflicts with them in the future over the Schleswig-Holstein question. Thus, what Berenger wanted in this visit was to establish a beneficial trade agreement between the two realms and a non-aggression pact. His goal with this breakfast was to enhance further his relations with the royal family of the Kalmar Union. Thus Berenger was seated next to Anuria as they dined upon the simple food. It was mainly rye bread, cabbage, and salted pork. As Berenger ate the food, he inquired about the king's plans for the day. So, King Alvar, tell me, what do you have planned for today? Seeing as how King Alvar was entertaining a vital guest, he decided to do something recreational, and as such, he stared at Berenger across the table with a fat grin on his face. I was thinking of going fishing. Would you like to tag along? Without a second's hesitation, Berenger nodded his head and accepted the offer. If you are offering, then I would be happy to accept. Upon hearing this, Anuria instantly began to tug on Berengar's sleeve with a pouting expression. She did not want to be left alone with the royal family and a contingent of guards. Nevertheless, Berenger needed to secure his goals in this visit, and as such, he had to leave her behind. After all, fishing was a task where men could bond, and a woman's presence would ruin it. As such, Alvar's house and Berengar's host enjoyed a simple breakfast filled with acceptable banter. It was not until that afternoon where Berenger and King Alvar departed from the castle and approached the docks of Copenhagen, where they began to cast out the lines of their fishing rods and angle for a meal. Though the medieval fishing rod was different than the gear Berenger was accustomed to in the 21st century from his past life, he quickly adapted to it and before long was sitting back and waiting for a bite. As he did so, he reached into his fur coat and pulled out a wineskin where he began to drink from it. After doing so, he wiped off the lid before handing it over to King Alvar. Alvar nodded at Berenger as he took a sip from the wineskin. After doing so, he handed it right back to Berenger. As the two men sipped on fortified wine while fishing off the coast of Copenhagen, Berenger eventually broke the silence and asked the question on his mind. Can I ask you something, Your Highness? Hearing Berenger speak in such a severe tone made the king curious, and as such, he nodded his head silently, giving Berenger permission to ask his question. What do you intend to do when the Pope finally declares a crusade on the German Reformation? By now, the wineskin had made its way back into Alvar's hand, and as such, He took a big gulp before responding to the question with another question. What do you think I should do about it? It was apparent the man was testing Berenger. The man was all too aware of the stories of Berniger's conquests. He knew that so long as the Catholic Church held significant power, the two factions would fight each other until one managed to gain dominance. He also knew Berenger did not plan to sit back in Austria quietly and most likely had grand ambitions. As such, he was curious if Berenger would call in a favor for saving his life now that they were in private. However, Berengar's answer was not what he expected. Instead, Berenger spoke clearly and confidently as he outlined exactly how he thought the future events would unfold. Honestly, it is in the best interest of you and your people not to get involved. You have already promoted tolerance of Christian faiths in your land. If you choose one side, you will only be inviting internal chaos, and I have no desire to see the Kalmar Union tear itself apart from internal strife. Berenger could have further elaborated about the strength of his army versus that of the Crusaders. Instead, he chose to keep it short and straightforward, in doing so nudging towards the idea of a non-aggression pact. As such, the response from King Alvar was one of surprise. Truthfully, he had spent the previous night lamenting the debt he owed Berenger after his life was saved, as he did not want to get involved with the crusade. As such, he began to speak to Berenger with caution as he attempted to clarify the issue at hand. You don't want me to send troops to your aid? In response to this question, Berenger merely shook his head as he answered honestly. Rather than ask for your support, I would prefer you make your stance known to the world that you have no intent to get involved. Sign a non-aggression pact between our two realms, and I can sleep easy knowing that an invasion from the far north is not a possibility. Upon hearing this, King Alvar sighed heavily. He felt as if a great weight on his heart had been released. As such, he nodded his head and placed out his hand to shake upon the agreement. Deal. With that said, the two men shook hands, agreeing not to attack each other in the near future. Shortly after that, Berengar's line began to bob, and he immediately began angling for the fish. After a brief struggle, Berenger was able to reel it in. The two men smiled as they gazed upon the size of the fish that Berenger had caught. It was a North Sea cod, and its size was about 100 pounds and was close to 5 feet in size. Upon seeing this, Alvar was amazed. Among all of the cod he had ever seen fished from the shore, this was one of the biggest. As such, the two men were eager to have the fish gutted and cooked so that they could eat it. Thus, the two men returned to the castle to draft an official non-aggression pact between Austria and the Kalmar Union. By doing this, Berenger ensured that no man from Scandinavia would enter his realm during the next crusade. If they did so, they would be punished to the fullest extent of the law. Chapter 293. I can die happy now. Several weeks had passed since Berenger first visited the Kalmar Union. The day after returning from his fishing trip with King Alvar, Berenger and the Scandinavian king signed a non-aggression pact between Austria and the Kalmar Union into effect. The two men also signed a comprehensive trade agreement designed to bring wealth to both countries via open trade of raw materials. As such, Berenger was able to acquire raw materials like timber and furs at a reasonable price. After returning home, Berenger found himself fulfilling his promise to his dear lover. Linda monopolized a week's worth of Berniger's time, refusing to allow him to work during that period. As such, he spent the days with his beautiful young lover. When they weren't making love, they were spending time as a family with their children. During this time, Honoria had spent it training the crew she was raising, and as such rarely saw Berenger. After all, she was well aware of the promise he had made to Linda and had no plans to intrude upon them. Before Berenger knew it, his birthday had arrived, and with it, winter had officially begun. Today was December 21st, 1420, and it was Berengar's 24th birthday. As such, numerous guests had arrived to celebrate it, and though Berenger wanted to keep the attendance to a minimum, he could not very well decline those who had shown up. To Berenger, a birthday was just any other day, and he had never really cared for it after all. He had spent the overwhelming majority of his birthdays in his past life alone, and thus felt uncomfortable having so many people over celebrating what to him was just an average day. After being surrounded by various guests for some time, Berenger finally managed to escape their grasp as he went to his balcony, where he began to smoke some hemp. Berenger had long since cultivated the material for the textile industry, but now and then, when his nerves were in a wreck, he would smoke some hemp. Unlike cannabis, hemp flower contained a shallow content of THC, and as such, he did not get high. However, it did have a large amount of CBD, and thus it aided with relaxation. As long as there was no tobacco for him to smoke, hemp was pretty much the best way for him to calm his nerves. Eventually, his smoking session came to a halt when Adela appeared behind Berenger and wrapped her hands over his eyes. The moment she did, she asked the question on her mind with a pretty smile on her face. Guess who? The moment Berenger heard this, a smile appeared on his face as he put out the hemp cigarette. He then grabbed a hold of Adela's dainty hands before answering her question. Adela, I know it's you. Because Berenger had not played along with the young woman's games, she immediately let go of him and began to pout. The moment Berenger saw this, He thought it was adorable and petted her silky golden hair in response. This only caused Adela to pout further as she was still being treated as a child, despite her growth over the last few years. After seeing this, Berenger extended his hand out as he looked back inside at the party that was taking place in the ballroom. In doing so, he asked Adela the question she most likely wanted to hear. Would you care for a dance? After hearing this, all of Adela's discontent flew out the window, and she immediately began to smile as she grasped a hold of Berengar's hand, where he led her to the dance floor. Though it had been a while since they had last danced, Berenger did not forget the movements and began to waltz with his fiancée as the crowd of guests watched. As usual, Berenger had stolen the show with his graceful appearance and a beautiful girl by his side, and thus all eyes had drawn themselves to him and his young fiancée. As for Linda and Honoria, they watched with enviable expressions. The two women hatched a plan in their minds at the same time and began to communicate with one another in secret. The moment Berenger had finished his dance with Adela, both Linda and Honoria approached him despite his exhaustion from the event. Berenger could see the keen interest in their eyes and reached out his hand towards Linda, where he began to dance with her for some time. The guests gazed upon Berenger and his lover with complicated expressions. Berengar's affair with Linda was well known to the Austrian nobility at this point. After all, he had 2 children with the girl, and despite this scandal, there were few brave enough to rebuke it openly. However, what truly shocked them was that after Berenger had danced with both Adela and Linda, he took Honoria's hand and waltzed with her as well. Few people outside of Kufstein knew of Berengar's newest acquisition, and as such, they were pretty surprised to see that Berenger had potentially taken another lover. After all, the way the two looked at each other was as passionate as the others. As such, a new rumor would begin to spread as the nobility of Austria attempted to inquire about the identity of the young white-haired woman who was by Berengar's side. Eventually, the dancing ended, and Berenger opened his presents. It was primarily lavish gifts that Berenger had no use for. Nevertheless, he thanked every one of the guests who provided them before moving on to the cake. Soon the celebration came to an end, and the guests who had visited Kufstein had departed from the castle, their goal being to spend the night in the lodgings provided for them within Kufstein city. Adela and her family stayed behind and were granted access to the castle. After spending some time drinking with Marquis Otto, who Berenger had promoted from a count to his current position after rising to power, Berenger returned to his quarters where a surprise present was waiting for him. Upon entering his bedchambers, he noticed 2 beautiful young women dressed in a nearly matching pair of translucent silk negligées. Lindy's exceptionally curvy body showed through the sky-blue material, revealing her perky pink nipples beneath them. As for Honoria, she was dressed in the same garment but in the color of mint green to match her own eyes. Unlike Linda, who was quite amorous by nature, Honoria was blushing profusely as she held onto Lindy's hand for encouragement. The two had arranged that their gift for Berenger would be something special, and as such, they decided to present themselves for his enjoyment on his birthday night. The moment Berenger saw the 2 gorgeous girls dressed in such enticing attire, all of his exhaustion accumulated throughout the day vanished from his body, and he shut the door behind him. As he approached the bed, Linda took the lead and was the first to speak as she got up and began to disrobe Berenger. "Master, this is your gift for tonight. Please make use of your slave however you see fit." Honoria struggled to speak the lustful thoughts she had prepared in her head to entice Berenger after she approached Berenger to help Linda disrobe him. The young duke grabbed a hold of her plump bottom and squeezed it, which caused her to lose her thought process. After a few seconds, she calmed herself, despite her flushed appearance, and spoke her mind. "Daddy, show me your love. Linda and I are prepared to satisfy you in whatever way you desire tonight." Berenger struggled to contain his growing lust, and after he was fully undressed, pushed the 2 girls on the bed and pounced on them like a tiger in heat. He would spend the entire night making love to his 2 women. It was only after the dawn had risen and the 3 of them were covered in sweat, among other bodily fluids, that they fell asleep in each other's arms. As Berenger began to pass out, one final thought appeared on his mind. "I can die happy now." He had no way of knowing it, but this event had strengthened the bonds between the 3 of them. Eventually, such a scene would become routine for Berenger and his lovers. At the moment, he was thoroughly enjoying his peaceful life. However, peace never lasted for long, and soon enough, Austria would be thrust into another war. Chapter 294. Assembling a crew 2. Since Berengar's birthday, a total of 3 months had passed, and it was now the early months of 1421. Throughout these past few months, Honoria had worked on assembling a crew from the wayward women of not only Austria but the nearby regions as well. Germans, Italians, Moors, and Serbs had gathered among the ranks of her privateer crew and trained efficiently in the art of sailing. At the moment, Berenger was standing before Honoria, who was dressed in her privateer captain's attire. He was the only free man allowed on board the 20-gun sloop of war which Honoria had named the Honoria's Revenge after herself, though few knew her actual identity, and as such it was presumed to be named after the missing Byzantine princess. Berenger had brought a few weapons crates with him on board, where he then opened them to reveal the contents hidden within. When the woman around him gazed at the weapons, they were not surprised. Anuria had promised that Berenger would provide them with firearms. However, when he explained the function of the guns, they were shocked to hear it. These are the 1421 repeating rifled muskets. They are capable of firing 3,060 rounds a minute and are appropriately rifled. They utilize the .58 caliber miniball projectile, and I assure you are lethal out to 300 yards, even if your opponent is armored in full plate. Berenger had to look out for Anuria, and since her entire crew was comprised of women, he ensured she was adequately equipped to defeat men in battle. As such, he created a series of firearms based upon the Jennings rifle from his previous life. The Jennings rifle was a percussion cap rifle that used superposed loads to rapidly fire multiple shots from a single barrel in a short amount of time. Due to the lack of mercury fulminate, Berenger had altered the design to a flintlock action. The Jennings rifle that the 1421 repeating rifled musket was based on consists of a single barrel and lock, which could fire 20 charges in 2 seconds per charge. The rifle utilized a sliding lock and multiple touch holes similar to earlier designs. The firearm also utilized a mechanism for automatically priming the pan of the lock. In simpler terms, this was a flintlock repeating rifle, whereby simply cocking the gun and pulling the trigger up to 20 rounds could be fired off downrange rapidly. Berenger also designed pistols based upon this principle as sidearms for the women to wield. Essentially, they would be able to effectively engage any man in combat without the need to draw blades. The reason for this was because they could simply fire over 20 rounds without ever needing to reload their weapons. With this in mind, Berenger decided to demonstrate the weapons as he handed Anuria the first repeating flintlock she had long since been trained in their use. As such, the princess began to teach her privateers how to load the weapons before she tested them on a series of targets set up on the shore. The moment Anuria cocked the flintlock action and fired at a distance of 100 yards, the mini-ball projectile struck through the steel breastplate that was adorned atop the straw target and blasted through the other side with ease. Before anyone had time to react, she cocked the action again and fired another precise shot towards the next target. She repeated this a total of 20 times, hitting most of the dummies in the process. One could say under Berengar's supervision she had become an excellent marksman after all. There were few things hotter than a woman who knew how to handle a gun. After smoking her targets, Anuria turned around with a broad smile and asked Berenger the question on her mind. "Did I do good, Daddy?" At this point, she was so used to calling Berenger by that term that it did not even cross her mind that all of her crew members were present to witness it. Berenger, on the other hand, was still not entirely on board with the whole thing and, as such, cleared his throat before responding. "You did well." After hearing this, Anuria smiled before jumping off the bow and into Berengar's arms before kissing his cheek. All of her crew members were stunned by Anuria's actions. They had no idea that Anuria had such a relationship with the Duke of Austria, but they suddenly understood why they were permitted to engage in such a deadly profession. The only member among the crew who knew what kind of relationship Anuria had with Berenger was Melissa. The latter had given up the life of a peaceful employee of a textile factory to join Anuria's privateering crew. If the princess was going to go out on adventures and get herself in trouble, Melissa wanted to be by her side to help. After this embarrassing display of affection, Berenger began handing out the weapons and training the women in their use. This would be their next goal now that they were semi-experienced sailors. As such, the operation of the repeating muskets and cannons was the next step in the training of this wayward crew of wenches. While Anuria was training the women, Elfrun, in particular, was messing with something far more sinister. She had been educated in Berengar's public education system and had always been interested in chemistry. Thus, she had begun experimenting with explosives ever since she joined Anuria's crew. Despite being in her early teens, one could say the young girl had become quite obsessed with the explosives such as grenades. As such, she was playing with one of those same explosives when Berenger walked over to her. After doing so, she looked up at him with a murderous glint in her eyes, which Berenger found to be quite odd. However, the girl's following words explained her reasoning perfectly. "Go away, womanizer." In Elfrun's eyes, there was little difference between Berenger and the lower noblemen who tried to purchase her. They were both the same lecherous men who abused their wealth and power to get what they wanted. As such, she had no interest in talking to Berenger. Upon hearing this, Berenger chuckled and nodded his head before walking away. The only thing he said to the girl before departing were the words, "You're not wrong." Afterward, he left the girl who was playing with grenades to her own devices. Hopefully, she wouldn't do something stupid and irresponsible with those explosives. As such, Berenger returned to Anuria and began to flirt with her. While he did this, Elfrun's gaze did not escape his trail, and she immediately bit her lip upon seeing the way Anuria acted around the young duke. Berenger spent the day getting to know Anuria's various crew members that she had rallied together, and by the end of it, he was quite pleased with the results. At the very least, he could trust these women around his lover. Though they did not appear like much, this crew would soon become notorious on the Mediterranean Sea, and their actions would inspire many young men to take up arms in privateering on behalf of the Crown of Austria. Honoria would be the first to usher in a new era of naval warfare, one that Berenger greatly anticipated. As Honoria and her crew of salty wenches began to transition into the life of privateering, other events were transpiring across the world, but those are tales for another time. Chapter 295, Marching on Cairo. Months had passed since Honoria assembled her crew, and now on the other edge of the Mediterranean in the lands of pharaohs and kings, Arethusa was in the process of humbling the Mamluk Sultanate. With the military aid provided to him by the Duchy of Austria, the Byzantine forces stationed in North Africa had made substantial progress, so much so that they were now outside Cairo's gates. Despite the stable walls built around the proud city, the thunder of dozens of falconets could be overheard by the residents within those walls. With every volley, the city began to shake, and the 1-pound cannon balls chipped away at the stone fortifications that had protected the civilians within it for generations. If Cairo were seized, then the rest of the Egyptian province would fall shortly after. The Mamluks' last bastion in the easternmost region of the Mediterranean was on the verge of collapse. As such, its defenders desperately fired arrows down upon the Byzantine troops. Unlike Berengar's forces, which were armored over their vital regions with quenched and hardened high-carbon steel plate armor, the troops of the Byzantine Empire were armored primarily in mild steel mirror-pattern armor over a mail hauberk. Because of this, there were still some significant gaps in their protection. Thus, the arrows and bolts fired by the Mamluk archers were capable of finding their way through those gaps and, as a result, significantly injured the Byzantine soldiers, if not outright killing them. Currently, Arethusa was standing at the rear of the siege camp that had been set up, watching his artillerymen fire the falconet cannons, while his arquebusiers resisted the enemy's fire. Those brave Byzantine soldiers unleashed their destructive volleys upon the enemy defenders while being pelted with arrows and bolts. As the Byzantine arquebusiers fired upon the defenders, their projectiles made their way up onto the ramparts. Those Mamluks unfortunate to be hit by the volley found their armor shredded, and their lives lost. Blood splattered across the battlefield as the number of deaths began to skyrocket. After several hours of heated conflict, the bombardments ceased, and the soldiers of both sides returned to their quarters. For the Byzantines, they had set up a standard medieval siege camp outside the city's gates. Inside this camp, Arethusa chastised his artillery officers due to the cast iron material that these guns were made of. They could not sustain a continuous bombardment, unlike the high-carbon steel that Berenger had fashioned his cannons from. They needed time to cool down, or else they would risk a rupture in the bore. Thus, the siege had been progressing slower than he initially wanted it to. Who was to take the blame for such a thing? Naturally, it fell to the artillery officers. How come those walls are still standing? It has been nearly a week since we have begun our bombardment, and yet to my surprise we are still standing out here in the desert with our thumbs up our asses. Bring down those walls or else. The artillery officers looked at one another with confused expressions. They did not dare reveal that Decentius, who was the second prince of the empire, and Arethusa's right-hand man had ordered them to sustain a bombardment long enough to draw the defenders' attention. The reason for this was shrouded in conspiracy, and Arethusa was unaware of it. As such, he continued to chastise the artillery officers. I swear if that wall is not brought down by tomorrow morning, your heads will be. During mid-sentence, Arethusa cut his words short as the ground had begun to quake, and with it, an eruption had occurred. This was no simple earthquake. Soon, the fortifications around the city of Cairo began to crumble. Walls and watchtowers began to fall to the ground as the very foundation they were built upon blasted itself apart. It was as if hell itself had decided to sprout from within the cities. The screams of the defending soldiers and the citizens within echoed in the air as a giant explosive blast filled the air. Arethusa watched this horrific sight in shock as he gazed upon the destruction wrought upon the city of Cairo before long. He could overhear Prince Decentius, who was his second in command, and Godson cheering in the distance as he screamed at the top of his lungs. For the empire! With his chant, all of the soldiers in the Byzantine camp began to cheer with him. As Arethusa looked around the battlefield and the destruction that was wrought upon it, there was little time before the Byzantines rallied behind Decentius and charged into the ruins of the city. With the prince leading the charge, the Byzantines rushed past the broken walls and began to stick their pikes in the flesh of any man unfortunate enough to be still breathing after such a catastrophic event. Blood began to fill the streets of Cairo as the Byzantine soldiers claimed the lives of every soul within its gates. No man, woman, or child was spared the slaughter that Decentius had ordered. Such a thing had never occurred under Arethusa's watch, and as such, the brave strategos instantly tried to stop the senseless murder. However, before the man could do so, he found himself beset on all sides by his soldiers, who had lowered their pikes in his direction. These men had been under his care for years, and yet now they were preventing him from stopping Decentius' merciless butchering of the city. Arethusa, the great strategos of Ionia and commander of the emperor's armies in North Africa, had no way of knowing that Prince Decentius had gone behind his back and had ordered a tunnel to be built beneath the city where it was filled with explosive casks along its foundation. When this task was finally completed, one of the explosive barrels was lit aflame and before long exploded, resulting in a chain reaction that tore the city to pieces. Why did Decentius do this? It was because he wanted the glory of conquering the last vestige of Mamluk power in Egypt for himself. After having failed to locate the runaway princess's whereabouts, Decentius had been mired in disgrace and shunned by his father. He knew that the only way to redeem himself was to claim a great military victory on his own. With this action, Cairo had fallen, and the prestige that came with it entered the young prince's grasp. By doing so, Decentius had made a name for himself as the conqueror of Egypt and would likely convince many of his father's supporters to aid him in his war for succession against his elder brother. Aretas was held at bay for some time until not a single living Mamluk was present within the city. Only after all life had been snuffed out of existence did Decentius appear before the pike wall that had surrounded the mighty strategos. When Aretas gazed upon his godson, all he could see was malice in the boy's eyes. Aretas knew not what Decentius' intentions were. As such, he decided to interrogate the boy for his treacherous actions. Decentius, this was your plan? Do you realize what you have done? The Mamluks will never forgive the blood you have shed this day. As Decentius heard this, his expression became downcast as he spoke the words that weighed on his heart. I will mourn your loss. Aretas, you were like a father to me. If it were not for that bitch Anuria and her antics, I would not have to resort to this. Forgive me, my friend. With that said, Decentius grabbed a hold of a nearby pike and thrust it through the neck of the strategos of Ionia, where Aretas began to choke on his blood. As he did so, Decentius retrieved the weapon and held onto Aretas, gazing into his eyes as the man's soul slowly departed from this world. Not once did Aretas ever expect that he would be betrayed by the young man he thought of as his son. In the end, the mighty strategos of Ionia, who was supposed to reconquer North Africa, with the weapons Berengar had provided him. The man who was supposed to use his friendship with Berengar to create an alliance between Austria and Byzantium was reported to have died in battle during the early days of the war. The conquest of Egypt and Libya would be known to history as a feat achieved by Decentius Palaiologos. What effect these events would have on the relations between the Duchy of Austria and the Byzantine Emperor would remain to be seen. One thing was certain: if Anuria were ever to become aware of the betrayal that her brother had done unto the late strategos of Ionia, she would stop at nothing to have his head. Chapter 296. Invasion of Mercia. Months had gone by since the conflict in Iberia had reignited. At the moment, Hassan was at the head of his army, backed by Arnulf and his other officers who acted in an advisory capacity to the Granadon forces. In front of their army of 15,000 men was an army of 20,000 Iberians. This army was just one of the many units at the disposal of Granada's enemies. As for the troops at Hassan's command, this was the maximum amount of soldiers he could field at the moment. Hassan had boldly taken an offensive stance in this conflict after months of defending his borders. As such, he was attacking a region owned by Castile known as Murcia. This region was on the borders of his emirate and once belonged to the Moors. Due to centuries of reconquista, the Moors had been continuously pushed back from the land they had conquered in Iberia to the point that now the emirate of Granada was all that remained. Before Berengar endorsed the Sultan, it appeared as if the Moors would be pushed out of the region entirely. Yet now, with the military aid that had been given to them, they were able to hold their ground for the time being. As such, Hassan had taken advantage of the situation to press into Murcia. With General Arnulf nearby, Hassan felt the need to ask the Austrian the question on his mind. What do you think of our chances? To this, Arnulf scratched his chin before responding. If your army fulfills their duty to the standards we have trained them in, I'd say there's at least a 60% chance of victory. This figure did not make Hassan very hopeful. However, it was best not to dwell on such things as such. He sighed heavily before giving his officers their orders. Prepare the cannons to fire, tell the arquebusiers to load their weapons, and begin their march. The pikemen shall protect their flanks. As for the cavalry, form on me. At this point, Hassan unsheathed his ivory and gold-hilted Damascus steel shamshir and raised it into the air as he began to trot forth with his cavalry. The heavily armored Granadon horsemen started their descent from the hilltop above as the falconet cannons began to open fire on the Iberian Union's forces. In response to this, the Catholic knights immediately began their charge at the infantry. However, the pikes were lowered, scaring the horses to run amok. When they got near the massive pike wall, several knights were thrown off their steeds and onto the ground below, where the pikes were thrust into them. Some of the knights were unfortunate enough to have gaps in their armor pierced and as such were wounded or possibly killed as their blood oozed onto the field below. Others simply got up from the ground and tried to break through the pike wall. However, when they did so, the arquebusiers who had been holding their shots opened fire on the knights and men-at-arms in front of them, sending their lead projectiles through their torsos and helmets and claiming their lives in the hundreds. Many of the soldiers missed their shots, and after the volley had been fired, they began to reload their weapons, first by taking off the lit match and holding it to the side, then by opening one of the 12 apostles that hung from their bandolier. These so-called apostles contained the powder and shot necessary to load the arquebus firearms. They then poured the apostles' contents down the barrel before compacting the powder and shot into the barrel with their ramrods. After finishing that step, they had placed the ramrod back in its socket before raising the gun, where they poured some powder from their flask into the pan. After doing so, they put the match back on the lock and cocked it back into action before presenting their arms at the enemy. The entire process took close to a minute for the Granadon troops to complete, and while they had done so, they were being protected by the ranks of pikemen who rushed into the fray and kept the enemy at bay. The battle raged on, and the pikemen withdrew from the front, allowing the arquebusiers to aim their weapons and fire another shot into the mix. With the Catholic knights sorely defeated, the Granadon cavalry struck at the rear of the Iberian formation. Under Hassan's leadership, the cavalry had circled the enemy troops and attacked from the rear, causing chaos and devastation among their ranks. The lances and swords utilized by the Granadon cavalry as they attacked the hostile soldiers pierced through their weak spots and claimed their lives, spilling blood and bile onto the field in the process. As Hassan was riding on horseback, a cannonball whizzed past his head, nearly claiming his life. The moment it did so, the young sultan almost pissed his pants in fear. Nevertheless, he calmed himself and pressed on as his soldiers trampled through the Granadans' ranks. Seeing that the cavalry had now gotten in range of the friendly cannons, Arnulf waved a small flag signaling the artillery to cease their attack. As such, they immediately complied with their orders and waited for the battle to resolve itself. Arnulf was smirking as he gazed upon the field. The medieval forces of the Iberian Union were not ready for the era of pike and shot, and the victories that had been achieved up until this point was proof of such a thing. Arnulf had no idea how Berengar had come up with such viable strategies, but he was there when Berniger's armies made use of them during the war with Kitspa 1/4. Hell, it had been a little over 3 years since that minor border war, and yet in that time so much had happened. The young Viscount could hardly believe how far he had come in this time, and it was all thanks to one man, even if that man was a filthy degenerate who used the German Reformation as an excuse to absolve himself of his actions in the public eye. As such, a wry smile appeared on the man's face as he reflected on his past. While he was doing this, the Iberian forces had begun to rout, and thus Arnulf snapped to attention, waving a flag in the air signaling the Granadon troops to halt. Eventually, the message was spread and the Granadans ceased their pursuit of the Iberian Union's army. Though this was not a victory that caused significant casualties to the enemies, it had severely weakened their morale and, more importantly, opened up their path to controlling the province. With the battle over, Arnulf rode down with his officers into the field alongside the Granadon troops who had begun to clean up the battlefield, taking anything of value from the fallen Iberian forces and leaving the rest for the crows to feast upon. After arriving in front of Hassan, Arnulf decided to give the man congratulations for his victory. "Your Eminence, Sultan Hassan al-Fadl, I congratulate you for your victory on this day. Let this be a reminder to the Catholic scum who dare to invade your lands that even a wolf that has been backed into a corner still has teeth." Upon hearing this, Hassan, whose armor was stained in the blood of his enemies, began to laugh. "Well said, my Austrian friend. However, now is not the time to celebrate. First, we must win this war." With that said, the war in Iberia had begun to escalate, as the Granadon forces would soon seize control of Murcia and make further conquests into Catholic territory. The battle here in the Murcian plains was the first of the Emirates of Granada's offensive campaign against their enemies. Chapter 297, Minting New Currency. Now that Berengar had established supreme reign over the Duchy of Austria and had begun the process of incorporating the silver and gold mines from throughout the Austrian Alps, he decided it was now time to introduce a national currency. Gold was severely limited at this time. Until he could gain the vast wealth of a region like Mexico or South Africa, he had no means to acquire a substantial sum of the coveted material. As such, Berengar had decided to keep with the silver standard. The most significant problem that the Austrian economy had faced up until this point was that the currency's production was completely localized. The size and quality of the currency entirely depended on regional rulers, and as such it was horribly debased. Thus Berengar had opted to revitalize the Austrian coinage and in the process make it the universal standard for trade in all of Europe, especially now that his trade reached most corners of the Mediterranean. Thus, with the stroke of a pen, Berengar utilized his executive authority to establish the Coinage Act of 1420. With this, he intended to create a stable centralized currency in the hands of the Austrian government, and by Austrian government he meant himself. This so-called Austrian thaler was minted with his visage on the front and the Austrian Reichsadler, or double eagle, on the back. It had a finely made reeded edge and was quite aesthetically pleasing. The silver thaler was made of 99.9% fine silver. It weighed 1 troy ounce and had a diameter of 1.5 inches with a thickness of 0.13 inches. This silver coin was exceptional when compared to the previous currency used within the Duchy of Austria or that which is currently used around the world. To accompany this Austrian thaler, which would act as his silver standard, Berengar also minted a gold coin of a similar design to go along with it. This would scarcely be used in anything other than transactions of significant sizes, as its value was too large. This golden coin was named the Austrian Golden and shared the aesthetic design of the thaler, the primary difference being it was made out of 99.9% or 24 CT gold and was in slightly different dimensions. While it still weighs 1 troy ounce and has a diameter of 1.5 inches, its thickness was smaller than the Austrian thaler with a thickness of 0.08 inches. Berenger wanted a robust currency for his realm, and as such he had decided that pure coinage, free of debasement, was the best option. Thus, he had begun to put the massive stockpiles of gold and silver he had accumulated over the years into producing these 2 coins. After establishing the new currency, Berenger also enacted another law, which was the Banking Act of 1420. In this act, he founded a national bank which was open to citizens of all social standing. This bank could be used to hold currency and distribute loans, among other things. With these 2 economic reforms being established, Berenger could claim that control of the nation's economy was thoroughly centralized in the hands of his dynasty. As such, a broad smile was on his face as he gazed at the silver and gold coins that were in his hands. While he gazed at the coins that displayed his appearance without the eye injury, he was pretty pleased with the way they had turned out. They did not appear like the poor depictions one could find on most medieval coins and instead looked semi-lifelike, much like a modern coin. The process used to create these coins was quite advanced. Berenger utilized the rolling press machine from his previous life. This device used 2 cylindrical dies that impressed designs on bullion which rolled between them. Once this bullion was imprinted and rolled, the coins were then punched out from the material with a water-powered hammer. Because of this process, most of the coins were relatively uniform and virtually indistinguishable from one another. The actual presentation of the image on the coins was also exceptionally higher than the old hammer coins that other countries were currently using. While Berenger was admiring the set of coins in front of him, he was utterly unaware that Honoria had slipped into the room. She ever so slightly nudged the door open and slid into the room on her knees, which was below the site of Berengar's desk. As such, she crawled over to Berenger with a wicked smile carved upon her luscious lips. There was only one purpose for so stealthily entering the room, and that was to scare Berenger. The young princess eventually rounded the corner of the desk on Berengar's right side, which was the side of his wounded eye, before silently standing up behind Berenger. When the young duke least expected it, the girl pounced on him with a hug, shocking him in the process. Berengar's first instinct was to smack the girl, however, he ever so slightly managed to refrain from doing. He noticed the culprit was Honoria. As such, he grabbed a hold of her perfect pale cheeks and slightly pulled on them while chastising the young princess as if she were an errant child. "You nearly gave me a heart attack. What the hell were you thinking?" Seeing that Berenger was not as entertained as she was, Honoria began to pout in response to the scolding she had received. She just wanted to play a prank on Berenger. There was no reason for him to overreact so much. As such, the sly little vixen decided to shift the topic to avoid an apology. "So, what are those coins for?" Berenger, who was too enamored with the coins he had produced, quickly fell for Honoria's trick and began to lecture her on his new currency. "This is the new centralized Austrian currency. In the future, this silver coin will become the staple of our economy. It is made purely out of silver, so its value is substantially higher than the previously issued coins." When Honoria heard this, she was quite surprised. Even the Byzantine currency was extensively debased. Thus Berengar's ambitions to create a pure silver coin were ambitious. However, she had a rough estimate of the wealth Berenger had amassed in terms of silver and gold after expanding into and monopolizing so many businesses. If anyone could do such a thing, it would be him. Honoria grabbed a hold of one of the gold coins from Berengar's grasp and closely observed its features. She then realized that the technology Berenger was using to make these coins must be exceptionally advanced, as the coins were nearly identical to one another. The presentation of his face was exceptional by current standards. Seeing his handsome visage embossed on a coin made Honoria excited, so she kissed him on the cheek before whispering in his ear, "As long as these coins exist, people will remember how handsome you were. That is an impressive feat if you ask me." Berenger chuckled at this before he shooed the girl away from him. He did not have time for her games at the moment. "Honoria, sweetheart, I am busy with work. I will play with you and Linda later. Go do something productive." With that said, Honoria began to pout once more as Berenger had not taken the bait. However, she eventually said nothing and blew Berenger off. It was his loss if he did not want to fool around. As such, she went out looking for Linda. Maybe Berengar's other lover was doing something interesting that she could join in on. Thus, Berenger was left by his lonesome as he finished off the paperwork regarding his economic overhauls. After many hours of administrative work, Berenger finally completed his workload for the day and sighed heavily after he had completed it. Only one thought escaped from his lips as he rested his weary head in his hands. "I need to get somebody to do all of this paperwork for me." With that having been said, Berenger got up from his seat and sought out his 2 lovers. He needed to blow off some steam, and now that he was finished with his work, it was the perfect time to do so. Chapter 298, Operation Thunder. Gunshots echoed in the air as the small iron projectiles flew forth from the hand cannons and into the torso of the advancing knights who charged on foot at the defensive position. This attack resulted in several heavily armored knights losing their lives as the projectiles pierced through their armor at close range, turning them into bloody sieves. Due to the introduction of barbed wire in the Bohemian conflict as means of Austrian aid, horses found it challenging to navigate the treacherous terrain. The Catholic knights were forced to attack the Hussite positions on foot more often than not, leading them to walk into a wave of crossbow bolts and gunfire. Close to 2 years had passed since the Hussite wars had begun. During this time the Hussites had found themselves on the defensive. Still, due to the Austrian forces' creative tactics and advanced technology, they could hold the line successfully and slowly deplete the alliance of Catholic parties who advanced upon them. These knights were from the Poland-Lithuanian Commonwealth. After defeating the Teutonic state and seizing its territory, the Polish knights answered the Pope's call to arms and marched on Bohemia. After a swift victory over the Teutonic state, resulting in a small enclave of Teutonic knights to exist in a fraction of its previous territory, the Polish knights believed that sweeping up the Hussite heretics would be a simple matter. They were mistaken, as they met the stiffest resistance they had ever come across. By now, they had poured thousands of knights and men at arms into the field and lost almost all of them. If things continued this way, defeat was inevitable. As such, the Catholic forces were scratching their heads, thinking of a way to penetrate the Hussite territory. Thus far, no significant gains had been made. After gunning down the newest wave of crusaders, the Hussites began to reload their firearms. Nearby was Eckhard, who stood at the front lines of this war, overseeing the static defenses that had been made to counteract the Catholic invasion. Eckhard estimated that it would not be long before Berenger entered a war with the Holy Roman Empire for his independence. As such, he needed to continue his efforts here in Bohemia to distract the Catholic forces for some time yet. With that in mind, the Crusaders began to charge at the static positions once more. As they did so, Eckhard instructed the men nearby to hold their fire. Hold your fire. Many of the men were aware of the current plan and began to have wicked grins as they imagined the result of the trap that had been laid for the Catholic armies who rushed towards their position. Somewhere between the Crusaders' encampment and the stone fortress established at the border of Hussite territory was a deep ditch that had been dug to get to the defense. One would have to cross over this ditch. This ditch was not a moat, as it was dug much further out than the fortress walls. In fact, it had been used as a line of cover for the Crusaders before they advanced on the Hussites' position. Until now, the Catholic commanders considered the Hussite officers to be grossly incompetent for creating such a defensive position for their enemies. Because of this, the Crusaders had begun to rely on this ditch to block the initial volley of the Hussite handgunners and then charge at their position while they were reloading. At this point, it was second nature for the Catholics to do so once more. The Crusaders jumped into the ditch. This was their most considerable charge yet. With thousands of soldiers entering the trench line, they did not realize that several thousand pounds of TNT provided by the Austrian military were embedded within this trench system. The Hussites had been waiting for them to make such a massive mistake. After close to 10,000 soldiers entered the trench system, they waited for the Hussites to unload their initial volley before charging. However, the volley never came. Instead, they could hear the voice of the Hussite commander, who in this case was Eckhard, scream his orders at the top of his lungs. Now, the moment Eckhard said this, the detonators to the TNT were initiated and, in doing so, causing a massive explosion to erupt within the trench line, instantly engulfing thousands of Crusaders in the resulting explosive blast. Fire and smoke filled the air surrounding the trench line as the flames spread to every soul unfortunate enough to survive the vicious attack. Blood-curdling screams echoed in the distance as blood, bone, and sinew were scattered about. It was a truly horrific sight to behold. However, before the Hussites could calm their stomachs, the whistle blew signaling their duty to charge, and as such, thousands of Hussites exited their fortifications and ran over the trench line filled with burnt corpses and the ash of those consumed in the explosion. With bills, spears, swords, hand cannons, and crossbows in hand, the Hussites charged into the Crusaders' encampment, where few of their soldiers remained, terrified by the sight of the massive explosion, as if the gates to hell themselves had opened on the battlefield. Before these Crusaders could react, the Hussites were upon them, bringing with them the judgment of heaven as they descended upon the Catholic forces who remained within the camp. Thunderous blasts of hand cannons echoed in the air as their projectiles pelted the surviving Crusaders. Bolts followed alongside the iron projectiles of the hand cannons, creating a massive display of violence. After the initial volley had been fired, the melee combatants charged into the fray, skewering the disoriented Crusaders with their weapons in a slaughter so brutal that only the devil could enjoy such a sight. During the ensuing violence, Eckhard, alongside his attaché of military advisors, stayed within the fortress, observing the sight with a bitter expression. The veteran field marshal could not help but sigh in defeat as he watched the bloody scene. So much death, and for what? A difference of opinion over the word of God? Such a pointless waste of lives. The more Eckhard waged this religious war, the more exhausted he felt inside. If not for the orders he was given by Berenger, he would have left his role as the chief military advisor to the Hussites long ago. In his eyes, Berengar's wars were somewhat justifiable. After all, the man had been suppressed by many forces and was fighting back against them. His goal of unifying the German people into a single coherent empire was also noble and worth fighting for. However, this war was fought simply over religious differences, and tens of thousands of men had already died in the conflict. Was the Pope so blinded by power that he would allow such a thing to happen? The more the Catholics resisted the Hussite Reformation, the more Eckhard was convinced that their creator did not design mankind with peace in mind. This war had been exhausting both mentally and spiritually for the Field Marshal of Austria, and he knew the moment it was over he would likely be defending his homeland from the same degree of nonsensical bloodshed. Thus as Operation Thunder came to a close, Eckhard could not help but desire to have a drink as quickly as possible. In doing so he hoped to forget the discomforting thoughts that plagued his mind. Despite the state of despair he felt for the ongoing conflict in Bohemia, the war would continue to wage on. However, with this victory, the Hussite forces had crushed the vanguard of the Catholic troops who attempted to invade their territory, and thus the roles were now reversed. The next stage of the Bohemian conflict would soon begin as the Hussite armies started their advance into Catholic-held territory. Chapter 299, Declaration of Independence. Months had passed since Berengar's birthday, and it was now July 17, 1421. This day would forever be remembered in German history within this world as a critical day in Berengar's schemes to unite the German people into a single cohesive empire. At the moment, Berenger had gathered together all of the significant noblemen and the political representatives of the Duchy of Austria, whether they be common man or nobility. The gathering in the castle of Kufstein was quite lively, as many of these men were from vastly different social standings. Nonetheless, they were not informed why they were summoned and were impatiently waiting upon Berengar's arrival. As a man with a taste for flair, he had decided to be fashionable late to this important meeting. An hour had passed after all of the representatives arrived before Berenger personally displayed himself. He was dressed in the most luxurious attire he had, set in the colors of his house. His Renaissance-style clothing had an elegant Dalmatian fur overcoat over it as he strode up to his ducal throne and sat upon it authoritatively. After sitting there in silence for a few moments, waiting for the voices to calm down, Berenger finally voiced his intent for gathering so many important figures to his abode. However, the manner that he performed it was different than anyone was expecting. Guards, bring in the prisoner. With that decree, the heavily armored soldiers of Berengar's personal guard left the room before dragging a Swiss man who was bound and chained. Evidently, the man had been interrogated quite ruthlessly, as there were signs of physical abuse on his person. After being tossed in front of Berengar's feet and forced to kneel by the nearby guards, Berenger stared at the man with a cruel smile upon his face before giving him an order. Tell these men who have gathered here on this day what you have confessed to me. The Swiss man had dirty blonde hair and dark eyes. His hair was unkempt and his appearance haggard. He gazed around at the various Austrian men of different social statuses with confusion, trying to understand what was about to occur. However, Berenger grew impatient and slammed his fist on his armrest, alerting the man to his fury. As such, the man immediately began to declare his guilt and the reason for his imprisonment. I am a spy sent by Emperor Balsamo Corsini with the intent to sabotage Austrian development. My compatriots and I were caught red-handed in the act by the Austrian Department of Intelligence, and at this moment I confess to the sins I have committed of my own free will. The moment the Swiss man said these words, the crowd began to erupt in debate. The emperor seeks to cripple Austria? For what purpose? This is an attack on our entire nation and must be met with recourse. Damned Italians, always butting their heads into Austrian affairs. I say we give them a taste of their own medicine. Various voices of contention erupted in the great hall of Kufstein. However, after a while, Berenger tapped his armrest loudly, instantly calming the men who had gathered. Order. I want order in my great hall. If you have any questions, direct them to the prisoner one at a time. As such, the men began to calm themselves. Marquis Otto, holding an essential position in Berengar's council, was the first to address his concerns to the Swiss agent. Why would the emperor do such a thing to our duchy? We have not provoked him in any way. The Swiss agent immediately looked over at Berenger, who gave him a silent murderous glare. This glance was enough to inform the spy of the penalty he would face for lying. As the chills invaded the prisoner's spine, he immediately confessed what he knew about the matter. The emperor fears the rapid growth of Austria and is terrified of the prospect that Berenger might challenge him and his authority. As such, he has sent hundreds of agents into Austria with the intent to sabotage your industry. However, your industrial districts are heavily guarded and we had no way to infiltrate them. As such, most of us have failed in our tasks. Upon hearing this, the Austrian representatives became thoroughly enraged. The emperor had violated the terms of vassalage. As far as the men gathered in the Great Hall were concerned, this was an act of war. As such, they began to erupt with fury in response to these claims. One political representative of common birth was the first to protest the emperor's actions. Bastard! There must be war. Immediately after he spoke, a minor nobleman followed with an even more vicious response. If they seek to destroy Austria, we should show them the power of Austrian steel. I would like to see who dares to bully us now that our military prowess is unrivaled in all of Europe. I volunteer to lead an incursion into northern Italy to drive this false emperor from his throne of lies. After this was said, an argument broke out between the politicians and noblemen within the chamber. You are but a small baron and have no prior military experience. What gives you the right to lead an army? I am a colonel in the armed forces and a viscount. I should be the one to lead the army to victory against the empire. The two noblemen began to verbally spar with one another until Berenger once more pounded his armrest, signaling them all to calm themselves. After this action, the room fell deathly silent as Berenger, with a stoic gaze on his face that expressed the personification of a sovereign monarch, made his official declaration of independence. In response to these scandalous actions by the Holy Roman Emperor who has betrayed the rights of vassalage, I hereby declare the independence of our realm and the formation of the Kingdom of Austria. I, Berenger von Kufstein, first of my name, and rightful sovereign of Austria, decree that henceforth I shall be the monarch of Austria and all of its people as granted to me by right of conquest and the support of the Lord Almighty. After saying this, Marquis Otto stood at attention as he saluted Berenger with a gaze of firm determination on his face. Hail to the king! The moment he did so, the various politicians and noblemen gathered in the great hall responded in the same manner without hesitation. These men immediately formed ranks and pounded their chests in salute as they repeated the words spoken by Marquis Otto. Hail to the king! Upon seeing this, a cruel smile curved upon Berengar's lips. He felt it was inappropriate to hail to himself, and as such, a wicked idea formed in his mind as he chanted the following words while saluting his subordinates. Hail victory! With those words stated, the men present formally drafted a declaration of independence and the formation of the Austrian kingdom. As such, they handed the letter to the Swiss spy and informed him to give their regards to the emperor. On this day, Austria had become an independent kingdom. In doing so, brought war to its doorstep that would soon shatter the foundation of the Holy Roman Empire. After all, the loss of Austria was not only a blow to the face of the Holy Roman Emperor but his treasury as well, one that he could ill afford. Chapter 300, Thousands of Feet March to the Beat. Captain Arnwald was a soldier who had been among Berengar's forces since the very beginning. He was present at the battle in Schwaz, where the enemy had ambushed Berengar's forces during Berengar's campaign for Tyrol. During that time he was only a private. Despite this, he had survived in Berengar's various campaigns until now and eventually completed officer school. As a man of common birth, he had risen through the ranks of Berengar's meritocratic system and become a full-fledged captain. At the moment, he led a grenadier company, which was the highest honor among infantry officers. For the past few years, his company was tasked with protecting the Austrian borders on the edge of Bavaria. Due to the peace agreement with Duke Dietger of Bavaria, there had been little more than a few skirmishes with brigands trying to enter Austria from the chaotic region of Bavaria. Aside from that, his job was mainly facilitating the temporary housing of German refugees from the north. However, overnight, his peaceful world was shattered as the leaders of Austria declared their independence from the Holy Roman Empire and the formation of the Kingdom of Austria. Such a decree was a bold slap to the emperor's face and the German dukes. As a grenadier company, his unit was fully mustered from their relaxed position and had begun shipping off to the Italian border. Though news had not yet arrived in the rest of the world about Austrian independence, King Berenger was not wasting time when it came to deploying his troops. Every soldier he could get to the Swiss and Italian borders was an advantage in the upcoming days of the conflict. At the moment, Arnwald clutched the dog tags in his hand with a downcast expression on his visage. Though he had personally survived Berengar's wars, his comrade Bardo, who fought alongside him for so many years, had unfortunately perished in battle. As such, the captain never forgot the loss of the man who had come to be his best friend during their tenure in Berengar's armed forces. After nearly 3 years of peace, the Austrian armies were on the march again, and Arnwald prayed that he might live to see the future of his homeland and the glory he knew awaited it. If there was one comforting thought, it was the fact that King Berenger would once more be leading their armies into battle. The man reflected on the past and how at one point he had fought side by side with a man who was now king. The very idea filled him with pride as a warrior and as an Austrian. As he thought about such things, Captain Arnwald marched alongside his soldiers to the songs of the marching band as they made their way from the Bavarian border to the Italian Alps. At a marching speed of 3.4 miles per hour, it would take them roughly 82 hours to reach the Italian border. However, there would need to be stops along the way, so it would take them approximately a week to arrive at their destination. By the time the emperor received word of the Austrians' declaration of independence, Berenger would already have an army had amassed at his enemy's borders. As for the navy of Austria, the sly young king had already begun to sail his forces towards the Venetian coast. However, that was a story for another time. As the soldiers marched towards Italy, they came across a small village within Austria. Like most villages, this one was protected by a nearby garrison. Upon seeing the men of Austria go to war, the women and children came out from their homes and laid flowers down in the street. Despite none of the men in this unit being from this village, the people of Austria showed respect for its warriors who fought for their sovereignty. As such, the men in uniform gazed upon the villagers with solemn expressions. None of them knew if they would survive the upcoming war, and thus they gazed upon many of the pretty young girls with lament in their hearts. Some of these soldiers were married with children, others were single, but these soldiers reflected on the lives they would live should they survive the remainder of the duration of their service. Eventually, the company of grenadiers stopped outside of this village and made camp for the night. They were not the only unit marching towards the Italian border, and as such, Arnwald approached his superior officer, who was smoking some hemp in the form of a cigarette. Berenger was not the only one who had formed a habit of calming himself with the properties of the miraculous flower, considering it did not cause a high effect. Berenger had begun processing a portion of his hemp flowers into cigarettes to distribute to his soldiers. After all, without tobacco, something would be needed to calm their nerves, and alcohol was forbidden in the field. Berenger was a massive fan of hemp. It was a miraculous material that could make several sustainable products, such as paper. Due to the benefits of hemp, Beringer had begun to grow more of the substance to make paper rather than cut down trees. As such, not only were the cigarettes filled with hemp, but they were rolled with hemp-based papers. When Arnwald entered the command tent and saw the colonel smoking, he immediately saluted. However, much to his surprise, the colonel lacked any form of formality and merely handed Arnwald one of his cigarettes. Upon seeing this, Arnwald grabbed a hold of the hemp cigarette and lit it with a match before smoking the substance. As he did so, his nerves calmed and he began to report to his commanding officer. Colonel, the troops have finished setting up the camp and are preparing for rest, food has been distributed and sentries are on watch. Any man who attempts to desert will be captured and put before a firing squad. After hearing this, the colonel nodded. He was an old knight from the days of Sieghard's rule and under Beringer had seen the transformation of medieval warfare into the form of semi-modern war. As such, he was not surprised in the slightest that Beringer would be bold enough to declare himself King of Austria. Because Austria's military was among the largest in all of Europe and was undoubtedly the best armed and trained among them, there was no longer a need to be a part of the so-called Holy Roman Empire. As such, the man took a deep puff before releasing it. After doing so, he sighed heavily as he spoke to Arnwald with a complicated expression. 75,000 men marching to the drums of war? Have you ever seen anything like it, Captain Arnwald? Arnwald was surprised to hear the colonel speak in such a manner. As such, he contemplated on his words. Over the past year, Berengar's main focus in military matters was expanding the navy, but that did not mean he neglected the army. Austria could project 75,000 men onto the battlefield. However, that was not the total size of the army, as garrisons existed across every city and district within Austria, enough to defend their borders while the Grand Army was at war. After reflecting upon this, Arnwald responded to the colonel's question with another question. What do you think our chances of winning are? To this, the middle-aged man chuckled before responding with a confident glint in his steel-blue eyes. Unless that king of ours suddenly returns to the form of the sickly, foolish, and lazy brat he once was, I'd say the odds are heavily in our favor. Arnwald had nearly forgotten the rumors that plagued Beringer in his youth. After all, the man had proven them wrong in so many ways. It was not something one usually thought of when they heard the name Beringer von Kufstein. Not anymore, that is. However, as a knight in Sieghard's service, the colonel seemed to know the reality of the situation and, as such, began to scoff as he reflected on the past. If you were to tell me 5 years ago that Beringer von Kufstein would rise to the position of King of Austria within my lifetime, I would assume you were possessed. How that boy managed to change his destiny in such a short period, I will never know. Upon hearing this, Arnwald was naturally curious and thus asked the question on his mind. Were the old rumors true? In response to this, the colonel silently nodded with a bitter expression on his face. He knew talking about such things in any detail would only bring him trouble, and as such, he no longer dwelled upon it. Instead, he gave Arnwald his orders. Get some rest while you still can. This march of ours is about to be the last peaceful days you see for a while. With that said, Arnwald saluted the colonel before departing towards his tent. He spent the rest of his waking hours reflecting on what the colonel had said. With this, the captain's admiration for Beringer grew considerably more significant. After all, to go from a weak, petty, and indolent wastrel to the King of Austria in just a few years was beyond impressive. It was practically otherworldly. Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.